Hi, everybody, and welcome to the show. No countdown today because apparently I don't have my life together. You guys, this is the second time I've done this. So I have a class that starts at 7:30. And so when my YouTube comes, my mind's it's also 7:30. So I'm just chilling, getting my water. And my good buddy Willie's like, so you're gonna start the show or so thankfully, you guys are awesome. I see the comments from Kenny. And yeah, okay, so we'll see if anyone else comes on later. You guys might have thought I canceled the show tonight, but I actually didn't. And so we're going to get started here. I was sprinting through my house. He said there will be overtime tonight. Goodness gracious. Okay, so for those of you who might be your first time tuning in, normally I'm not coming in super out of breath from running late to my own show because I forget what time my own show starts. But what we do, this is the format. I have a men's page. It's separate from my Chasing Yonci page on Instagram. It is private for men only because I want to get their unfiltered answers. And so each week we go over the 5 questions that I asked them in the previous weeks. And then we freestyle and have a little bit of fun at the end. And if anyone wants to extend the show, they can do so, which you'll see we have a lot of fun. So if it's anyone's first time watching, whether you're watching it live or you're watching the replay, comment newbie so I can give you some love. Also, please drop your city and state so I can shout you out. I am coming to you live from Dallas, Texas. If you've been watching me for years, I have made the transition from California to Texas. So I'm now a Texan here because of love. But go ahead and drop your city and state and let me know where you're watching from. Now, here is something that is super important for you to know. And it's so funny because someone just messaged me from the men's page, not Tay trying to say she's a newbie, girl. It ain't backwards day. But some of the guys I'm still learning don't even know about the singles database and they're on the men's page. So I'm going to reiterate, it is now live. We kicked it off in February. And essentially what it is, it's kind of like my version of a dating app, except all the men are already on the page and the women are featured in a database. You can see their height. You can see what kind of shape they're in, if they're willing to move, if they have kids, if their is a really big deal to them. We ask a lot of the nitty-gritty questions, and so that database is available. If you're on my men's page already, which means you're a man, you have access to that information. And ladies, if you want to be included on the database, go to the link in my bio on Instagram, and you can find the information there. If you're struggling or you just don't feel like taking the time, you can always send me, and I'll send you the link directly. But it is there and available. Last announcement, well, actually 2 quick announcements before we bring our guests on. We got people coming backstage, is that we have something brand new. We kicked it off last month. It was a success. Technically, it was the beginning of this month, the first Tuesday of the month. But it's an opportunity for women to jump on a Zoom call with men from the Yonci Nation page and ask questions directly. It was very impactful. And so they wanted to do it again. So we're extending it again. So if anybody is single, any women are single, and you want to be a part of this, just DM me. It's so new, I haven't even put a link up, but just DM me if you want information on that. Or maybe I did put it up for Q&A, but if not, just DM me. Y'all, I need an assistant. I need like 3 assistants. I got a lot going on. But don't miss the one for May. And make sure you DM me. Just tell me it's the Q&A for May and you want to be a part of it. Last but not least, the dating manual. This is my coaching program. Don't know why my screen is doing this, but the dating manual is an 8-week coaching program that is something that I do every couple of months. I try to do it at least 3 or 4 times a year, and it's 8 weeks long. So if you want to be part of the next one, slide on over to Instagram, click the link in my bio that says the dating manual, and it will show you how to book a free discovery call, which is just a fancy word for a consultation. And you'll talk with me one-on-one. And I got to say this because hopefully the guys aren't watching, but 2 of the girls in my group, okay, they are having, I can't even say that yet. They are making major strides, okay? They came into the group single as a Pringle, and things are progressing in a way that I can talk about more next week, and you'll know why I have to censor myself. But I'm excited, you guys. My course works. The ladies will tell you firsthand. And the singles feature that I mentioned a bit ago, that works as well. I have a wedding that I was invited to next week. She posted her picture. The guys saw it. And the rest is history. They're engaged and now to be married next month. Okay. So it's exciting. I want everyone to have the kind of love that I have. So don't be shy. Jump on as many programs as you can and put as many irons in the fire as possible. Okay, that was a lot to say. Let me see who's backstage. We got the lovely Keisha Coles. Hey, girl. She's serving a little shoulder tonight. I am here for it. Hi, darling. You look good in white.
You said what?
You look good in white.
Oh, thank you.
You're
you
welcome.
Look good all the time.
You said what?
You look good all the time.
Oh, well, thank you, girl. Did you hear I was late to my own show?
No.
Girl.
But I just scrolled and I see Willie like, okay, we about to get started in 5 minutes. I said, oh.
I literally, for the second time, forgot what time my own show started because my course, I teach it the day before and it starts at 7:30 so people can get off work. And I be thinking my YouTube show is at 7:30. Oh my God. I don't know. I might just need to change it so my brain doesn't get messed up. But good to have you. Thank you, Willie, for saving the day once again. Appreciate it. Good to have you here.
Willie had tagline.
I know. I was just looking at that.
Your tagline.
A mess. Always try to give a good word for the good people. We are going to have a good time tonight. We got a couple other people who are going to be joining us later on. But for now, we're going to get started. As usual, I will ask anybody on the panel have anything exciting that happened this week, but also that you can safely share with our friendly audience. Maybe not so much.
Exciting. No.
Well, I'll say,
you know what? You're right. I do have something. Let me do so. I screenshotted this so I could tell y'all about this week because we talked about it last week and I just laughed. It just tickled me. So I'm on Facebook dating, right? And you know how last week we talked about how you should let people down. And I said, for those that weren't watching, I said, I just block them, just to avoid. Me and Willie kind of agreed on that. I just block them because you just open the door for more, right? All right. So let me tell y'all what happened to me real quick this week. So I tried that method that you guys said. Well, everybody else
said. Oh, the non-block method.
Non-block method, and all the blockers not on here yet, actually.
I mean, this is the real case study, y'all. This is a real case study.
Right. None of the non-blockers are on here, I meant to say yet. But he says, I need to, this guy inboxed me. Now, I know him somewhat from chatting before I got in that last relationship. So, anyways, he says, I need to ask you something. I said, what's up? He said, I want to ask you what's your favorite restaurant in Toledo. That's what I did, right? I said, I don't have one. He says, you like seafood or Mexican? I said, either. He said, let me invite you out to one of them tomorrow. I said, oh, I'm good. Thank you.
I don't like it when they don't come direct with their interest.
He said, I always got stories. I do, Jacob.
Anyway,
he said, just an offer. Right. He says, just an offer. I think you're an amazing person. I said, thanks. So he goes to say, I just got stationed there. So I guess he's telling me he got stationed to where I'm at right now. So I said, okay, congratulations. He says, I'm on the civilian side. I said, awesome. He said, you my favorite person. I said, oh, right? He said, you just shy. I said, I'm not interested. I'm sorry. Right? So he says, okay, I understand. So I thought that was the end of it.
That sounds like a natural
I said, I'm not interested. I'm sorry. So maybe 2 hours later, he says, if you ever can make honey bun cakes, let me know. I'll get it. I just blocked them, y'all. Like, I don't even want to take your money for cakes. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my business, but I don't even want your cake money because I feel like
You
eventually
don't
I'll
need my
have to
baked goods.
see you. I'm good. So yeah, that was exciting for me because I was like, "Ooh, see, that's why you block them off the rip."
This is where I feel like he went wrong. It becomes awkward when you start to have the playful banter talking about what's your favorite restaurant and this and this. I feel like if you're sliding in a DM, like it's one thing if you've matched on a dating app because you know that there's a mutual interest, but if you're just it's a cold lead and you're sliding in a DM like that, I feel like you should, I call it state your business. Hi, my name is Joseph and I think you're beautiful and I would like to get to know you. And then see if there's a cosign. And if not, you just gracefully bow out. But this whole like coming in hot, that just makes it awkward for everybody. And when I say everybody, I mean us women.
So yeah, I hated it, but I blocked him right after that.
Oh,
So.
I hate that for you. There's a lady, I think Willie sent it to me. Y'all see, I done rushed to get over here on camera and left my phone, so I gotta go get it. But I think he sent me this video, or was it my coach? Either way, it was this lady who was so picky about a situation. Like she was clowning a dude for his shoes, and I kind of unfortunately went through and looked at some of the other videos, and I was like, somebody said what I was thinking, you're going to keep other women single because they were encouraging her, whatever. And so I think that sometimes we could be petty. However, I feel like in this situation where he went wrong was, like I said, don't just assume that she's interested.
I hated it.
Oh,
I felt so bad because I thought about y'all the entire time. Like, what should I say next? What should I, but no.
It's rough. And I know he was trying to be smooth. Like, and that would have been cute had you been interested or you had shown him you were interested on some level. But that's rough. What do y'all say in the audience? Do you think that men should identify, or what did I say? State your business upon first coming in the DM? What do you think? What do you think, Willie? Do you think men should? And while you're sharing your point, I'm going to go run and grab this phone really quick. But do you think a man should state his business, or should he just jump in cold turkey?
I think it should be common sense that if a stranger inbox you, he has his penis in his hand.
Oh, you never failed me. Oh man, Willie, his penis in his hand. So elaborate.
What do guys? We're not inboxing you trying to figure out what your favorite restaurant is or favorite color is, unless we want to take you there and buy you something and wear on the date. Like, we don't care. You think that like we see a random person online and then we're like, oh, you know what? Something about her makes me want to ask her what's her favorite restaurant for. Like, you should know it's common sense.
Right.
It's like if someone asks you, are you hungry? It's safe to assume they're trying to feed you or know if you want to go get something to eat. I don't think that it's really as complicated as it's been made to seem sometimes. Like, if it is, it's unfortunate. But at the same time, like, damn, I promise you, I've never asked a woman what her favorite color was unless I was trying, do something along with those favorite colors, or ask her like, hey, what's your flight information? Unless I was trying to fly her out. Like, that's crazy.
Right. And it's just this. So I mean, this whole social media dating thing, right? Like, let me tell you, I've never been the type of woman to have. I know, don't kill me when I say it. I've just never been a multiple eggs in one basket person. I can't keep up. I don't know what I said to you, Mark, Henry. I can't keep up. So I made a mistake within all of that, right? One guy that seemed pretty interesting, he said that he was going to travel and he had to travel this morning. He would hit me back. He would love to get to know me, kind of like what Yonci said, right? This other guy, which I thought it was him, but it wasn't him. I text him. I'm like, hey, good morning. How's your traveling going? So this guy says, the one that I really didn't mean to respond to, right? Because I don't like the pet names immediately. Like, don't call me boo, babe. Like,
I'm not your babe yet.
That's a turn off. So the guy I accidentally text, he says, "Hey sunshine, what are we doing today?" So I'm like, "I'm subbing at the school today." So he's like, "I bet you are a great teacher. What city you in?" I tell him I'm in Killeen. He's like, "Well, when you coming to see Bae?" Who is Bae? Blocked. Y'all watch that one dude? He be like, he's real big on Instagram. But he be like,
"Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Doing that today. You're blocked."
Yes, he wears the do rag.
I like him. I was like, yeah, for his hair.
Yeah,
I was just like him. I was like, blocked. No, we're not. No, we're not doing that today.
What I don't like is when if they don't commit, right? When you come in and you say you're intentional and you state your business. Hi, I'm so-and-so. I think you're beautiful. I'd like to get to know you, whatever. I find you attractive, whatever. Now you're marking yourself. What happens with some of the guys who don't come in direct, when you try to nip in the bud and say, thinking I'm just not interested, then that gets them this gray area out where they could be like, "Oh, I wasn't trying to holler." Like, no, good sir. You just randomly wanted to, talk to a stranger, online. I be bold with it. I didn't get to hear what Willie's response was, where he said, you should assume when a guy reaches out, but
I said that you should assume that he's had his man parts in his hand when he did it.
Meaning he was rearing to go.
That's what the goal is.
Okay.
Is for him to end up inside your viscous innards.
Oh, and your lady parts, as Cam would say.
Yeah, your lady parts.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, just state your business.
It's hard.
I can't. All right, we're gonna get started on these questions and welcome any other stories if there are any. Otherwise, we are gonna get on down to question number 1. Oh gosh, no segue, no warm up. We just gonna get right into it. It just ended up being number 1. That's the order that it came. We asked the good fellas of Yonci Nation which position they prefer. And mind you, I really thought that there were going to be some other choices. So I'm actually going to put this. Normally, I don't put the little preview screen, but because I had it for my post today because I show the ladies which question. I'm going to actually put this up so you can see. Hang on, give me 2 seconds because it'll be easier. Okay, there we go. All right, so let's see, where did it go? So these were the options that they had. So I gave them missionary, any version of involving him on top, because obviously there's a lot of creativity. Then you have cowgirl. For those who maybe don't know, that means she's on top, right? Imagine someone riding a cowboy. I'm riding the horse. And then we have doggy style, which if you don't know what this is, you probably shouldn't be hunching. And then we have reverse cowgirl, which just imagine she turned around. So I had my guess on what I thought would be the number 1 choice, but it was not it. So what do you think, Keisha? And feel free in the comments to share which one you think, not what you prefer, but what you think the men of Yonci Nation agreed was the number 1 position.
You want me to go first, right?
Yeah.
You said, what I think the men would say. Maybe I got 2 toss-ups, but I'm gonna give you my top 2. I would probably say missionary and then cowgirl.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay. Hopefully you didn't see the poll results yet, Willie. Do you have a guess? If you haven't seen the results, do you have a guess on which one they voted for?
Doggy style.
See, that's what I thought. That the number, I thought it'd be like a landslide for that. All right, so let me go ahead.
You said you thought what it would be, because my initial thing would have been dog style too. But because you said it's not what I thought it was, I was like, well, maybe.
So that would have been your first thought. Right. So that would have been your natural first thought too, right? Okay. So let me go ahead, and I wish they made this thing so much easier. The number 1 vote by a landslide was missionary. And I mean, I always heard people say like, "Oh, it's so boring," blah 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 blah. but that really surprised me. And then you see Doggy Style was second, but it was like way less. Jacob's says makes sense. Explain why, please. But 22%. And then Reverse Cowgirl, 17%. Now I can get why between Cowgirl and Reverse Cowgirl, Reverse they would probably prefer. I'm assuming because of the visuals, because it's mostly Black men and they tend to be
They don't. As most of them don't have enough for that position to work right. That's we're not gonna do that today.
So these are the stats. These are the stats. Jacob says seeing her is important to me. Now you're gonna see her either way. Do you want to see her face or her shoulders or her back? That's up for a debate. So yeah, so that's just
I think that
five for me.
Right. So I think that maybe because of the I'm gonna say mature guys that's in your group, and because they are looking and they want something intentional. And so when you think of missionary, you think, a deeper connection. You think love. You're looking in each other's eyes. You think that, that's so I can see like why it would be missionary, because that's what I was thinking based off of your audience that you had.
Okay. Nice job.
But the regulars would be, if it wasn't your platform and that was asked, they probably would have said no.
I think the guys pick missionary because the majority of these men are having like sex they're appreciative of and don't necessarily, they're trying to say thank you the whole time, so they want to do all the extra kissing and stuff, and they think that doggy style is degrading to women or some other weird shit, stuff, something like that. Because that overwhelming to pick missionary, wild.
Right, you've been missionary in it all your life. Oh my goodness.
On that note, welcome, Falake. Nice to have you.
That's the go-to for some people. That's all really. Not that's me.
So it's very, very surprising. I'm almost scared to read the comments, but I'm gonna push through and do it anyway.
Ooh, yes.
Okay. Okay. That's
true, Jacob.
Okay. I started to think I knew what the sentence was saying, but then we need to do spell check, man, and read these things back, because I'm going to sound like I have a stroke reading this, but I promise it's not me. He said, I like to be close, almost one person.
We like to be close almost as if they won.
That's what I think he's trying to say. Thank you. He said intimate, interconnected, so missionary. So that would be the point that you made. So bravo. The other gentleman said, any position where I've discovered that she gets hers. Okay, that's considerate of her. Someone else said, with the right person under the right circumstances, variation is key, but still you have your go-to or maybe your finisher move, sir.
Missionary should be a go-to.
I mean,
okay,
right?
We listen. Sorry, I'm just thinking.
This guy says, little spoon if cuddling, laughing emoji. But if we're talking about pleasure posturing, I've always said having the feedback of a face in ecstasy is always a stroke to the ego of a stroking man. I heard like in his voice, in his writing when I read that. I'll read a couple more. We're all going to be Googling. He said, my favorite isn't listed, which I just looked up, and I see that it's called Face Off or the Lap Dance. I'm a little scared to Google. I don't want my algorithm to get messed up.
You want me to look it up?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm about to say one of us can look it up.
I was going to say, then you could text it to me and be like, wait, that might look bad out of context. I'm not saying like, why is
he won't be mad if you look it up. He's just gonna think he's just gonna expect it.
No. I said if I told you to send it to me, I said just have you send it to me.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah,
no,
like that might. Oh, there it is.
I'd send it to him and be like, "Hey, bro, look what I saw."
Okay. We need a diagram. There's just
diagram.
Oh, there it is. Oh.
Yes, all it is couch sex.
Yeah, I was like, that's just okay.
What? Oh, face off is on the couch.
You just straddling a dude while he's sitting down on the couch and doing your thing. It's not.
Well, that's doggy. I mean, not doggy style. That's cowgirl then.
No, the cowgirl.
It's cowgirl if he was reclined.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh well, yeah. I mean,
so she's sitting up and able to hold him.
That when you on the bed, but
I think some of these guys
had a name. Right. I was like, I know they had a name for that.
That's what he had to look it up. Well, we learned a little something today, I guess.
You just spontaneously get it while watching Netflix.
I think some of these men are paying for sex and commenting based on their pay-for-play experiences.
I mean,
however you get it.
No. We're not going to condone that. We're not going to condone paying for vaginal access. We need to leave that in 2024.
Okay, so he said, I didn't realize the comment went on. He said, missionary or sideways variation of missionary is a close second. Someone else said, yes. That was his answer.
Good.
Which position? Yes. And the last one, he said, if you want to read the rest, you can join on Patreon. The next one says, most versions of me behind her, doggy reverse, etc., except spooning. Wait.
Except what?
He must be the little spoon. If he said me behind her except spooning, but wouldn't that mean he's the little spoon?
It sounds like he wants to be pegged.
Oh.
We need to get him off your thing immediately.
Yes.
She said this is the wrong demographic.
Whoa, he wow. Like, what are we
Maybe
doing?
he just ain't understand what he was writing himself.
I think I'm gonna give him that. I'm gonna say I think he.
No, it was a Freudian slip.
That's a rough one there. Rough.
Man.
If you are enjoying the show, what'd you say?
What kind of followers you got?
I mean, like, don't put me in the back for that spoon now.
You need to add that question to your database. Do you like women to do anything weird to you?
Oh, I would not want to. I'm gonna just watch on the side when she write that and put it in. I don't want to
like this.
That's gonna be rough.
Oh my goodness. So if you are watching and you are enjoying the show, please go ahead and hit that like button on the YouTube video. If you're watching on your cell phone, you're going to have to close the chat box so that you can see the thumb. Click that like and then come right on back to the chat because we love to say hello. By the way, speaking of, we've only had about 4 people speak. We got Kenny speaking. We got Shantae speaking. Blondie. Hey, Blondie. And Keisha. So make sure you say hello, drop your city and state so I can shout you out. I see Renata in the chats. Falake, nice to see you. So let us know where you're watching from. And if it's your first time, comment newbie and we can give you some extra special love. Okay. Kenny says, of course he's late. When you are greeting a young lady, you do not have to compliment her. Just get to You're right. You don't have to do anything. He said, just get to the point and state your business and see if the young lady is interested. And if not, move on. Let me know how that's working for you, sir. Falake says she's watching from Rockland County, New Jersey. New York. Jacob says, hi, my name is Jacob. And I'm a newbie from Michigan. Welcome to the show, Jacob.
Girl.
So good to have you.
You tried it, Jake.
He did. Okay, we're gonna go to number 2. Ooh, okay. This one is interesting. And I have so many comments I want to say, but I'm not going to say it on the internet. But the question is there such thing as emotional cheating? And we have a video to go along with this question.
Made up emotional cheating.
That's a thing.
How do you know my emotions? How do you know I'm just not playing with you all the time? When I say I love you, I miss you.
Well, then you're emotionally playing with her.
Okay, but what does that matter to you? You think I'm emotional cheating, which doesn't exist, by the way.
It does exist.
It does not.
If you are emotionally connected with another person and I don't know
How do you
about
know
it,
I'm emotionally connected with another person? How do you know? Just because you
well, you
read
wouldn't
something?
know, and that's the whole thing
That's my
about
point.
cheating, because there's no conversation about it. But if there's a woman or a man and they're with each other having intimate conversations or intimate experiences,
Experiences is a different thing, because in law enforcement, right? What's your name, my guy?
Okay.
I can say right here on camera.
Yeah.
As soon as I fucking leave this, I'm gonna break Kenny jaw and throw him down the steps.
Yeah.
Right?
Insane.
Hold on, right?
Yes.
But I can't be charged, because I said y'all got me saying it on camera. But until I make the overt act, I cannot be charged. So it doesn't matter what I say right
So you're
there.
saying because it can't be proved?
No, I ain't got nothing to prove. In order for me to be charged for conspiracy, I gotta actually do it. I have to make the overt act. Now, if I get up and go grab his shirt, I set it on tape, I'm getting sued. Y'all gonna make a lot of money. I'm going to jail.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So if I'm doing this, but not doing the overt act of seeing the person secretly or doing that, it's not really cheating.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Ask me.
I have to.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
So if you are in a relationship,
If you're in a
with Sarah,
relationship with Sarah,
and there's a man, and she's telling another man how much she loves him and how much she wants to be with him.
I wouldn't know that because I wouldn't check Sarah's phone. If I'm sitting here and Sarah's phone go, I'm not gonna look.
That's
because I know what I do. To in my mind, I know what I do. She's not going nowhere because I fit all the boxes. So if her ring right now, I'm not gonna be like, I'm just
because you're secure and you are.
That's her phone.
Reflected.
Don't need to look at it. My phone.
Yep. When they look through their own phone.
I do. Because, it's an old saying that goes true. If you look for something, you find it. But you need to know what you're
It was
looking
a
at.
hypothetical.
that's true, because everything can be different in
You
context.
need to know what you're looking at. Just because you say I love you don't mean you're in a relationship.
No,
with
I
us.
agree with that. I tell all my people that I love them. Like I don't miss a chance to tell people
And
that I love them.
then every relationship I've had, I try to end it respectfully. I love you. I love you too. Because each step that you go through, it helps you grow. So I'm not going to be like, I'm with Sarah and I you. I love you. I love you too.
So you think
Why you texting your ex?
you can be friends with exes?
It's not about being friends. About I love you. We're not together, but we have some good time. I love you too. Respectful. We're not. Hey, I'm with my Sarah. You. You don't need to do all that. It's just I love you. I love you too. Now you pick up my phone. Why are you telling your ex you love you? And then it causes you emotional cheating. That's what I mean by women make up rules that we don't even know. Like y'all need to just put out a handbook of what cheating is. No, seriously. If you like a girl picture,
No, that's silly.
If a girl walk by with a nice booty and you happen to like, we need a handbook. You give us a handbook, then marriage rates will go up. But do someone deal with all that? We don't. We don't know the rules. Cheating is when you make that overt act. You lie,
that's
you make
one.
that overt act, and you do stuff you're not supposed to be doing. That's cheating.
Those who know me personally know I'm very triggered by that clip. But despite that, there were so many things that he said that were so triggering that I will address on here. But I want to start out with, I think I'll go backwards. When he was saying how he is cordial to exes, I can't stand when people are making a point about something and they go from one extreme to the other. So when you say, hey, I don't like this, they use the complete crazy polar opposite to make the point. So if someone says, I don't love that you're still in communication with your ex and that you're telling her you love her, his extreme was, I don't need to be like, F you, I hate you. Like nobody introduced that. Nobody said not talking to your ex and not saying I love you is the equivalent of, or it means you by default you have to hate her and cuss her out with the F-bombs. Like that irritates me so badly, and I cannot debate people like that because I'm just like, you're not even worth my brain cells for saying a statement like that. So that's just asinine. How do I really feel? Let me make it really stupid. Anyway, the other thing, when he gave the example of if it's a crime, you actually can get charged for crimes that are only involving words. There's hate speech. You can, so there are actual consequences for that. If you actually scream fire in a theater, you can, and there's not, you can get in trouble. So to use the example that to promise to do an act and then to actually do an act, that means that it's not the same. That's two different things. They're talking about a physical act that is against the law. And so if it's against the law to say those words, there are laws for things that are just words. But in a relationship, you're talking about matters of the heart, not about physical violence. So I don't think that those two in any way compared, and they didn't make his point that he thought was just like, God damn, no, you didn't. The idea that, and when the girl brought up the example, she said, if hypothetically it's Sarah and Shaq, and Sarah is telling a man, I am in love with you and I can't wait to be with you. It was a very specific scenario. Two things. He changed the subject and started talking about whether or not he would check someone's phone, which she never said how he got the information, just you're privy to this information. And then two, that's different. He jumped to, oh, I'm not hostile with my exes and I say I love you. That's not what she was describing. She was describing someone saying, I'm in love with you and want to be with you. So this kind of stuff just irritates me because the question wasn't even addressed. And I feel like the veins are popping out of my neck. So I'm going to take a breath and then I'm going to let you guys share your thoughts on this because clearly I'm provoked. And hello, Renata. She says she's watching from San Antonio. Great to see you.
Hey, girl. So I think for women, it's a such thing as emotional cheating, not for men.
Okay, explain.
So, because we are more emotional creatures per se, women, it's because our goal is to get you to love us emotionally more than anything.
Okay.
Like that's what we want. We want that emotional, that emotional connection with the person that we're in a relationship with. But I think that with men, they don't care. They don't think it's a such thing as that. Like Shaq. Matter of fact, Shaq is a prime example. Like there's no way in HE double hockey stick where my man is saying to a woman, like they're sharing intimate thoughts and calling each other every day. And they're, I think that's emotional, but maybe to Willie, like, no, we just talking, but we just trying to, the physical part with them it's just physical, right? That's what's considered cheating. A physical act is considered cheating. I think with men, anything else don't matter. And that's just based off of what it seemed like and what men think that I know.
So when you say to men you don't think it matters, are you saying that you think he would be okay with his woman cupcaking in front of him and flirting with the man?
No, it ain't never okay in front of them. I don't think it's okay either side in front of them. But I think that if I don't know Willie so that much, but I think that it wouldn't be a big issue if a woman maybe complimented or harmlessly flirting or something, and he wouldn't look at it as cheating. As if it happened to me or possibly you, oh, you cheating. Anything that you can't do on the phone, in public, anything, I think that's cheating.
I was gonna say I could take a guess because he and I are pretty territorial when it comes to our relationships.
Probably
so, yeah.
He's different.
So let's see what he has to say.
I agree with the first part that she said about not being emotional cheating with men. Like I agree with that. It's because when we cheat, it's because we need to get our rocks off, or it's a challenge or something along those lines. But when she said that if my woman was harmlessly flirting, there's no such fucking thing. Because if my woman does anything that makes a man think that he can end up with his penis inside of her vagina, I'm going to jail. Or I'm going to be single. It just depends on how I feel that day. So I'm not, absolutely not. There's no such thing as harmless flirting. That's like saying, oh, well, it's okay. It was harmless domestic violence when he, hit her with his car. Like, no. You knew what? Like, this just, we're not, no. Nothing, no.
I just heard men. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I've been in situations where the man be like, but I didn't sleep with her.
Right.
That's always been the backup.
That's just the man trying to keep, he just trying to skate his responsibility, his consequences for what he did. It's not anything outside of that. Dudes, when a guy cheats, typically most men cheat because their woman's not meeting their needs. And like we can argue that point until the cows come home, but I'm here willing to die on that hill. But when any type of emotion that a man shows a woman when he's trying to sleep with her is just in furtherance of him trying to get closer to that goal. We don't care about half the stuff y'all tell us when we're trying to sleep with you, especially when we already got a girl at home.
So I guess this is where I would then argue. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. This is where then I would argue back. So let's just say it doesn't have value to him per se. You're saying this guy is saying all these sweet nothings and doing all these things because he's trying to hit. So even if we take that,
yeah,
then basically what he's saying is I'm laying down the groundwork so I can do what I would call cheating. So to me, that is still wrong. So I guess it would be, I think that this whole debate, because this was a post that I saw, this whole debate on whether or not there is such a thing as emotional versus physical cheating, I think that's the wrong question. I think the question should be, would this be damaging to a relationship? Because somebody could argue the what is it called? Not logistics, semantics. And then you're arguing semantics, but at the end of the day, I'm not gonna be any less hurt if I catch my man telling a woman how beautiful she is and saying he wants to be with her and I wish I was single. That would hurt just like it would hurt for him to be caught kissing someone. Like both of those end in pain. So I just feel like it ends at the end of the day, it's a waste of conversation because it's going to hurt the other person. I was watching a show where this guy, he wasn't in a relationship yet, but he liked this girl. And it's a reality show. So obviously they're filming, being followed with cameras or whatever. But they all are in, one environment. And so he was flirting with this one girl. And the one time she wasn't there, he starts flirting with this other girl. And it's crazy because it's on TV. So eventually she's going to see it, probably be almost a year later, but she'll see it eventually. But in normal situations, you just can't see that. And so he knows that it was wrong because he purposely omitted that from the conversation. So to me, I feel like our minds telling ourselves, because if we purposely are going to leave stuff out or we hope someone doesn't go back and share this one piece, that's how you know it's wrong. And so even though the guy wasn't in a committed relationship with this girl yet, the fact that he knew that would bother her, that he was overtly flirting with this girl and basically saying like, if he had known he had a chance where he would have been with her, that would hurt the girl. He knows he's wrong. But then he's sitting there justifying it, talking about, I'm still single and I blah, blah, blah. You know you're wrong because you're trying to omit stuff. I can't deal with people who aren't honest with themselves. Yes, I was doing the most. I don't think
that he was saying that it wasn't wrong. And I don't think anybody can say that any type of behavior that your partner perceives as cheating is okay or not wrong, because it's not about what you feel, it's about how it makes your partner feel. But that's common sense. But as far as emotional cheating goes, man, it doesn't exist for us. With a woman, though, a woman's emotions are tied to everything that she does, the way she acts, the way she thinks, the way that she'll feel, when she gets home. Like her whole day is tied to her emotions. So if you're pouring those emotions into another man, that's almost as disrespectful as you getting down on your knees and unbuttoning that man's pants and completing that act to a guy, because now not only is he getting your physical body, he's also getting your mental and emotional too. So that's why there's a very different, I'd say, grading scale when it comes to men and women in that regard.
I was talking to somebody today and we were having this exact conversation about how, to me, the scariest person is a person who's in denial with themselves. And I used to be this way and I had to unlearn this behavior. I'm talking like in my 20s. But what would happen is I was situational. If I was on one side of the coin, I would look at it from all the information I was privy to and then act accordingly. But if I was on the receiving end, I would have a different stance. And so my partner at the time would get really frustrated, like, bro, you can't be like so opposite on the different side. But in my mind, because I was ignorant and immature, I'm thinking, but I know this person, like when it's on my side, I know this person and I know what my intentions are and I know da. And so it took me time to realize if it ain't good for the goose, it ain't good for the gander. And so this person was dealing with us, her guy going out to lunch with someone that he said was a female friend, you know, a girlfriend, a homegirl. And then something happened which made her connect dots. And that's the only reason she even thought to ask, because she's very secure. And she said, have y'all smashed? Like, do you have a pass? And he was like, oh yeah. And just to share this information and, you know, uncovering all this. And I said, I don't want to be in a relationship with someone that I have to explain that to. I should, like, you shouldn't even want to go hang out with an ex. And if for whatever reason you are, it should already be known this is your ex. It should already be clear that I'm okay with it. You know, it's like a really unusual situation. You know, I don't know, whatever. But I can, all of that, like, I gotta dig for clue. No, you're dead to me at that point.
The only reason why I talk to my exes is because we have children.
Yeah. And you're not going to Kiki one-on-one at lunch.
I haven't smiled at one of my son's mothers since they've been alive, or since we've been separated. Like, I don't play that ex stuff. Like, once you're an ex, the only reason why I even acknowledge them is because we have children. But once they turn 18, that's over. I pretend like I just had these kids by myself. But bro kept that to himself on purpose. Yeah, he knew good and goddamn well going to lunch with somebody you've already been inside is not okay
at all.
Because if, like, my woman did that, you know, I'm going to jail. Like, that's the thing. So it's just some of this stuff is just so, like, far-fetched. It seems stupid to me. They're like, bro, you thought that it's okay to go out to eat with a female at lunch that you have already ejaculated in. That is crazy to me.
But some of them think that, I don't know why, Willie. I know it's so far-fetched to you, but some of them really think like...
None of them really think that. They just tell y'all that because they think they can get you to believe it. Nobody thinks that. Nobody with no one, unless they're like mentally deficient, believes that. No man.
Yeah, and I feel like there's some people who just should be single. If you are so pressed to be friends with your exes, you should be single.
I think you should get back with them.
I'm saying, get with the exes that I don't have bad blood with, because most of my situations didn't end in bad blood. Even my ex-husband, we could joke or whatever, right? But
nope, you got Monte now. Ain't no joking with the ex-husband. Nope.
I say I can't. I'm saying I can't if I wanted to. Meaning, like, we have that type of rapport. But what I'm saying is that anyone that I've dealt with knows that our friendship even is conditional. If I ever get in a relationship, you don't know me, I don't know you. So it's like, it's okay that you get along with somebody if you're single, because there's a familiarity there. You know, you guys have maybe were friends before, whatever the case may be. But as soon as you get in a relationship, there's no reason to communicate at all.
And the men, we have those, every man breathing has a friend or a female acquaintance that he'll talk to, kick it with, catch up with in between relationships. But as soon as you get with a girl, he know he got to leave her alone, because as soon as they find out y'all history, they're going to be, it's a problem.
That part.
And it's not uncommon. But what seems to, and what also shouldn't be common, is that, like, dudes thinking that shit is okay. Like, bro is going to lunch with a girl that he's had folded up like a pretzel and just was and you supposed to think the only sausage she's eating at lunch is what's on her plate? That's crazy. Like, I would have, for me personally, right, as that's what I call a fireable offense. There's no more relationship after that, because now every time you leave this house, in my mind, you're going to go have lunch with one of your other female friends that I don't know about, or male friends or whatever, right, that I don't know about, and it's a problem for me. So that's just one of them conversations that we just can't come back from.
Yeah, and I'm never gonna trust you, because that information only came out because I
asked.
That's wild.
But you know what? And then people try to reverse, because they be like, well, I didn't have to tell you, but you wouldn't have told me.
No, men always say that to women they don't respect. If a man has ever told you some silly shit like that, he was telling you he thought you were stupid.
Right. That's a good point.
Yeah, I was ready to catch catch a flight and a case because I was like, that's crazy.
Good point. My ex, right?
You said what?
I said my ex, right? So, you know, even like we talk about emotional cheating, but just sometimes I'm thinking how Willie said, you know, sometimes they say stuff because they think you stupid, you know. And so before we broke up, my ex, the one I just had, I told him one day, well, no, we were broke up. So this had to be like February. And he makes chicken, like this really good rotisserie chicken. So we gets on the phone. We were broken up. We ain't really detached at that time. You know, it take a minute.
Process. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So he says, you know, I just made the chicken for the kids. And I said, you know, I really love how you make chicken. Like that rotisserie chicken, he got one of them little machines really, really well. You know what this Negro said? He said, my ex do too. So I stopped. So mind you, I'm an ex. So I was like, he got to be kidding. He talking about me. Right? He said my ex do too. So I was like, wait, who are you talking about? Now, my was married for 16 years, right? He says, my ex, Kiyomi, that's her name, right? I was like, oops. I said, so at what point, right, did you think that it was okay for you to say, I'm giving you a moment, you know, like that was a moment that I'm being appreciative of you. At what point did you think you saying that was okay? And in his straight Gemini voice, because I'm telling you, I just had Geminis the last 3 times. So I think it's Geminis. I'm not even a horoscope person, but all them dummies have acted alike, even my ex-husband. But he said, well, I wasn't saying it like that. I was just saying it. And then she used to really like my chicken. I said, but the question is, why do you think it's okay to bring her up? He said, well, I didn't think it was an issue. So you're right, Willie. Maybe he thought I was dumb.
I just want to know, have you dated anybody that actually liked you? Because like the stuff you're telling us is letting me think that these men hate you for some reason. Like there is something in.
Give me question. I'm serious. You're right.
Me too. Because these men hate you. There's no way a guy does that to someone he loves, even if he's like special needs, which these guys probably weren't. Because I don't think you would date somebody who drooled on themselves.
Love on the spectrum.
But yeah, definitely. I don't think that you would date someone on the spectrum, but the stuff that you tell us these men are doing to you is like shit from a Tubi movie. Like I would have never in my life. Yeah, you make really good chicken.
That's why I said. That's why I started following. To be honest, that's why I started following this platform because I'm like, it gotta be something.
It's better this platform than like a murder mystery because I'd have been trying to kill. Ain't no way. You can't play with me like
you said, yeah.
As a man, right? I don't tolerate that. But I could only imagine, like I'll say this: if my woman was telling me that she had these types of experiences with her exes, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm looking at her a little different. Like, so you mean to tell me that you did it? And then the second thing that this is some free game from guys. Stop bringing up men's zodiac signs. We don't care. Like, we don't care if they're Geminis or anything.
I didn't tell him that. I'm telling y'all that.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, okay. Yeah, that's like a girl thing.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Buying into his zodiac sign with you, that dude probably also
I've heard of women turning men down just from their sign alone. Like, the first question out of her mouth is, what's your sign? And then they say the sign, she says, no. I just witnessed that.
I'm a Scorpio, I know.
I'm a Scorpio, too.
Well, how are you getting played with? Because we mean.
You know what? I don't think I'm the average, Willie. You know that? I meet so many other Scorpios, and I'm not that person. I don't know. Maybe I should have been something else because
I don't really believe in it at all. I just know that I've heard it a lot in my entire life because my mom believed in it, and that's why you act like your daddy. My daddy's a Libra, but I've never really bought into any of the stuff they say about us. But I have seen, and like my sons are Virgos, all of them except for one. And I can't stand female Virgos with a passion. Just if I look at all the traumatic incidents that I've had with women, they have been Virgos, which is why I think that all Virgos are whores. But either way, though, I'm just not really buying into like when your birthday, land.
But you buy into what? But you just said you buy into.
But I'm saying if I bought into it, I would say that all Virgos are whores.
Is it weird that my two marriages are to Leo?
No.
Oh, I don't like them.
Oh, everything about Leos is that I've seen is horrible, and I've had horrible experience. Like everything that was bad described what I didn't like. And so when I did put the numbers in and I realized that I was about to marry a Leo, I was like, what? But he doesn't fit. Like, he doesn't fit the stuff that I've seen on there. But what's funny is I put both of ours in and it said, like, we do not mix well at all. My sign and his sign do not. I was like, well, good thing I'm not into that.
I like Leos, Leo women. Somewhat fine.
I know any Leo women.
Huh?
I don't know if I know any Leo women.
I guarantee you do.
Yeah, you probably do.
I'm sure I do. I just don't know that they are.
I guarantee that you know a Leo woman. I guarantee it. So yeah, Leo women are nice.
Overall, yeah, Willie, I'm starting to agree with you. After being on here for several times, I don't think they like me.
I'm surprised you ain't been to jail for fighting a dude before. Because I'm telling you, if I was in your body and that happened to me, I'm swinging. Like
he lives in San Antonio, but I wasn't able to get to
he'd
him.
be in San Antonio, like funeral home. Like that's my point. Like every story just like gets worse. Like damn. Like at first I was like, oh, that sucks. Then I'm like, yo, that's wild. That shit you just said. That I understand domestic violence. If I was a judge that was hearing your case when you got arrested and you told me what he said, you getting community service at worst. But I understand, bro. You did it to yourself. Like 100%, you did that to yourself. You getting bust in the head with a skillet, a frying pan. You deserved it. She should have hit you with an air fryer. Like
she should have hit you with the rotisserie machine.
Yeah, or stabs you with one of them spits from the rotisserie. Like,
yeah, you're right.
What the fuck? It's not very many times. Damn, these noodles are hot. Sorry, sweating.
It's funny you said that because I mean everything is like from the conversation today, but we were just talking about spiraling, and I said honestly, no one is ever going to have to explain themselves to me about a spiral because when you love someone, they say there's a thin line between love and hate, but to me, there's a thin line between snapping and, like feeling unloved. Like when you love someone, you give them your most vulnerable. You are like the most exposed. It's like taking all your skin away. It's just raw nerves exposed. So when someone tap dances on it, there's a special level of rage because most people, you don't allow them in that close. It's like letting someone behind the armor and they can just get in there. So to me, it's like when somebody is really unkind, let's say you're expressing yourself and they just have this look and they don't say anything back or I'm sorry for doing that or I'm sorry that it hurt you or just nothing. That is like the next level of rage. And so for me, like when I've dealt with people who were just so cold and lacking empathy, I've actually been personally scared for myself, for my freedom, because I'm like, it triggers something in me where this like primal instinct comes out. It's like either you're going to protect me or I'm going to. I'll just leave it at that. I don't like that feeling that comes over me. It's like, it's one thing to have an argument. It's another for you to be an a-hole. And when you're an a-hole, when I'm hurting,
that's why I asked. But that's why I asked Willie. I be like, can men be that dumb? Because there's no way he thought that was okay. Like,
men aren't dumb. We don't care.
Okay, there you go. I got you.
We're not dumb. We just don't care. Like when these situations we all think we're dumb, we're not stupid. We just don't we just don't care. Like at all. That's what we just don't care. Because I'm telling you, men don't.
I broke up with him, right? And I broke up with him, and for him to be like, you abandoned me, you did this, you did this. But look how he talks. You see what I'm saying? With the things I've shared with y'all. Like, come on. I had to go.
Uh-oh, Keisha heated already. What did I miss?
Hey, bro, listen. Imagine you was talking to your girl, and you was like, damn, you make some really good fried chicken. And she was like, oh, yeah, Mike's boyfriend does too. What would you say?
Mm-mm.
Oh, you're not gonna. Let's go.
We're not doing that. I've heard of some audacious things before, right? That men have done to women. Like, but that to me, that is just as wild as having a baby on your girl. Like, that's just it. What? You compliment me, I compliment you, and then you bring up your ex-boyfriend. Both of y'all got to die.
Oh my gosh.
I just had some things happen. That's all.
Bro,
There's just some
Keisha
people.
could make a Tubi movie.
It's the audacity for me. I mean, I could tell y'all some
That's why I
stories.
love watching that dude, because a lot of stuff he be saying be funny. It's the audacity for me. Blocked. That's how.
When he does the girl voice, he's like, he gets into the speller girl, like, it's the audacity. Blocked. Yeah, he is funny. I'm gonna show the poll results to the question, is there such thing as emotional cheating? Survey says 67% said, hell yeah, it is a thing. And 33% said, no, there is no such thing. To
And
which
that was men, right? You said
Wait,
men?
this is to all men, right?
men
So
are
see,
voting.
women, some of them, 30% is a lot.
No, 67% said it's a
I
real
mean, yeah. 67, that's a lot when it comes to men.
Mm-hmm.
We said that emotional cheating is a thing. I agree that it's a thing, just not for men.
It's not for us, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, maybe you should have broke that
Put
down.
emotional cheating right up there with menstruation. It's not something that men do.
Can you explain in your words why you would say that it's not a thing for men? We've been talking about this at length, but I'm curious to hear what your Michaela, what your thoughts are.
My thoughts?
Yes, on why you say emotional cheating isn't a thing for men.
Let me put my glasses on so I can hear you. You know you be. Where's my glasses?
All philosophical for you and stuff? No. I'm not getting that deep today. I'm tired. With women, it's all about feeling, because like I said, like I always say on these things, you always start with I feel.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have that connection with, like, emotional connection with another man or another woman or any type of romantic situation where feelings are involved, that's it. Boom. With men, it's just physical.
So are you, if I may ask this hypothetically, let's say that I'm trying to pitch this in a way. Let's say we're both single, and let's say we live in different states, so we can't just readily go hang out or whatever. And we start conversing, and you find our conversation titillating. We have great banter. You find yourself wanting to speak to me every single day. And eventually, when you see me in person, you want to be physically intimate. What is all that before? Like, what makes the man say, I want to be in a relation? I understand someone hitting it. You just have to think she has a nice body. But what makes a man say, I want you to be exclusively my girl, and then I want to take it to the next level and get married, if that's not an emotional connection?
That's a whole new topic.
That is a whole new topic, but emotional connection.
Hold
on, emotional connection and emotional cheating. That's two different things. You're kind of going.
I'm building my case.
Okay.
So I want to explore whether or not you can bond with someone emotionally. That's my first layer that I'm trying to get to.
Whether men can bond with someone emotionally, of course we can.
Okay.
That's just not our top A1 list.
Yes. So my question is, if a bond can exist, there could be a physical bond, there could be an emotional bond. If that bond can exist, then why do you not see the bond as a violation if you're not supposed to be bonded at all with anyone else?
But ask that again.
Why would you think that bond isn't a problem? So let's change the situation, right? You're in a relationship, you have a whole wife, and I'm single. And let's say it started off innocent, but then you started sharing about your day, and I'm sharing about my day, and flirting started, and now there's this bond, right? That bond exists, according to you're saying there is a bond when you connect with someone emotionally. You haven't hooked up. There's the bond. I'm saying, why isn't that bond inappropriate if that same bond that makes you want to be in a relationship with the person and then marry that person is the same bond you're having with someone outside of your wife, why is that not inappropriate?
So I'll say it this way, and it may hurt some feelings, and it may even like make women think that men have no feelings or emotion, but it's a mechanical bond for us. It's not an emotional bond for us.
Explain that, please.
It's like men are mechanical. I always say men are mechanical, women are emotional. So we look at the mechanics of the situation. We look to make sure that everything is running smoothly, like a car.
Okay.
And again, I have to say this. This is not to say that we're cold-hearted and have no feelings.
You're just
But
different.
we look at a process of situations. How does this fit to make this run?
Okay.
Women look at it as, how does this make me feel so that I can be happy?
Okay.
And it's all emotional based. And so if there's a kink in the system, or if there's like a screw loose or something like that, then that's just not going to work for us, because we have to look at the mechanics of the situation. We look at how this is going to make my life better. How is this going to make me happy? How is this going to get me to that point of saying, hey, I want you to be my wife? Not how am I going to feel about the situation?
So
in that sense, when a woman is emotionally cheating, it's going to affect us more, because we know that women are emotionally based. Their emotions are the core of who you are. And if you step out of something based on feelings and emotions, we know what that means. Just like if we check out of the mechanics of the relationship, we stop supporting you, we stop, providing resources to you, that we've checked out.
Okay, so here's my question then. Are you saying that you don't, I'm not trying to be funny, but like you don't have feelings when you say I love you?
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so this is where I want to figure out where there's the disconnect, because I'm following you and there's like a abyss, and then I think I'm with you. So I'm going to figure out where the abyss is. So if you have I'll use Keisha just because it's more appropriate with you both being single. So you and Keisha are talking and you're both single. You're saying sweet things. She's saying sweet things. Eventually you get to a point where you say, I don't want anyone else talking to her. I want her to be mine. I want to be in a relationship. What makes you want to be in a relationship with her, hypothetically?
The mechanics working out. And again, it's not saying that we're not feeling anything. When we say I love you, it doesn't mean that we're not saying that with the heart. But I'm saying that the first thing that comes to us is the mechanics. Once those mechanics are aligned, then like I said before in another show that you had, we're like, oh fuck, I love this girl. So that's not, if you can tell the inflection of that, that's not a feelings thing. That's like this, damn, the light just went off. I'm making this all these things fit in my life mechanically. Therefore, I love this girl. Whereas like then with the woman, it's like, I see you're still confused.
I am very confused. When you say the mechanics, so
let me tell you this, you're trying to think of it from a feelings base. That's why you're not connecting with it, because you're still thinking in your mind, how does this connect emotionally, feelings based from that sense? And again, it's not easy for a woman to understand how we feel. However, men study women. We have to study women in order to be able to talk to women, in order to be able to get your attention, in order to be able to get you to that point to where we want to wipe you up, right? And so we know that you are feelings based. So we do things and say things so that we can tap into your emotional side. Whereas women, on the other hand, you're always not wanting to, but there's always this thing of, how do you feel? How do you feel? How are you feeling? And so it's a challenge to understand that side of us, the mechanical side of us, which again, it's not a bad thing. We don't say that women being emotional is a bad thing. So women can't.
Right. You'll never hear me say different is bad.
Right. And so it's just the same as, again, looking at a situation of things have to align for us in a certain way first before we have that epiphany, that moment of wow, that shock moment to our heart.
And that's what I'm talking, but that's what I want to talk about. So you said something has to line up, and then we feel that shock, and we realize something is gauging the heart. But that's the part that I'm talking about. Whether it comes 7th, 1st, 3rd, it still happens at some point.
Yeah, it's a realization. We have an aha moment,
right. But what I'm saying is, I'm talking about post aha moment. So post aha moment, I would call those feelings.
Yeah. I'm not saying that we're not having feelings. No.
So then this is where I want to understand. So if you experience feelings at that point, whether it took you 6 months, 8 years, whatever, when you get to that point,
8 years, damn.
I mean, I was being dramatic, but it takes you a while to get to that point because you went through all the mechanics. But now you have bonded with Keisha in this hypothetical situation. So why would that bond that is based on emotions be different than a bond that someone else had based on emotions that she quickly got to?
Because between the bonds are different. One's a bond with the man from a man's point of view. The other is a bond from a woman's point of view. Like you said that the bond that he got there quickly, but then she got this because the two people having the bond have different experiences. The experience you have is different than the experience Monte had. Right. For example, Monte fell in love with you is results based. That result being, I want a woman who does this. Oh shit, I found a woman who does this. Over time and consistency, he's like, shit, we're having a good time, we're a vibe. Yeah, I don't want her doing this with nobody else because men are territorial. And then after that territorial spark is kicked, time is all it takes. And now consistent, it's kind of like with women. If you give women consistent orgasms, they're going to catch feelings. If you show up for a man in the way that he wants you to consistently, and you demonstrate you're the type of woman he does, the outcome, the result of that mechanical process in his mind, that checklist is him loving you. Mm-hmm. It's not complicated. It's just.
But this is where I'm confused. You're both saying we get there slower than you guys.
We get there differently than you get.
No, you get there in a different way. Like, let me give you
you arrive there in a different vehicle. Like you take a minivan and we take a sports car, but we both get to the same destination.
We take a minivan.
No, y'all take a Corvette. We take a cruise ship.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, if we're both going to San Pedro, whether it took you 3 weeks to get there or 60 seconds, we're both in San Pedro eventually.
No. A man in San Pedro
I'm not stupid. I know I'm not stupid. So what am I missing?
You're not stupid. You're just trying to look at this like a woman.
Mm-hmm. That's not an insult. That's not an insult.
It's not an insult at all. But
I don't take it as an insult. I promise you, I'm the least offended person you'll ever meet.
I would never insult Yonci. So there's also she has that safety net there. But
my frustration is in me not getting it. It's not directed.
You said that like we're both in San Pedro. Cool. For example, Keisha and my man are all in San Pedro too. He has a very different experience in San Pedro. You know why? Because he can go out by himself. He's safe. He doesn't worry about being a tourist. He's a man. Keisha has to go over there and be careful where she goes because she's a woman. The fact that they are two different sexes is why their experiences are going to be different. So you're saying that we both get to the same place. Yeah, they rode the same flight there. They didn't do that. That's no problem. But when he got in his cab, he wasn't worried about getting kidnapped. She had to be worried about getting trafficked. When he got to his hotel, he wasn't checking under beds and putting extra locks on the door. He's a man. Keisha has to. It's just a different experience for women when it comes to fall in love or like emotionally as compared to men. He used a perfect word. We are mechanical. If understanding that men are mechanical, that should make us so much easier to understand. Because literally, it's like cogs in a clock. If this cog is here, it turns this one, it turns that one, it rotates the crankshaft, and now the clock works. For your example, the clockwork is us falling in love. You got to put those gears in place with a man before that we even start thinking about that. Like, oh God, this woman gives me all the pieces to like the life that I want, to the woman that I want. And now when I see that, and when he realizes that, oh, I can do something with her. That's when he wants to lock you down. Mm-hmm. Then once he's actually done it with you, got the home situated, got the consistent, date night relationship, girls trips. Consistently good with men is how we fall in love. Right. Like that I loved her from the moment I knew her shit. Rare, can happen. But again, it's kind of like you go to a car auction. You find a car that has no mechanical issues. It's just dirty. So you clean it up, you wash it up, you put the effort into it, and you got a really good car. And we men appreciate that. But for y'all, if y'all went to an auction, y'all want the car that's like brand new, super clean, no mechanical issues, but you wouldn't care about like the history of it. You guys just want to see be presented with what's right now. Man, we can see the process and journey with feelings, and that's how we take them. Like we're not, and that's why when we cheat, you can't say like we can say that it's not emotional. Dudes cheat because more often than not because our needs aren't being met.
It's a mechanical thing. And if you don't mind, let me add to his clock reference. You look at the clock, like you said, that's our mechanical makeup. you can consider yourself the battery that keeps that clock running. That's the emotion that you're putting into us. Once that battery is taken away, our mechanics stop. That's why emotional cheating is different for women, and it affects us more, versus the mechanical, because the mechanical process is always going to be there. Once we get married, there's still that mechanical process, of looking at providing, looking at children, looking at going to work. All that stuff is there. The mechanical is always going to be there for us. A real man. The mechanical is always going to be there. But the emotional side of it, it's not, again, it's not eliminated from us. It's just not our priority makeup, our primary makeup. Sorry.
I guess this is what my confusion is. There are men who all talk about their first heartbreak. We even did a segment on that. And for a lot of guys who can't heal from that, they never date the same again. They become jaded, or they become more guarded, or what. It genuinely affects them. You cannot be heartbroken over mechanics. You're heartbroken because you are emotionally.
You can't be.
You can't be.
Okay,
yeah.
so my brain can't understand, and maybe this. I'm
It's the same. Okay,
maybe this is the first topic I just can't understand, because usually I can metaphors.
That's our heartbreak. If you take the battery out of that clock, we're heartbroken, literally.
Right.
If our car stops and the battery dies, we're mechanical. There's a mechanical issue there. And if you don't say, for example, a lot of guys will say, oh, my heart was broken by this person. So they've been trying to fill that void, replace that part, and haven't been able to find a part that was as high quality as the one previously, i.e. a woman who was as good as the one they lost.
Right.
So
they're not using Energizer batteries, they're using Dollar Tree.
Yeah, I mean, you can say it that way, or you're trying to put a Honda part in a Lamborghini.
Yeah, like so he got lucky. He had a Mercedes Benz, but now I won't use that, right? So say he had a Lamborghini.
Sorry, I don't want to lose you, because this is the first time I'm slightly getting the analogy. Are you saying, because in my course, shameless plug, I feel shame, shameless, right? No, shameless. I talk about women literally being the spark of, I'm saying literally because it's in my course, but I describe women as being the spark of life for men. They add color to the black and white world. So it's interesting that you were saying that as far as the battery. So are you saying that men are not fully functioning the way they would until they're in a relationship, until that spark is added, which you're using metaphorically as the battery coming in?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I don't get the losing.
What I'm saying is
battery
that
is like losing them.
We are mechanical, and when we have the parts for us to work to do what we want to do, in this case, is have a relationship. We can take. Excuse me. It's like this. We build a car together that's building a relationship with you, finding you, and then we say, "Damn, now where do I go?" So we have all these options of places we can go, but with you, we're going to want to go do things that have us just with you, being exclusive, being in a relationship. That's where we use the mechanical thing that we've built inside of ourselves. We use that to get to that point with you, and you come with us. I think the disconnect is that, seriously, I used to say it was impossible for 99% of women to understand how men think outside of like the clickbait and all the, podcast bros and all that shit. Like, I really think that it's difficult for women to conceptualize men as cars or mechanical objects because if we gave, I think what would work better for you guys if we gave you like a flow chart of our thought process. Like if we gave you a logic chart so you could see, hi, meet Yonci. Yonci's pretty. Not only is Yonci pretty, she's a good mom. She's an entrepreneur. She's well-spoken. She's a dating coach. Kind of scary, but cool. She's a great conversationalist. And we start branching down from all of those trees, the possibilities become so great that we're like, well, damn, I want to be the guy that takes advantage of all of that greatness she has. So now, once we've got to that part, now we're at a deeper second tier of our tree. Okay, cool. So we've got her. Now, what can we do? What else can we do? We know what comes next. It's girlfriend, then wife. That's how it goes, unless you don't want to do that, right? And then it's life partner gang forever. So we know what's coming, and then after we realize that, we do what it takes to keep getting there. We do the maintenance. We change the oil. We take you on date nights. We make sure that your needs are being met. We make sure that we satisfy you physically. We make sure that we plan for the future. We start doing the things that make our mechanical in us, not just you. We do those things because it maintains us as well. Because we know that if I keep doing these things, I will continue to have access to her.
Now that is the clearest I've understood. So you're saying it's utilitarian. If I do X, Y, Z, I will get 1, 2, 3, which is what I value.
Yes.
My question then would be something that Monte said, and he said he's been in plenty of relationships. So I hope I don't get in trouble for saying this. Sorry, exes. But
I'm telling
you. He said until he experienced it with me, he thought that butterflies were just something in a Hollywood script. He didn't think it was an actual experience. So when he felt something happen, i.e. feelings, it was like, whoa, he hadn't experienced that.
The first time a man is stimulated outside of his loins, that's typically his first time, being with someone that he genuinely loves. Like, I've been married before, but I can tell you I've taken a polygraph and been asked this question before. For what I thought I was feeling, it wasn't love from my ex-wife. It was, we've been together for so long, it was just natural. It was what was expected.
It was practical.
And then I've also, being with someone, like, I noticed the difference between like loving someone because you have time, shared experiences, shared history, to being in love with someone and wanting to invest in building a shared history and loving her regardless because she just fits your clock, your cog. She brings in all these extra pieces that unlock all these different things for you. Like, I had never been with a woman that I really planned for a future for, but I've always been with women that I would be okay with benefiting from my plan for my future, like knowing that I was going to get to where I wanted to go financially, all of those things. But now, like, being with a woman that I want to invest in, that I want to make sure she's okay even without me, independent of me, that's something that I didn't do for someone I was married to, but someone that I do to someone that is my girlfriend. So it takes a lot for us to understand that. So, like, the butterflies thing, I think in my personal opinion, I'm too emotionally well regulated for that because I'm always aware of my emotions because I have to keep them in check because I'm a very passionate person. So I've just been through years of therapy, mental, whatever. I'm a very, very stoic person emotionally, but I do understand that, like, getting excited, like when you see someone after you haven't seen them in a while.
That was my first example I was going to ask.
I had never done that before. Like, and mind you, I'm going on deployments for 9-10 months and coming home like, just, okay, what's the next thing? But then, like, looking forward to seeing someone, looking forward to doing things with someone, like looking forward to getting to the airport to pick her up, not because of what we do on the way home from the airport, but just like because I'm excited to see her. Those are things that it takes the right type of person or right type of woman for him to experience. But it just means that now those emotions, it just means that all we're going to do is get to those emotions in a way that we thought we had been before. Like,
but that's the thing you're describing. So I think it might be semantics. What you're saying, I feel in a happy anticipation of seeing her. When I don't see her for a long time, I feel a way. Those are what we.
Ours is from a utilitarian standpoint. That's why. Yours are from a like, I like to feel this. Ours, we feel that way because of what you guys are doing. And then we also benefit from because of how we view it for ourselves. For example, a really good example. One thing that I think every man appreciates his woman doing for him, and you guys hate it, is cleaning up after him. Right? We've talked about that, a time or 10. But also what that shows us is that, when a woman does it just because she wants to, that type of concern and thought about you make our life easier that you want to do, that moves us more than, I'm not going to say any blowjob. But
all right, Willie, I got to add this because I got to put a disclaimer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind doing it.
We know that.
I have a problem with the expectation of it.
Right.
So Monte will tell you 9 times out of 10, if he eats breakfast sitting at his desk, he's not bringing that plate out of the room. So it actually happens. But it happens because I don't have you better come get this plate kind of a man. I just had to make that disclaimer. That's what makes me want to do it, that he doesn't force me into that role, knowing that I'm not his servant. I have my own career. I work just as many hours, if not more. So the respect he gives me makes me want to do that.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with the act itself. It's the expectation that
we understand that you will do for your man, but those types of things are what make it make sense to us, to especially for those of us like who are in a position where we have the leverage in being able to say that, hey, I'm choosing a wife. I'm going out and a woman can demonstrate to me that she's worth being my wife. Those are the things that make us make that choice. Those of us that make it make sense for us in our head mechanically to choose you, because you do the little things that just make our life easier and we don't have to ask for it.
Right. It's the anticipation of our needs is the thing there. And if I go back to the clock reference one more time, I don't want to beat that.
No, I'm a metaphor girl.
That's a good one.
But where we are with the clock and the cogs and everything, and it's going around, and the woman, the battery, the emotions of it. If that woman steps up and say, "Hey, this clock's been running for about a good year and a half. I think it may need some oil. Let me just go spray some oil on those cogs." That's the type of thing we're talking about. Yeah, can we do that ourselves? Yeah, but a woman that's in tune with the mechanics of the situation and saying, this clock has been running without oil for a year and a half. There may, let me just tweak it a little bit. Those are the type of things that he's talking about. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but
we're on the same wavelength here for sure. So feel free. Pause.
I don't know. I'm curious to hear I wish the other ladies were on the panel.
Why you're talking about men though? Like, I'm not trying to be funny, but they would be useless.
I wish they were on the panel so I could see if they're just as confused as me, because someone put in the comments they're confused, and I'm like, I am too. So I'm curious to know if they're just as confused.
I made it a point not to respond, because some of the stuff that, like, what, one of the things that annoys me is when someone says, "So you're saying," and it is the complete. Nothing that I said should make a logical or rational person think that's what I just said. Like it's almost like as soon as someone says, "So you're saying," they're going to get everything you said wrong.
But the thing is that I give grace for that, because if you've ever taken like a communication class or something like that, they call it filters. We have filters because of our life experience, the way we hear things, even our region where we live, it's said a different way. So somebody could see something in. Like we could say "shut up" in California, and we really mean "oh my god" to keep going into the T. To someone else in maybe New York, they're like, "we ready to fight because you just told me to shut up." But we're like, "Shut up." That means Valley Girl, like, "oh my god." So there's all kind of things that could help keep someone from understanding something clearly.
Okay.
So I actually like when someone says, "is this what you're saying?" And then I can go, "no, it's actually not." And then
let me put it this way. Going back to the basics of biology right now. And this is the actual, pretty much the general makeup of men and women. Okay. You have an egg. Where does that egg sit in a woman's body? Sits somewhere just chilling, sending out signals, right? Sending out emotions, right? What is a man? Sperm. You got millions of sperm going to this one egg, right? So it's a mechanical process from the time we are released to the time that we connect with that woman, and it still doesn't stop. So if you look at how the sperm works, it has to go through so many layers, so many barriers, and once they get to that egg, it still has to work those mechanics to penetrate that egg, to get inside the egg, and only one does it, right? So if you look at that from a man versus woman, or not versus, but a male-female perspective, we are already, our genetic makeup is mechanical, because you have the flagella going through, and you have that mechanical process of working through all of these barriers, all of these challenges, all of these obstacles, all these different scenarios to a mechanical process. None of what we do is feelings based. Not saying that we don't have feelings, it's not feelings based. Okay. And so what we're doing from the time,
when you say feelings based, you mean feelings motivated? Is that a fair synonym?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. If that helps, yes.
It does help.
And so if you take it back to that, just to that simplification, then that should help women to explain what he and I are talking about, is that our process from the very beginning is a mechanical process. And again, it's not that we don't have feelings, because I think once you say that we're mechanical, people will think the Tin Man, no heart.
Yeah.
But that's not what we're saying. We're just saying a woman is basically, it's just that, it's just.
So we could flip it. I was going to say we could flip it. So you wouldn't say we don't possess logic, but we
I didn't say that.
No. I was saying you could. You could. I'm flipping it to see if this makes sense. You could, if let me just not say it that way because it sounds like you're already taking it like I'm going to say something else. If we have our primary motivator, our primary fuel, what's fueling our decisions, you have logic and you have emotions.
Mhm.
I would say, I'm not even speaking for all women. For me, I tend to be more emotion fueled. That tends to fuel most of my decisions. But that doesn't mean I don't possess logic. That is just not the person driving. So I have logic sitting in the passenger seat, emotions in the driver's seat, and I have to fight sometimes to get the emotion out of the driver's seat and force logic in there. It's not by default in the driver's seat. So what I hear you saying, which you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that you have logic and processes and things like that that are not feelings based, that's naturally in the driver's seat.
Right.
Feelings happen to be over there in the passenger side, but they're not taking the wheel.
Correct.
Are we? Did we finally get somewhere
Finally
close?
got
I like that. I
Yay!
really like that. I like that. That was good.
So what you're saying is, I'm like breakthroughs. So what
Really
you're
don't
saying,
like that. So what you're saying is
right. What
Well, no,
hear
I
you
like it. I
saying-
don't mind
So what you're saying
when
is-
you actually quote what we're saying. It's just
But I
rare
like
that
to
y'all
say
do
what I
that.
hear you saying, because then that allows for there to be a mistake on my part. What I hear you saying is that when it comes to, because we're gonna get back to where we all started from, is when you are motivated to do something with a woman, 90% of the time, it is a logical decision that you're using to make that decision based on being swept up in emotions. Is that a fair statement then, to bring it back full circle?
No, you added too much icing on top of that cake.
Yeah, she sure did.
Okay, because where we started from is whether or not it's egregious for a man to be spending emotional coins on a woman that's not his lady. If he's in a relationship and we know energy is currency, and giving energy, flirtatious energy to someone outside of your person is spending that currency on somebody else. And what you guys were saying is we can give our emotional currency to a woman and it shouldn't be a big deal. But if you as a woman give your emotional currency to a man, it should be a big deal. That's where this all started from.
Whoa, that's not what we're saying either. Our emotional currency is significantly less valuable than yours. You need to add that part in there somewhere too.
Valuable to who? Help me with this. Valuable to who?
To us, the people that it matters. It's
So
significantly less valuable that if I compliment a girl that I'm trying to sleep with, right, means nothing. If I compliment you, the woman that I'm trying to build a life with, love, have children with, and show up for, means exponentially more. The end result of me complimenting that girl is to get inside her guts. The end result of me complimenting my woman is to affirm her, to show her status in my life, and show that I noticed she lost some weight, for example.
So are you saying that a man is never going to flirt with a woman that he does not realistically think he will ever get in her guts?
No, because we'll leave. If that was the case, right? So we want how often men will stay unhappy in relationships and then just enjoy flirting with the girl at work, or just enjoy, getting some occasional head on the side when he takes a work trip, but he'll come back home to be miserable with that battle tank of a wife he has. He's flirting with all those other women, right? He's not doing anything else with them. He's flirting, maybe getting a little side head, and then going back home to his wife.
Okay.
Then he comes home, out of obligation. Oh, you look nice today. He smack your ass because you like it. Like, we're doing it outside of the house to accomplish a mission,
which is
busting the nut, hopefully.
But you're saying if he's just flirting with someone, but he's not getting anything, he's not getting anything physical.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but how many times has a guy flirted with you and got in your pants on the first go round?
Never.
Exactly. So, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be funny, but we're like in war.
No. I'm saying that I'm trying to clarify. I'm not arguing your point. What I'm saying is if this person is married and flirting with the big booty secretary at work, you're saying he would never flirt with her if somebody showed him a crystal ball and said, you're never going to tap that. If he knew 1000% there's never a chance.
Yes,
he would never flirt
with her. If you gave us a crystal ball and let us know which shots were gonna land and which ones weren't, man.
So, are you agreeing with that, Mikhail? That you would never find value in flirting with someone if you knew for a fact you weren't going to get cheated?
Yeah, of course.
Even if we're just trying to see if we still got it.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
So now we're getting somewhere. So my question for you then would be, why do men who are choosing to be faithful to their wives teeter on that line? Are you saying whether they're conscious of it or not, that they are eventually planning to, or are they in denial that eventually they want to? Or like, it just seems odd to me that somebody is comfortable flirting but doesn't think that they're going to cheat on their wife. Because if you're saying the point of flirting is to get warmed up to cheating.
No, I didn't say that the point of a man flirting is to potentially get inside that woman's legs.
That's what I'm saying. It's to cheat. So if you're married and you sleep with another person, that's cheating. So you're saying that the talking is trying to grease the wheel so that eventually you
It's like you said, it's a discovery call. We're trying to figure out if there's potential there for us to do more than whatever. And
okay.
And it doesn't mean that we're always going to act on it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But you said that if you thought you could get it, that's
so okay.
But again, not to blame it on nature, but that's just the biological makeup of men.
Yonci,
that's the biological makeup of men. We're hunters by nature. It's not.
You don't think we're naturally flirters? Like, I could be an Olympic athlete if flirting was a sport. I love flirting.
Yonci, I have 45 handguns and maybe 60 long rifles. Do you know how many handguns I carry at one time?
One, and
it's probably the same one. But do you know how many of those other guns I like to shoot from time to time because I have them, right? I've got a favorite. My everyday carry is my girlfriend. The other 44 guns that I have are women that I know I could shoot that I could hit if I want to, but I don't because my girlfriend is my favorite. What happens with men is when their girlfriend no longer becomes their favorite, it's because of two things. They try to go, I'll go shoot another gun. Like, say, this gun jammed on me one time, so now I want to carry something else. I don't want to carry my trusty Glock anymore. I want to carry a SIG. But when their girlfriend in this situation jams on them and becomes something that's less desirable, it's not. They want to know that they have other options. It's not. It's kind of like I'd say the reverse of you guys in hypergamy. Like, do you know? Like, it's. You know how shitty of a woman you have to be for a man to break up with you? Like, and if you don't, I'll tell you.
I do know the breaking up part, but I don't value the not breaking up because I know that they do the alternative to breaking up, which is to just start investing in another woman.
Well, no, that's the thing though. So, for example, right, you have a car that you love, and you had that car since you were in high school, and it doesn't run. You put that shit in the garage, you get another car. You don't get rid of it. But like for a guy to get rid of that car, it had to have gone through it's got to be just down bad. For a man to get rid of a woman that he's invested all that time in, has kids with, was married to.
Because it's utilitarian, yeah.
Right. You know how bad you have to have, like, you literally.
There has to be no purpose. She has to have zero purpose.
Oh, no. Zero purpose means we just sit in the car.
Or be a negative. She has to be detracting from his life.
It's not. It's worse than that. Like, so what you're talking about is like we just come home and sit in the car for like an hour because we don't want to come house and deal with you. Like, for a man to want to leave you and to dead ass be like, here, listen, I'm filing for divorce. I don't care. I don't think that good women are capable of comprehending how low and how little of that man he thinks about you, because the people confuse a lot of the time. They say the opposite of love is hate. It's not. It never has been. It's indifference. And when a man, for a man to not have remember, our emotions are mechanical. For us to go in there and reconfigure some shit, make a workaround for this one spot in our heart that now bypasses you, we remove you from any type of thing that I don't even think about you when I go to our favorite restaurant anymore. I don't even think about you when I drive past where you used to work, or when we go to where we went on our first date. When all of that shit means nothing to us, like, I would almost say that it is impossible for most women to understand what they have had to have happen for a man to leave them. But then if you ask most of these women, they've never had a man break up with them before. So that tells you that
they broke up with them.
oh no, it tells you that they're guys will just because if you break up with somebody, y'all probably both sides weren't happy. When a woman breaks up with a dude, that dude probably wasn't happy either, because if he was, he wouldn't have been cheating or doing whatever it was that he stopped doing for her to make her want to break up with him. So, but he didn't break up with her, he just stayed there. He was just like, okay, well, shit, she'll break up with me eventually. And then when she does, she won't feel bad.
Yeah,
she won't feel
much.
bad that I go out here and date the girls that I have been flirting with at work for 2-3 years now. But now that I'm single, I can actually go ahead and knock her head between the washer and dryer. Like, yeah,
But this is my drawback. On the one hand, you're describing how it's nature and men have this desire to feel like they still got it and they want to experience all of these things. Like, I have these other guns, not because I need them, but because I want them. Mm-hmm. That to me is semantics. That is saying I get something out of this experience, i.e., I get something out of flirting. I get something out of my ego being stroked and women showing me that, hey, if you did ever choose to hit it, you could, buddy. That he's getting something out of it. Therefore, my argument is that there is something there to cheating, because you're getting something out of it. You're getting your ego stroked. We're
busting a nut. Do you know how great it feels for a man to have post like that feeling right after a man has an orgasm, like post nut clarity? That'll tell you everything you need to know about his woman. Because if that man doesn't immediately bust that nut and be like, okay, damn, I got to get back home, or start thinking about how you can get the condom smell off of him, or go take a shower. Like, if he doesn't immediately start thinking that way, he hates her. Whoever he has at home, he hates her, because if that man
pre-sex.
No, because pre-sex for us, it doesn't. So this is what I'm saying.
I'm saying emotional cheating means you have
emotional cheating for men like this. It doesn't exist. Well, the way that we cheat, it doesn't take long. That's the part that I think women forget. If a guy cheats, like when you found out that he cheated, that's not when he started cheating. That man has been hitting that lady for a while. A lot of the time, he's been hitting her over multiple relationships, because he found someone who understands what it is and doesn't care. They just connect and vibe that way. So it's not like with women, when women cheat, like y'all have had, a lot of women have the same maintenance guy in between relationships. They slip up and go saying dibble dabble, whatever. The difference is what that guy had to do to get you to cheat compared to what we had to do to get that woman to cheat, and not call you and come to you woman to woman. And not be like, oh no, I'm tired of seeing you take your wife on all these trips. I want to be her, and start trying to blow your life up, right? It takes a lot more for us to maintain when we're cheating after we've done it than it does y'all. Because dudes is happy. They getting some carefree guts.
But I'm saying, so where this all comes back, started, is emotional cheating, and you guys were saying it's not a thing. Like, it's down as cheating when a guy does it, because we're mechanical, we're not emotionally driven, and all this stuff.
How? No. Time out.
No, you skipped some shit.
You skipped some shit. You added some stuff too. It's not. We don't emotional. So there is no such thing as emotional cheating for men. Period. You were dancing around that whole term. You said that we don't think emotional cheating is whatever. There's no such thing as emotional cheating for men. Women do the emotional cheating. Men do the mechanical cheating. Men do the physical cheating.
Yeah. For us, it's just for y'all, it's emotional.
I'm going to be, and I don't.
But if there was no cheating, then that means that you didn't talk to this person, didn't look at this person. You just penetrated her. Like, something had to happen before you penetrate.
So I'm going to be kind of blunt, but not vulgar with this.
If you want to, I'll say it for you.
Not vulgar.
You and Keisha and all the other ladies that are listening, imagine yourselves being with a different man every single day for 2 weeks straight. Look at your face. Look at your face. Now, if you say that to a man, we're going to smile, because that is the makeup of it. That's not emotional. That's mechanical. That is physical, right? And so you can't fathom the fact of being physically with another man each day for 2 weeks versus, for us, it's not like we don't have any emotion into that if we're with different women, because that's a physical process. Yours is emotional. You have an emotional attachment to men, which is why that affects us. If
Yours, what I hear you say just now before you continue, I hear you saying that you can have sex and be detached from the emotion. I agree with that, and I am aware.
Okay.
That's not what's in question, though.
The question is there such a thing as emotional cheating?
The reason why is because we're mechanical cheaters.
Right. We're physical cheaters. So there's not a thing. We don't think that we don't see emotional cheating because we don't do emotional cheating. Women do the emotional cheating because women have to have an emotional attachment to the individual outside of their relationship in order to cheat.
Here's my question then. Let's strip away emotions. No feelings are involved.
Hold on. I'm curious about what's that all about?
He doesn't want us to see his face on how excited he is about being with the idea.
Wait. Okay, I'll take it off. Wait, that's not why. But when you said it, I was smiling, and it wasn't because I was thinking about the idea of I've accomplished everything I want to accomplish in that regard, but just the timing of it, and I couldn't stop smiling because I was also trying not to laugh. So I covered my face before someone was like, "Damn, Willie want to be with 3 different girls every day for that?" Because I don't want no problems. That's all.
I hear you. And that's same for me. That disclaimer, it's not that I want that. I'm just giving an example of the two.
Okay, so this is what I'm trying to understand. Hold on one second. This is the person I was talking to. Okay, so you guys can hit it. Like if in a perfect world, you wouldn't have to discuss anything. You would just go, ugh, and then she would just bend over and you guys would say, right? That's like the perfect world. You don't have to get to anything.
In the perfect world, she would teleport as soon as we busted a nut. She would teleport away, go back where she goes.
She just disappears. But what I'm talking about is there are men who are doing things outside of sex. So he's complimenting her. He's making sure he gets there at the same time as her. And this is a guy in his mind going, I'm not going to cheat on my wife. I'm not going to cheat on my wife. And he might even pass a lie detector test thinking, I'm not going to do it.
No, he won't.
So, but here's the thing.
He won't.
And it's if you found out, if a woman finds out that her man has been cheating, what's the first thing she says to the man or asks him? What's the first question she asks him?
Do you love her?
Do you love her?
But that's a separate.
Hold on.
Okay. I never got to build up my case.
And the man says, he says no. So he's cheating, but it's not an emotional attachment that he has to this other person. A woman will ask the question, do you love her? Because she wants to make sure that it's not an emotional attachment. Therefore, women are focused and driven on emotion. So they are the ones that do the emotional cheating, not the men.
And I don't disagree with that. What I'm talking about is the scenario where there is a guy at work. He has no plans of cheating on his wife. However, he enjoys getting attention. He likes to have women in his DMs. He likes to know that he still got it. He likes to know that if I wanted to, I could. Like Willie said earlier, I wish my woman would have some dude thinking he had a chance to smash. So there is a level of excitement. I've heard men talk about this. They want to know that they still got it. If they,
it depends on the guy. Because wait, I just want to be clear. The reason why I said that let my woman think another man has the chance is because of where I am in life. The work that I've put in to be able to command the type of women that I can, and then to have the type of woman that I do is the difference. Because it's not off. For example, bro, you're a surgeon. If I caught one of, like, say, if I caught my girl in his DMs, I could see it. He's a surgeon, right? But he's in the top 1% of men. The other 99%, if she was in their inbox, I'm like, what the fuck? Clearly, I'm not your type. You're trying to give your box to a dude who works at the post office. Like, it's a
Why are we trashing postal workers?
Man, I'm saying for the huge financial disparity. I work at UPS now, so it's different. You know what I'm saying? I was making 60 at the post office. I'm finally making 6 figures UPS, right? So, like, that's where, when I say that, and when guys of my ilk say that, that's what we mean. Because if a lesser man can hit the same woman that we're hitting, we're not her type.
Right.
Like, that's why if you ask a lot of us, we'll say, hey, what's one of the number one things that makes women attractive? The men she has children with. Especially if her having children can already be a negative for a lot of guys.
Keep going away from the conversation, which
we already had the conversation.
No, you've answered that yourself.
To get the satisfaction, and y'all do not
No,
Okay,
we're not
no.
doing it to get satisfaction. We're doing it to bust a nut.
No, because there are women that you know you will never be with.
No, we don't. Wait,
And yet you-
wait, hold on. What man flirts with a woman he thinks he can't get
all
forever?
the dudes on the DMs
No,
and
'cause they
IG
still
models,
think they can
know
do it.
good and doggone well they ain't not gonna get
No,
it.
They
there's
still think
a
they can do
slight
it.
percentage that they think they can.
Yeah, they catch you on the right day. They think the Monte done made her mad. He been fishing too long. Well, then maybe I go over there and give her my fishing pole. Like a guy will rationalize the infinitesimally small chance. But again, we're not talking about those dudes because those dudes can't cheat anyway. Most guys aren't even capable of cheating.
I'm gonna ask one question and I'm gonna leave this alone. Here's my one question. If we took a poll and it was anonymous, you don't know who these women are, and we took a poll and we said we're gonna compare the two guys on the panel, which one would you smash? Which one would you rather smash? And it's completely anonymous. I destroyed the data. You can never talk to these women, find these women, nothing. You just know I surveyed 1,000 women who are beautiful. Are you telling me that neither of you guys would want to know the answer to that question?
I wouldn't give a shit because I know at least half of them gonna want to smash me. I've never see that's the difference.
That is a lie.
We don't care because
that is
of that.
lie.
Let me explain why. For example,
I'll say that before you go. I'll say the same thing. I know half would say me, so it's like
yeah.
That is a
not
lie.
trying to be
Y'all
funny.
are so in denial, in my opinion.
No, we're not in denial. We just don't care because it's a numbers game. He can have 900 of them girls. I still got 100 that said that they picked me. So of those 100, I know that I have 100 women I can sleep with.
Okay, Keisha, we learned today, April 17, 2025, men don't have egos.
No,
they don't have egos.
We don't have egos.
They don't have their egos stroked. Like they could care less.
Wait, see, now I have to defend being a man. You know where we would want to be competitive? Who had a better fourth quarter or who paid the least in taxes? He had to pay 200 in taxes last year. My guy got my shit down to 85. And yes, Tequila, we cocky because we've earned it. Like, it's not like we're cocky because we don't deserve it. We have done the work requisite to have talk this type of shit. So, not trying to be funny, but chill. So, he could have 900 of them girls at that 1,000. You know what that means to me? In my mind, shit, I ain't got a vet, but out of 100, he got to go through 900 women.
Right. That's what I was thinking
so
too.
Like,
he can have them all.
We don't care about that. Like at all because we still getting them. And now shit, you poll 10,000 women. Again, 9,000 can pick me, 1,000 can pick him. I'm the one that has to do all of that extra work picking out which one I want to hit. Because the abundance of choices that women think they have for marriage is really for sex. But with men that get into like where he is in life, he really has the abundance of choices for marriage. And that puts so much pressure on him to have to vet all of those women. But he would never in life compare it like now his other buddy's a surgeon too, or the athlete. The athlete probably gets more girls than him. He still does fine. He's a surgeon, like life-saving surgeon. Dude score touchdown, he saves lives. That's gonna get him a lot of different women. That's gonna get the athlete. The athlete might get the gold diggers. The girls who have a heart, have had a kid, have to have surgery, may want to give him the box because he saved little Timmy's life. Either way, he's not caring about how much vagina he gets. He cares about how much money he makes. Like now, again, we will definitely go to war behind that because even in my friend group, we talk the most shit about money with each other. None of us has ever been like, hey, bro, I get more hoes than you. We've never had that conversation before, ever.
And yet every man that I hear talk brags about how they got laid.
Wait.
And this other guy didn't get laid.
You're missing a caveat. It's every man in where are they in life? Because that matters. To some dudes, getting laid matters. Like, I'm not okay. I'll talk about him. I won't say myself. I don't want no problem.
For you, Willie.
Yeah.
You're just the exception, Willie.
No, I'm not we're not the exception. Like, because I told you, I think most men are losers. I'll go on record to say that. But what I can also say is this: we don't have an issue getting women. The men who still get excited about the fact they can get boxed are the ones who aren't used to getting boxed.
Mm-hmm.
Like you guys think that like all men can cheat. Most men can't cheat. You know how many women right now would leave their husband if they saw their husband talking to Instagram models, but talking to himself for years? Like, damn, gorgeous, that ass is fat. Oh, I like that color on you. And she's not responding one time. Like, that's, to me, if I was a woman, that would be worse than cheating. Because now you're trying to and can't. Like, I'm watching someone curve you. Like, that would seem like way worse to me, like way worse than him actually like talking and going somewhere and getting somewhere out of it. Because like you said, when we cheat, y'all ask us, did we love her? When y'all cheat, we ask, did you give him head? Like that's the difference for us. Like, damn, Keisha, you nodded your head way too fast. I don't want to know if you know personally, but I'm just saying, like,
I'm just gonna give it. That's all. I can agree with you. I just think that's
what
important. That's all. I just was saying, I think that's really important.
So there's a comment Renata says. She said, so if I hear you correctly, a guy may flirt with a woman because they're trying to see if they can sleep with her, not to see if they can be in a relationship with her, and therefore you don't see it as emotional cheating. You're muted.
I was telling my dog to shut up a minute ago.
Oh.
But yeah, she killed it with the last sentence. But yeah, it's always that last part. Like you were good until you said that extra shit.
Yeah, because there's no point in
You're saying you don't see it as emotional cheating.
No, if you're a single man and you're flirting with someone, you know, there could be that potential of a relationship. So it's not saying that. So her part of her statement is good, but then like you said, she killed it in the last part.
I don't get it. How does she kill it? Because she sounds like she's saying exactly what you guys are saying.
Because that's not why we don't see it as emotional cheating. We don't see it as emotional cheating because men are mechanical. We're not emotional. That's one separate part.
It's the word emotional. Take the word emotional. They're not emotional people.
No, that's not it either. Whoa, shit! This is getting weird now. Okay, so that's not what we said. So I'm not co-signing what she said because that shit was wrong too. Men are not emotional. We can't cheat emotionally because we are not emotional people. And there's nothing about our emotions that helps us sleep with a woman. There's nothing about us expressing emotion that's going to get us there. We're not cheating because we're sad. We're not cheating because we're upset or we're mad because we had to pick up your drawers, 2 or 3 times. We're not doing that. We're cheating because we want to bust a nut. We're not cheating to go find a new relationship. That's the last thing you want to do. So
why do you guys vent about your relationship?
Have sex. Like, I'm not trying to be funny, but God, I think you guys grossly underestimate the power of a man busting a nut.
No.
Right. And then again,
I understand what you're saying. You're saying he's going to express how irritated he is with his wife. We're going to talk about non-sexual things.
That's not emotional. Oh no! See, you're adding a layer now. Now you're talking about pillow talking. And if you pillow talking to somebody else, then again, that's
I'm talking about you're at lunch. You're at lunch. You and your big booty coworker, and you go to lunch. And you're eating, and she goes, "Oh man, you keep eating these, store-bought lunches. I can't believe your wife doesn't cook for you." And you're like, "Oh, my wife never cooks." And then you start.
This sounds like a story from one of your students.
Huh?
Is this a story from one of your students?
Real life, and that's why we say you don't be letting some other woman cook for you and all stuff because it all starts all innocent. And so she's slick with it. She like, oh, I see you keep eating little sandwich.
And that's the point. And you just hit the nail on the head right there. She is opening the door for the man to flirt to get physical satisfaction, not emotional satisfaction.
But he's opening it. He's opening.
She opened that door.
Y'all got me.
She opened that door.
Y'all got me. I went overtime. Thank you.
You're only on question 2 anyway.
You're the only one who does apples. So thank you. Y'all were honest because I sure didn't even notice we were 6 minutes over. What I'm saying is when he says something, he's opening up and sharing something emotional. Like, yeah, she doesn't cook for me. Yeah, she doesn't do all this stuff. To which the lady could capitalize on it and go, well, if I was with you, I would do this. And you deserve this, you strong man. He's not saying
you can look at that opening up as us loading our rifle or us loading our arrow because we're now in hunting mode.
Okay, so you're saying it doesn't do anything for you to get it off your chest.
Not to a woman. Not to a woman.
Okay.
No, we're just telling you that so now you feel bad for us and give us some coochie.
Okay. I'm not gonna argue with the man.
Like, I mean, now mind you, this is coming from a dude that hasn't ever had to cheat before. Like, when I tell you that it is so easy to go out there and get replacement vagina for a guy if even for the average guy that has his stuff together. Because there are women out there who will still be like, oh, you know what? I would appreciate a man who did what you did or whatever, especially the ones that work because now they know you a hard worker, you got a wife and you take care of, whatever, and you're decent, fairly attractive. It's not hard to cheat for like those guys. The guys that you keep talking about, the ones who get lucky and can cheat, that'll be pillow talking the girl and bad mouthing the girl they with now. They're like, those are not the men y'all like anyway, so they shouldn't even matter. Like, I don't know how to put it, but it just seems like now from hearing these stories, there are a lot of women with those types of men. Like,
This has been an interesting,
the only thing hard
dialogue, man.
I don't know
only
what
thing-
you heard, but they said that men cannot feel any attachment to a woman and make them feel connected to her. They
I'm
can
sure.
only
I'm
feel
sure
the
you're
desire
explaining
of
that in the wrong way.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely positive you're explaining
Yeah,
that.
that's 100%.
Me knowing you,
Yeah,
I know you're absolutely, straw
The way
manning
you
this
said that.
situation.
yeah, that's super.
I'm not even falling for that. I'm not even falling for that.
That's like exactly. You know what? You know who said that? The girls in the comments when they're saying "so you're saying," which was never, not one time they were.
No, I'm not saying. I said
remotely close.
I said
to what we were
exactly
saying.
what I meant.
Yeah, like, that's like there's no deeper level. I said
He
exactly
said
what I
it's
meant to say.
physically impossible for them to feel anything for a woman,
No.
and therefore
No, we
they
did not
cannot
say
cheat
that.
Not
We
what we
did
said
not-
either.
never
not say
feel
that.
any feelings.
That's
We did
not
not
what
say
we
that.
said. We said that men can't emotionally cheat, and that for us, I'm not. I mean, we don't have to have emotions for our dicks to work.
That's not true. Not in my case. Maybe for everybody.
Oh,
Maybe
I'm
for
sorry.
all the
That's
rest
why
of
I
you.
wanted you to come on the show.
Speaking.
sir.
Oh wait, let's not do the anecdotal shit. For the average guy, he doesn't have.
Yeah. I'm not saying you're not wrong. I'm just saying in my particular, for me, I have to feel that, or it's not going to work.
So
Cam says, send him the
I know, yeah, sir. You gotta be on the email list because now I gotta stop the show. Let me know if you want to be added to the email list. I gotta fish it in an email. And actually, do you mind doing it, Willie?
I was already doing it.
Thank you.
But you know,
okay. So
I know a lot of guys that can't cheat because
That's
they
what
love
they were
good girls.
that's what they were talking about. But this is what I'm saying, Kevin. So for me, if
Shut
the
up.
end result is a person getting hurt, I think it's bull crap to try to categorize it and say this is cheating, this is not cheating,
Because you're a woman.
but I'm the gender who will be getting hurt. So if my
That's
guy,
why you care.
but what I'm saying is to me, looking at this is all wrong of saying, is it cheating? Is it not cheating? Because if the end result is that your person gets hurt, I don't care if it's umbrella cheating, stairs cheating, cookie cheating, like it hurts the other person. She just shouldn't do it.
The
That's
only
what
cheating,
I-
the only cheating there is a sexual
That's not the
cheating.
question. Though.
Like
The question is
if you touch another man's privates, then you cheated. Outside of that, you didn't cheat.
right, and
But
that's
that's why I said I think we should take the word cheating off the table because that's what's making people have these.
No, don't try to change the
Technicalities.
question now.
Huh?
Don't try to change the question now. Leave that shit where it was at. We said there's no emotional cheating. You change the question, our entire responses go out the window. Nope.
Okay.
Is there
Hey,
such
Cam,
thing
I
as
sent you-
emotional cheating? No.
Cam, I sent you the link on Instagram.
Is there such thing? Okay, here's a new question. 3B. Is there such thing as
2B.
inappropriate? Excuse me, 2B. Is there anything 2B? If there's anything, is there such a thing as inappropriate behavior between a man and a woman that he is not in a relationship with? Is there any
Yes.
such thing as a line that can be crossed that is inappropriate with a woman who is not your person?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Do you know why I'm so like I treat women who aren't my women like men? It's for a reason. I don't do anything for other women that I do for my woman to make her feel special. Like be nice, open her door, compliment her, like the shit she posts on Instagram where like, you know, if she ever were to post anything that was like a picture, I comment on it and be like openly thirsty for her. I don't do that for other women. It's almost to me, I'm so extreme that I treat her like she's the only woman in the world. And the rest of these women are niggas. Like, what's up, bruh? Hey, what's going on? I don't, and it's because like if I do it for everybody, it's not special when I do it for her.
That part. So it's a semantics thing at the end of the day.
It's a scenario-based thing.
For me, it's a semantics thing.
Okay.
Because I'm looking at the end result. The end result is I wouldn't want it to be done. So in my mind, when I hear cheating, I wouldn't want it to be done. It's not called cheating for the men on the panel, but at the end of the day, it's behavior that we all agree is inappropriate for a relationship.
You know that from
You keep slipping those little things.
you keep trying to
slipping
add
those little
stuff like
things
old
in there.
girl.
She keeps slipping those little things in there. We never
Oh,
said
they
that
make
there's
me-
no
they
such
make me
thing
a
as
drink.
cheating.
Somebody
You know,
what in?
Listen, this is gonna sound crazy, but I'll make it personal so you can understand, right? Monte can love you to the end of the world. Monte can have 2 or 3 other girls on the side that he is only fucking. He's only sleeping with. That mean nothing to him. And that does not mean he loves you any less. What it does mean is that he is not respecting the agreement that you guys had as far as your relationship being exclusive, right? But it doesn't mean that he loves you any less, though.
I'll tell you why I disagree with that.
No, wait. I'm saying
love,
to him.
Love.
To him.
No, and I'm answering for him.
Okay.
Love means despite what I feel, or to him, to Monte Robinson, love means to all human beings under the definition of love means I'm going to conduct myself in a way that is not going to harm the other person. I am going to purposely conduct myself in a way that is not going to harm the person. Now, in a hypothetical situation, if he knew that sleeping with another person wouldn't harm me, that would be polygamy, then he could say he loves me because he's in alignment.
Polygamy would be in relation. Y'all all in a relationship.
Huh?
He's just having side bitches.
No. What I said is love is saying I am going to conduct myself in a way that the end result is not going to bring harm to my person. So the only exception would be is if I had an agreement with him that said, I don't mind that. I'm okay with you having side chicks. If I said that, then he could say, I love Yonci because he's acting in a way that is not going to hurt me because I've said this won't hurt me. But if I say to him, this 1 + 1 = Yonci getting hurt, and he still does that thing that he knows for a fact will hurt me, you cannot say I love that person.
That's not the definition of love, though, Yonci. That's a contract under love. That's a contract under love. That's not the definition of love.
Okay, I'm going biblical then. I'm going off of biblical. And
Whoa.
We get it.
Okay.
You going biblical,
right.
But
okay.
I mean, just saying that's not like when I say I love you means I'm not gonna hurt you, right? Obviously. But that's because one, having multiple women is fucking annoying. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like y'all are super annoying in large groups. And then two, my woman's enough, right? So I don't need other women. But at the same time, if I had other ones, it wouldn't be because I loved her any less. That wouldn't mean anything.
You're conflating two things. You're not saying your ability to be able to do this is not a reflection of how you feel. I understand that you can separate an emotional attachment from banging someone. That's why I said if we had an agreement that banging someone doesn't mean anything to me, then I would truly believe he loves me and I wouldn't think anything of it. But the fact that I'm wired to say I want exclusivity and he knows that and still does something that would 100% without fail hurt me, I don't believe you saying I have love for you because love makes you control yourself. Love makes you refrain from doing things and that you want to do, and it makes you refrain from, it makes you do things that you don't want to do. So we say we have different definitions of love, and I'm interested to know in the comments how many people agree that that's my definition of love, because it's not an emotion. Love is not an emotion. It is the decision to say, I am going to treat this person the way that I am supposed to. Same with my kid. No matter how I feel, I'm going to treat this person the way that I should, because I am if I love them, my actions are going to
Well, it's not the same with a kid, because with the kid is not voluntary. If you don't, you go to jail.
No, you don't have to love a kid. You can care for them and not.
I'm saying that the care for that child comes from your love, and if you don't care for that child, you go to jail. But that's a good point. It's going to tie into your next question, though.
Yeah,
I think the gentleman just joined wanted to say something.
Oh, hi, Cam. Welcome to the show. I'm glad you had a chance to stop cheating on others and come join us. He's cheating. He cheats all the time with podcasts. He probably has like sticky podcast fingers from all these other podcasts that he's typing fingers on.
Yo, I've been doing work. I've been working.
In the field. I understand.
Yes, in the field. Okay.
A lot of undercarriage.
No.
Welcome. Have you met Keisha?
Say again?
Have you met Keisha?
No, in the comments she just said like, "Yo, that was weird. Come up here," and I was like, "Oh, it's good. I come up."
No,
Yeah.
I was asking because
Everybody.
she has taken over with your wild story role. So she's our
She
new.
has? I have been watching.
I think she's our
Cam.
new Cam.
She
never
had
got
some
to meet
shit.
you.
She's had wilder shit than your date park with Edgar Allan Poe. Like she's had. Some
Listen, yo, we gotta connect. I got a flight
no,
pass.
no,
Stop
y'all
playing with
don't.
me.
You're gonna exponentially have crazy stories.
I'm not gonna hold you. I was about to tell Yonci not to send you the link because we can't have both of y'all stories at the same time because I'm gonna have to pay for that. Like,
Oh, I love her spirit already.
Can you imagine a conversation with them? Like, well,
no,
I had this
I
crazy
can't.
shit. Wait,
It'll never happen. If I see Cam and Keisha in the same room, I'm walking out.
Okay, yo,
I'm gonna text Cam like, "Hey, bro, hit me when you're done." I'm not. There's no way.
When I meet y'all in person, I'm not sharing no damn stories. This
You
is
already did it.
She has real life stories.
sharing
She has
anymore.
hypothetical stories.
Even worse.
I wouldn't tell y'all my real life stories because y'all probably know who was who and stuff. It would be terrible. So yeah,
Cam,
be
she told us some shit earlier that had was like, bro, you know it takes a lot to surprise me.
Jacob said I had Cam beat. Jacob, be quiet.
Yeah, you know what, Cam? She might.
wait,
She
now I gotta go
really
back
might have you beat, bro. She might, for real, for real.
I had
She
to go
might
back
have you
4
beat.
episodes, Cam, to catch up.
Cam, she said some wild. Listen, I'm saying I'm calling it wild. Look who's saying it. It's me.
Yeah, no. Listen,
She said some wild shit.
Oh snaps! Are we talking about
my storytelling?
Wild. Cam,
Okay, listen.
it's wild for me.
Yeah. Okay. I'm
wanna
going
relate.
back. Yo, Yonci, I'm gonna add some views up on your stuff. Okay, we're gonna run it up. I'm just so happy not only to be back, but I'm glad that somehow my spirit and even a greater spirit of storytelling has came and filled the void while I was out here servicing clients in the proper way, not in the way you guys were talking about me. So, but going back to love.
Oh, I can't.
Okay, so going back to love, definitions help sometimes. I slightly disagree with your definition of love because I actually have a definition. It's and going back, if we even want to be within the biblical realms, it's an unselfish concern for someone's welfare and well-being, right?
Okay.
So, we can work with that. So walking around that is there's going to be a lot of contracts, like the young man said, that are underneath that, and that's where we have to come to compromise. And if we love each other, we come to compromise into those. That's where conflict resolution, those kind of things happen. So I think, let's say if I know Yonci and I know you a lot, there are certain things that I'm going to do to try not to hurt you. But there are times that I'm going to have to hurt you in order, because it might be for the better good of our relationship. Mm-hmm. So it's not always a thing about keeping and preserving your feelings, because I'm not here to babysit a grown woman's feelings. I'm here to make sure that we grow together in legacy. So that's the one thing I would disagree with, is that it's not always about a feeling thing.
I can argue though that I'm in agreement with that statement, because if you're trying to protect the relationship, you're ultimately trying to protect me because I want the relationship. So I wouldn't even have an issue with that definition. You're going to do no harm, whether it's no harm to the relationship, no harm to the other person. Like, you're not going to intentionally harm. I might be upset by something, but you're not going to do something going, I'm going to do this, and the only outcome is getting hurt, and there's no positive.
Well,
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I have one scenario for you though. So you brought up there was somebody who had brought something up in a video before, and they basically talked about like, hey man, those are rookie numbers. Basically the woman wasn't sleeping with them, right? So if I notify you that I'm going to go sleep with someone else because I haven't had coochie in 3 years, I mean, not 3 years is crazy, but like, let's say I haven't had any assisted bounces, I haven't had nothing happen, like nothing's been going on, and I tell you that I'm going to go do that. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm just notifying you so you can make your decision on what to do, because I can't.
And we're in a relationship in this hypothetical?
Yes.
Okay.
You haven't been sleeping with me, and I've been putting up with it. I've been mowing the grass 8 times a day. I've been doing everything, and I'm like, I can't take it anymore. I need to service something. And I tell you, hey, I'm going out here. I'm flying out to Nevada to the Bunny Ranch, and I'm getting it in.
Not the Bunny
Ranch.
Hey.
What's the question?
Never mind.
I was about to ask where it was too.
Yeah.
Why you gotta go all the way to Nevada? Sheesh.
I mean, it's a bunny.
Bro, you in Washington?
It's more.
You know how much vaginas for sale in Washington?
Say again?
You're in Washington, bro. You know how much vagina is for sale in Washington?
Yeah, listen, the blade up here on Aurora is popping, but at the same time,
that's
I wouldn't want
the
to.
number one byproduct for remote workers at home. Talk about working from home.
Listen, Portland has like 89 strip clubs inside of it.
Bro,
it's crazy.
Portland has the most strip club dense area in the country.
And at the top of the economy is 299. So yes, like let's say, like I said, all that's available, and you're not trying to make sure that you show me love, because now at this point you're hurting me. You're not loving me, right, Yonci?
You're saying that. Sorry, what was the ultimate question?
The question?
I understand the scenario, but what is the question?
The question is that at that point, it would be hurting you. My intention is not to hurt you, but I'm responding to a need that I had that's not being fulfilled because you were intentionally trying to keep something from me. So
are you saying
is that still okay? Would that be considered not loving?
I would say that because everyone is only responsible for their actions. Cam would be unloving in that moment. You could also say Yonci is being unloving by not taking care of his needs. But love is not conditional on the other person. So you are responsible to stay faithful. I am responsible to fill marital duties. We both would be in violation of it. So just because somebody isn't doing what they're supposed to do does not then condone.
So like basically starve to death to prove your love.
Okay, but no, now I have another question to follow up on that. Is that cheating if I notify you? Because if I notify you, it's not cheating. I told you what I was going to do. You can make the choice.
It's adultery.
You think it's adultery that if I told you after 3 years?
It's not about cheating. Isn't because of secretiveness. Cheating is something that is outside of what the couples agreed on. And I have to say,
okay, I'm ready.
No, I got to do the bone.
Thank you, Mont. I appreciate the super chat. I was just gonna say, dang, there's been no love so far. Thank you, Mont. He said, nah, I gotta do the bunny ranch for my 11-year-old self. Wait, 11? 11-year-old self for the one-time freak. I should have done that before I got into a long-term relationship. You said 11? 11?
I'm saying back when the bunny ranch first came out, he was young. So he probably saw it back then and was like, I want to go there one day.
Okay, I need that clarified, Mont.
It's a wild space. It's a real wild place. I had a bachelor party. The bunny ranch is wild.
They had a reality show at one point.
It's expensive. I know what it is. It's expensive too, though. Like those girls started like $3,500 up, and that's for an hour. That's expensive.
I can't in my life imagine spending money.
Because you're a woman.
You're a woman.
It's mechanical.
Oh, the bunny ranch costs money?
Yeah,
are you kidding me?
They
Bro,
you
think
they over there giving out pro bono coochie? No.
You putting these ladies through college. You putting their kids through college.
This is the thing. You know how many men spend all that money for the whole night and bust in 2 seconds?
That's crazy.
Like, I'll be pissed.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, or the cheaper ones like Mocha Fest, right?
Huh?
That's the cheaper ones, Mocha Fest, right?
Yeah, well, Mocha Fest, you just got to go out there and look like something. Just go out there and look like something, and you can go. Listen, if you're a decent looking guy and you got a sexual bucket list you haven't checked off it, just go to Mocha Fest one time. And
I heard that.
Mont said another super chat. He said when he was 11 years old, he was watching HBO Midnight Mama.
Oh,
yeah. I told you. I told you. I knew exactly what he was saying when you went with that.
Yeah, we should ask him to clarify more often if he's going to send a super chat to explain it.
You funny.
Okay, but Yonci, so you're saying that that's adultery, but would that be cheating in the sense of there's full knowledge of it?
Cheating is not conditional on whether or not it's done in the dark. Cheating means you are hooking up with someone who is not your partner.
Okay, so
you could do it right in front of her, and that's cheating.
Okay,
wait, what you mean you can do it right in front of her? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, no, continue. Sorry.
Because don't people have different
No, I was saying without consent. If it's not I said that previously, but I should say it all together. cheating is sleeping with someone outside of your partner without their consent. That's why I gave the example that if Willie had a relationship where his person was okay, or I was in a situation where I was like, I don't care, get your rocks off, and he has my consent, I would not call that cheating because that's something we're in agreement to. So the cheating speaks to the doing something without someone's consent. So whether it's in front of me, behind my back, next to me, behind me, over top, it's without my consent.
But so then last question just regarding this. Oh, sorry.
Okay. He said what? He said what's I think Cam.
What, me typing wrong here?
Because dong is a crazy typo in this conversation.
Yo,
what's Cam doing here with the little people? He got kicked off them. Otherwise, he's saying the little people like we. Because that typo was wild, man. I'm like, what was he doing in the little people platform? What?
Oh,
okay,
man.
He's saying he not with the big timers. Somehow he's slumming it with us. Little YouTubers.
You wanted them. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
No. I still got my tour coming. I'm coming out there, man. So I just had some stuff to handle. But what's it called? So last question for you regarding this, Yonci. I'm just interested in your perspective. So, given the situation and how things can happen in family court and other things like that, and you don't want to break up your family, what would you suggest someone do if they were found themselves in a situation where they didn't want to cheat according to your definition of it?
Leave.
But leaving would cause the schism and would cause a lot of distress. You would still say leave.
The woman would always prefer leaving.
No. The man.
If it's given between the choice between sleeping with someone else and walking away from the relationship, meaning now if you're asking someone like me,
the man, not the woman, because the woman is the one who controls access to the sex. So most of the time, it's the woman who's saying, I don't want to sleep with you for whatever her reasons.
But that's why I said, if you're asking me, that's different. Because if it was me and my person said, I want it from you, Yonci, but you're not giving it to me, we wouldn't be having that conversation twice. There would be no, you have a need, screw you. That's not what's happening. But I'm talking about the hypothetical situation that you brought up, which is she's refusing to give it to you, but she also doesn't want you to be with someone else. Then I would say if that person was worried about being ethical, then leave. Because what happens is if you cheat, she's the bad guy, and now you're also the bad guy. But if you say, I'm divorcing this woman because I begged her to have sex with me, I've tried counseling, I've tried this, and nothing I've done has resulted in her changing her behavior, I can't live like this, then you are not the bad guy anymore, because you're saying, I gave her every opportunity for this long, she refused it, I now said I can't deal with it, and now I started a new life with her fully aware I'm not with her. That is something ethical, in my opinion.
Okay. You see how she? I want to bring up a point here. You see how she was talking about the bad guy?
Yeah,
being the bad. Men don't care about being the bad guy. We expect to be the bad guy. That's why we break up with you in the fashion we do, by being the bad guy and letting y'all get tired of us and leave us. So we're not necessarily worried about the bad guy stigma. That's y'all.
I would say that a man who if a man gave his wife every opportunity to fulfill his needs and she didn't, he cheated, I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he's a dummy for letting that shit happen that long.
I agree. I'm sorry. I do.
Like, there's no way.
Yeah, you need to be giving it up or letting that man do what he do.
Yeah.
But I'm saying we can't address her because in the hypothetical, Cam is asking what the guy should do. That's why I said, if you're asking me, as the woman, I'm going to give you a completely different answer. That's on her. She need to get her life together. I wish Monte would say I'm not giving it up enough. I'm like, okay, let's talk. So that, if you ask me,
wait. To be clear, if a man says you're not giving it up enough, there should be no more talking. You should just get undressed.
No, there's a caveat.
Yeah, if you're on your period.
I love that clip.
No, I'm not talking about caveat. And this is real talk.
Yeah.
If you're in a relationship with someone that you love, and you say, I love you enough to commit to you, and you're in a committed relationship, and the woman doesn't want to have sex with you, there is a problem. And I teach this in my course. If you don't want, there might be a legitimate reason why you don't want to have sex with this person. However, that should not be the end of the story. I don't want to have sex because of this, so we're not having sex. That should not be the end of the story. It should be, I don't want to have sex because of this, therefore we need to figure this out. So if you're doing something, let's say, for example, let's say in this hypothetical, we're in a relationship. You don't talk to me, you don't touch me, you don't compliment me, you don't help me around the house. You just come home every day from work, drink a beer, watch a TV show, and let me struggle with everything. You don't even look twice at me. But then you get horny and you're like, come here. No normal, functioning, self-respecting woman is going to want to bend over, right? So we can't paint this picture that, oh, we're together, you should just whatever. A person to me who's ethical, thank you for the super chat. Mont says, I don't believe in staying for the kids. The kids will survive. Just be mature parents, adults and co-parent. Putting it in my premarital articles of incorporation. Thank you for the super chat, Mont. But I say to the women, whatever is causing you to not want to sleep with him, that is something that needs to be solved. Just like any issue you have, you don't want it swept under the rug. You want it to be solved and make it a priority. You cancel whatever appointments you have and clear up your schedule to get in a emergency marital counseling class. So I think that it's not a one size fits all. If there is something, if she started out wanting to have sex with you, she no longer wants to have sex with you, it's either an emotional situation or a physical situation. And if it's physical, is she getting checked? Is there something that can help her? I know a couple who he was so big, it physically hurt her. Like it was tearing her. She was bleeding. It was not comfortable. And then getting a divorce. I would not recommend keep doing it. And you're physically in pain having sex with your husband. But outside of that, outside of having like a physical ailment that maybe you need to have surgery for, or you need to see somebody for, if it's an emotional thing, I think that the couple should have to work through it. I am never team woman. I'm never team man. I'm team what's right.
I got you.
I would say that really passionately. Whoa,
no, it was good. It was a nice ending.
No, I heard myself. I was like,
I don't believe that last statement Yonci just made, because you continuously like misinterpret the things we're saying on a regular basis.
So if I don't understand something, that means that I'm an advocate.
It sounds purposely. It sounds purposely.
Now that's different. That is different. So I can tell you with 100% truth, I never purposely misunderstand. And I'm actually kind of surprised that you've been on my platform so long and you would think this, because I love truth and I love epiphanies. And the better I understand women, it's more money in my pocket. So I don't have any motivation to purposely misunderstand you guys.
I mean, it comes off as keeping the conversation going. Like, you know what I mean? It's
and
like you're being an antagonist.
That's a fair question. It's not my style. And I've never, you can go through hours and hours of content. I've never been that type. Willie knows I was invited on a show, and the entire time that antagonistic crap was happening, I wanted to die. Like, I was just like, I made myself clear. I got off the show. I hate that stuff. So that's not me. But I got to say this. I think a bigger one for $50. Oh my freaking goodness. Mattel, who is on the show, just did a $50.
Are we about to have a super chat off?
Bring it on, because I'm over here like I gotta turn the air conditioning on. That's a big.
You got the right three, because you got Mont on here too.
We got, oh goodness gracious.
How much change I got? $4.99.
Jacob. So Mikkel, thank you so much. So you guys can do, just if anyone's new on the show, you can do super chats through YouTube. They do take like 60%. So I do encourage Zelle or Cash App, but I will still give you all the fanfare with your comments. You could just put a $sign in front of your comment, and then I will confirm it on here. But I do appreciate, I will never discourage people from doing that, but just so people know why there's a difference between that. The other thing is that if you do it through Cash App or Zelle, that is a show extension, and that is by minutes. So Willie did 60, that extended the show, and these are love offerings for yours truly. So I love all of them for different reasons. What did you say?
Now you tell me. That's what I was, okay.
Oh, you were trying to extend the show?
It's all good.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, how do you do that? I was going to ask that last time.
I think you should cut the time in half if it's a super chat.
Yeah,
Wow.
I can agree. I think
Wait, you
Wow.
said cut the time, like meaning like you pay
No,
for
so like,
something, but it's
because
coming out.
YouTube takes their third. They take their third, right? You should just cut the times of it's like a $10 super chat. It only counts for $5, 5 minutes.
I'll ponder it. Okay, so I'm gonna put the information up for those of you who want it. So here are the two options. You could do Zelle, which is the information here, or you could do Cash App. And depending on the dollar amount, it's $30. That's a 30-minute show extension. It's $10. It's a 10-minute show extension. And then I write the comment, but I'll let you guys actually write the comment. Just put your dollar amount in your comment, and then I will treat it as a super chat because I know it's fun to use the super chat option. But to answer your question, oh geez, okay. I think I need to have a special one for those that are like 50 and above. Let's see. No, that's too. No. I gotta work on my sound.
Wait, your soundboard still hasn't gotten better?
No, I keep forgetting to dedicate time to it. It's terrible. But thank you so much, Willie. He did $100 super chat. That is crazy. I do believe that that's a record for the show. Thank you so much. And I just lost my train of thought. Thank you. Oh, we did the yay. I'll give you a yay, even though I feel like it doesn't do it justice. And we'll see. We'll let her be the first one to do it. All right. So you're going to write in there 20. Just type in 20. You know who you are. And then I will do it. Waiting for the person to put 20. Write $20 in a comment. And then I'll show y'all our new way, because I feel like y'all should still be able to get the love if you do it on Zelle, if it's a show extension. YouTube, we taking a minute for it to come through. There we go. All right, so then we could do a. So Keisha sent in $20 via Cash App. Thank you so much. So she has now extended the show, and per the bylaws that Mont made me do, I have to put the time in the group chat so that you guys on the group chat know, so I don't be forgetting. All right, so we're gonna move to 10:20 p.m. CST. I have added it, courtesy of Miss Keisha. Okay. Shout out to Sweet Beginnings. Y'all, she's baking cakes while being on the show. If that ain't dedication, I don't know what is. And I always tell my panel members that they can plug themselves if they want to. So let me go ahead and take the banner away so it could show all their handles. But if you want to follow anybody on social media, take a screenshot now while I go ahead and make a quick note. And that's where you can follow them on social media. But I do want to get back to your point that you were saying, Kevin. No, I'm not into like debates for the sake of debating. And like, if I feel like a person is playing devil's advocate, it's the fastest way for me to turn off, because I feel like it's a waste of my time. I truly do enjoy understanding and learning. So if I feel like that person is goading me into having a conversation, but they're not actually trying to learn anything from me, even if I don't change their mind, but they're like, they have to at least be open to the idea that maybe they could be wrong and they want to hear me, I'll just shut down, because I don't like that. So
okay. I'm gonna let you know the next time I feel, because we talk about men and our emotions, right? Next time I feel like you're doing that, I'm gonna call you out on it and see if that's where it's at.
And I'm totally okay with that. And this, I love honesty with respect. So I'm totally fine with what you're saying. Mine said, dang, read the super chat. What, did I miss one? I mean, obviously you wrote this one, but yay. Thank you, Mont. Thank you, Mont. I appreciate that. Did I miss one though? Let me see before I go on. I swear, if you're listening, StreamYard, make all 3 tabs open. They make it to where you can only open 1 tab at a time. I can either see the comments, or I can see the little banners, or I can see the little sound effects. They need to make it to where you can move this thing around to where it's all open at the same time. Because ain't nobody got time to be clicking through 15 screens. It's crazy. So let me go back to the comments. All right, so I see Mondeja I see Willie's super chat. Mikkel put his super chat.
Oh, I mean,
I did miss it. My bad. Mont says, you not having sex is causing me to not want to pay the bills or take out trash as a self-respecting man. My bad, Mont. My bad. I did not see that. Okay. Anyone else have any oh my goodness, my bad. Hold on. Okay. He said, nah, I agree with Kevin. When we spoke about the women cleaning, I feel like Yonci was purposely twisting the argument, but she probably didn't notice. For the most part, she's objective. You guys are absolutely welcome to call me out at any point, but no, I'm never consciously doing that. I do feel there was a time though that I felt like you guys were doing that, ironically. And I'm trying to remember what the topic, I think it might have been the cleaning one, where I was being very specific and talking about someone just like throwing stuff down for the purpose of her cleaning. And then you guys kept, every time you repeat it back, you're talking about like once in a blue moon, I just happened to put a cup. Like, so I think it happens on both sides, but yeah. Okay.
There's it. There it is. There it is.
What?
I think it happens on both sides. Like you didn't have to add that.
No. What I'm saying is I think it happens unintentionally. Meaning, I don't think you guys are purposely being antagonistic, but it can appear that way. But I give you the benefit of the doubt that you're not. And so I'm saying when I do it, I would also like the benefit of the doubt that I'm not antagonistic.
Can I ask a question real quick on that though? Because I guess the reason why I was bringing up that specific thing about the woman withholding the sex thing,
yeah,
I think it was because certain things disproportionately happen on one particular side. And though I know women tend to like to bring both things into focus, if something's disproportionately happening on one side.
Oh, it happens on my page all the time.
Yes, of course. And so I think sometimes, and I, like I said, I champion even when I'm gone and I'm doing whatever I'm doing out here in the world, I always champion you and what you do and what you bring to the platforms. So I do always want that to be a focus where like women are prepared to go into these long-term situations and be as successful as possible because they tend to do a lot of the same things coming from the same place. And, the work I do, like I see it and it's like, if you just didn't do that.
We know the work you do.
Yo, chill.
We know what type of work Cam do. Cam got that government contract penis.
Wow, Mont said there's good people on both sides. I've never even heard that before.
Like, it's literally like it's like the opposite of like when you say, well, men do it too. It's the same thing.
It's I don't think people consciously always do it, but it just happens. Almost every young lady that I've dealt with or talked with about something, especially if it touches their heart or they feel like they're being came for, they always
why is it okay when men do it and not when women do it?
And the reason why I take such visceral problem with it is that I don't think that I do it a lot and I call women out on it. So for me, I'm like, this is like once in 10 years. I think. Yeah. Okay, so we go. I guess Yonci said, close them doors. Super chats are coming through.
Doors.
Close
the doors. Close the doors.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's my only upgrade, Cam. I got
I like it. Listen, progress.
A little baby steps. One additional sound effect. Let me just go ahead and put a little note here. Okay. I got my look, I do good at recycling. I got my scraps. Okay. Yeah. And I'm gonna put my little note, upgrade your doggone upgrade sound effects. Okay, there we go. I've got it.
You got bylaws, you got all this other kind of stuff since I came back. I like it. You're making progress. Just the soundboard. That just needs to come up
get it up there. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I one of these days I gotta learn how to do the actual soundboard where you can just hit the little button because that'll be really dope. And all this stuff is available. You just have to learn it. Okay. Oh geez, I really got to turn the AC on. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so wow. So what you're gonna do, because this is our new thing, you're going to put the dollar amount. So put the $sign. If you send something in Zelle or Cash App, put the dollar amount as a comment, I'll verify that it's there, and then we'll move forward as though it's one of the cool, colorful ones. So those of you who sent something in, you know who you are. Just go ahead and put your dollar amount, and then we're going to go ahead and celebrate that. Anybody have anything they would like to share before we move on to number 3? I think this is a record for us, being 3 hours in, and we're only on the second.
Man, you picked a good topic.
Sheesh. Finally, y'all been talking about, these are some crusty old topics. I had to try to step it up. I'm just playing, not really. Okay, let me go ahead and take this off. And the person who sent in money, please make sure you send your comment with a $sign so I can highlight it. Okay, so we're gonna move on to number 3. Let's go here. Real quick, let's do some snitching. Where are we? Anybody on YouTube want to share where are we? We have 17 people watching live. How many people have hit that like button? Tap that like button and let YouTube know you are enjoying this show. Please go ahead and snitch for me if y'all would. I would appreciate it. And okay. Oh. I cannot type to save my life.
That keyboard sure sound quiet.
Okay. There we go. Okay. We got we're not gonna get to number 3. Good problem.
Yeah.
Cam says we've been renovating. Oh, dang. He said, yeah, Cam, we've been renovating the place. No thanks to you. Also, I want to note no one was sending super chats until I did. I won't take credit. I'm humble. I mean, there has to be a trendsetter, Mont, okay? And that's you. Thank you so much for the super chats. And then I gotta say,
hey, wait, tell Mont, I don't believe it. 2 super chats been sent. The rest been regular chats.
Well, yo, he been crazy in the comments. I love it. Come on, Mont.
He said they're regular chats.
Yeah, you can't call them.
Oh, that's wild. Talk about that. Should they just put them in gray, Willie? They don't even deserve like yellow. Or
no, you just put them in all caps and call it the same thing.
Mikkel, check the private chat. Oh my God. Hilarious. Okay. Y'all got me really off because I'm trying to do 75 things. Again, good problems.
So as you're doing that, Yonci, I have a suggestion since you guys are renovating, since I haven't made any contributions since I've been out here in these streets. So I have I think that some of these Youngster nations, I know you're trying to get people to be in the Patreon still probably. It would be cool to take like some of the wild commentary and like occasionally put it like, on here, like maybe just do a little like 3-minute segment, most wild.
On Patreon?
Yeah, just like a wild, and you can blur out the names, whatever. But then just put like, this, and they're like, oh snaps, that's what you get to see in Patreon. I think it would just help bolster the.
Wait, are you talking about clips of the show?
No, clips of the comment section. When you ask us the questions.
No, they get it every day.
No, I know they get it on Patreon, but the people who aren't on Patreon who might come across the page just to like showcase, like, yeah, it gets wild in there. I don't know. I think that would just be a good idea.
I got you. You're so humble, sir. You know who you are in the comments. My goodness. So I'm over here doing actual math, you guys. Converting numbers to minutes is hard. Okay, so I'm trying to add 101 minutes to 1020. So I know an hour from then is 60. So that would be 11:20. And that means 41 minutes is left. So that means, so that would be midnight 01. All right, so we are going to 12:01 a.m. I'm mad it took me that long to figure that out. Okay, 12:01 a.m. Good thing I drank some caffeine beforehand. All right, let's see here. He is not going to take credit, so we are going to give credit to him. So Mikkel just extended the show. an hour and 40 minutes. So we are going to midnight, $1 for good measure. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And Mott is clapping back. Mott said, he respects me too much. And $100 super chat and have Daddy YouTube take half. I mean, I let you guys argue amongst yourselves, fight it out amongst yourselves with your wallets. I mean, Zelle, super chat, Cash App. I'm just saying, I'm actually
I'll be finished my cakes. I'll be finished the cakes, the cupcakes, everything.
What's so funny is she's not being metaphorical. She's being literal, you guys. All right.
Nah, you should. Yeah, you shouldn't have said that. We just could have left that with the clip. We could have clipped that out. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Woo. Okay. I think
Cheers to that.
There we go. Okay, I think I got it all. Oh my God. Y'all are really going buck wild. Okay, so there's the new rule, Mott. Put your comment, write it as a comment, and then I'll confirm. Okay. Let's see here. I know. But you can put the amount.
You gotta put that amount, Mott.
Put the amount. Thank you. Ma said, check your Zelle. I saw the Zelle. So we're gonna try something new. You can put your comment as how much you sent. Okay. And you feel free to put the platform if you want to say this on Zelle. And then I'm trying to. I'm saying
Zelle.
Put the dollar amount in the
comment. He about to smash yours. That's what he's trying to say.
So just like, see how Mikhail says that? Put your comment, put $, put what you wrote. Oh, you just want me to read the note. Okay. All right. You're not going to put a comment on there that I can put on the note. All right. Here's what he said. He said, rollover minutes and $1 more than William. And it is not taxed.
Yeah, well, he didn't like that comment. He's like, oh, those are regular chats.
Right.
Let me go ahead in just a minute. Let me document before I forget.
Oh man.
Goodness gracious.
I'm glad I don't gotta work tomorrow.
That part, because it's about to be a night. Why can't I find
I'm just digging these.
There we go. Okay. All right, let me add this 101. Thank you so much, Mott. Okay. We might have a record tonight. Okay, did I get everybody? Willie with Apple Pay, Keisha with Cash App, Michaela with Zelle, and Mott with Zelle. I think I'm
I think you're missing one.
It's like that, Willie.
I think we just need to have a show tomorrow with all these rollover minutes. I mean, bonus show.
Snaps.
Bonus show.
A bonus show. That's interesting.
No, I got a dentist appointment tomorrow, so I'm definitely not going to be on TV.
Take a screenshot and put it up here. Woo! Can you please just write that as a comment and I can put it on the screen, Willie? That is hilarious.
I'm trying to see. I had to stop what I was doing. Let me see.
Oh my God. I really am gonna have to turn on the air conditioning. I'm not even
You heard what he said, Mott. That's so awesome.
He put 200 minutes on the books, y'all. That's crazy.
You said what time we starting in the morning?
That's what I'm saying.
Long night.
From my home just all day throughout the day. Jiminy cricket.
I got time. I'll be making Rice Krispie treats by then. So
that sounds good.
I'm not gonna be on here that long. I got cheesecake to eat, so I'm not a.
Ooh. You said metaphorically.
No, I said exactly what I meant.
What kind of cheesecake?
Oh yeah, she wasn't at the thing, so she don't know. You might want to put that in the private chat, so she knows.
I wasn't.
Oh yeah, it's an inside joke.
Oh, gotcha.
But you're not far off.
didn't think so. I don't who said it. You know what I'm saying?
I mean.
No,
Okay.
that's
I'm still over here trying to update y'all. I'm sorry. We will continue the show in just a minute. We just had a little bidding war over
I'm
here.
just trying to get out the
Okay.
dating apps. Sorry.
Oh my God. All right. Give me about 10 more seconds. My little clickety click. I love my computer keyboard, Willie. Thank you. It's such a vibe. Okay. I think we finally got it. All right. Now I can come back.
We should be in 2026 by now.
No, seriously. Oh my God. Okay. I think we're caught up. Okay. So can someone do time math, please? Well, no, we'll just say we'll do midnight and then we put 200.
That's 200 hours. That's 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Okay. So I do have a question for you.
I charge interest on my roll if you roll over mine.
I do have a question. If I did, I was gonna say I might do a special birthday show and do a double with this 200. Let me put it to my birthday's coming. So I'm thinking I might put that towards a bonus show where we do something extra. Well, I'll marinate on it. I said, wait a minute. He said, hold on.
Not one penny.
Wait a minute. I got to confirm. Y'all are petty. I had to confirm, but I can now safely say that's crazy. He outdid you, Willie. He did 201 cents. So look at Willie's face. Look at
Give me a second.
Man, I was trying to make it to the y'all just out here awkward now.
Hey, y'all don't got no kids, no family?
I thought my 20 was good. I mean, I got to work up to that.
No, we just got deep pockets, bro.
I know.
The doors. Close the doors.
Oh man.
That's crazy.
All U.S. dollars, no tariffs. I know that's right, Jacob.
He said, keep this up. You might be able to pay Anthony Edwards child support.
Hey.
I cannot. I'm scared to ask, who's Anthony Edwards?
Shit. Fall in, Yonci. Fall in them deep pockets, girl.
Yeah.
A
A basketball player who likes who's a leaving. He's a leaving king.
A leaving?
Yeah.
That's what he is.
It's not like deep conditioner.
He said,
Yeah,
don't take this. I'm good.
Yeah.
That's
don't take it. I'm good.
crazy.
Stay out my way.
Oh my God. Okay, let's see here. Okay.
He said, I got kids, but they like turkey sandwiches. That's funny.
Wow.
You're so funny.
No, this can't be right. Hold on. Oh, I guess I did. Okay. I think I'm all caught up.
Nope, you forgot one.
Oh man.
No, hold on. Shut the front. Goodbye.
Game blouses.
That's funny.
What is happening?
Put a band up on them boys, huh?
Dang, how much did I get paid today?
What a band man.
Wait a minute. Okay, you gotta put the comment in there so I can highlight it. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Travis. Thank you so much for the super chat. I don't know if I did this yet. Thank you very much. Willie, go ahead and put that I'm stuttering. Put the that. Okay. I can't even find where this is to even take it. Oh, there we go. Okay. He said, I got kids, but they like turkey sandwiches. Thank you for the super chat. Oh my God. Y'all, for the first time, I've lost track of what the super chats are. My goodness. Y'all, will you put $301.
He said game.
Not total, like just now. This is insane. Oh my God. Okay. Like I said, I'm gonna have to figure out how, I'm gonna need to do a special.
That's 660 minutes in one night. I just wanted to say, like, I'm the worst guy to like go to a strip club with and try to throw more money in because I'm not gonna run out.
I'll be like, I'll just get chicken wings, Willie. Are you good? Like, I'm gonna get the wings. I'll just get some wings and have a seat.
I'm not gonna run out, so we can reload this.
Okay.
We can continue. If you guys want to join together and band together and compete, we can make that work too. But I'm not going to lose.
Right. I need some help.
So I'm actually going to get a little bit emotional right now, and it's not for what the reasons why you might think.
That's 7 hours. That's over 7 hours.
There's something very special that I am working towards. And not more than 2 days ago, I wrote this down because I believe in you write it down. The Bible says you write it down. And I said I need to be more diligent with my prayer life. I literally wrote down unexpected financial blessing. Willie does not know this. So I'm getting a little bit emotional because you guys don't understand how the exact number I just added up, the coincidence, that's not a coincidence. So for those who believe in God, we do this every week. We do this every time. It's new that we do tips, but the fact that it's what it is it's getting your girl. So thank you. That's wild.
He's good. He's good.
He is
all the time.
He's dope. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Somebody make a joke. Okay.
I was trying to stay with y'all to the third question, but y'all had this awkward.
I have a joke for you.
Oh
What's
my
the difference
God.
between a Catholic priest and a pimple?
Oh gosh, I'm scared to answer.
A pimple waits until you're 12 to come on your chin.
Shut up.
We can, even though Kevin is in my face, I'm like, we can say
God is good
You
with
don't
a Catholic
have to worry
priest,
about
right?
ass. You're good.
Oh my gosh. Thank
Yes.
you, Mont, for the super chat.
That is
Oh my gosh. That is wild.
That was funny, Willie. Yeah, I had to give you that.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
It was like one of them crazy dad jokes, but worse.
Oh goodness, you're terrible. I thanked you guys directly. But this is the true talk. This is where I do believe, obviously this isn't a show about faith, but this is how I believe that faith works. I do think that God works through people. So I will still give credit. And so it's just wild when you say a specific prayer and then there's a specific amount. And so that is wild. I wish I could say what happened today to give you guys more context. But that's wild. He said, I got a joke. Marvin Sapp's hairline is pushed so far back, it looks like a Jewish yarmulke. Dang. He's still holding on to his hairline? Okay. He said he's still holding on to his hairline.
I have another joke if you want to hear it.
I got
real
one solid dad joke.
Oh my goodness!
So I can go check.
Oh, I'm on a show right now too.
I mean,
No,
thank you. I get it. You don't believe in God. We get it. I'm still going to tell him thank you because he made you. But thank you so much for your generosity. It is a huge deal. Appreciate it very, very much. Okay, what's the joke?
Oh no, it was just a dozen.
Why do most Catholic altar boys sing soprano?
I feel like I have to turn my screen off for this.
Because the priests have huge.
Wait, where's my? There we go. Okay.
That's why.
No, I guess you said why they sing soprano.
I said the joke is why do most Catholic altar boys sing soprano? The answer is because priests have huge penises.
Why don't I get it?
It just is what it is.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna give you 1 out of 2, just so I don't get it.
Oh, it'll come when it comes to you. No pun intended.
Wow. Oh.
So that was part of the joke.
Paul was saying like making them sing. I think okay. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave
Yeah,
it.
I'm slow
Well,
too.
I'm gonna leave on a lighter note. So I used to read your mama jokes all the time, and I remember someone said this, and I thought it was the funniest thing ever. They said your mama's so fat she eats wheat thicks, and I just thought that was always really funny.
That is actually pretty funny. Thank you for the PG joke.
Yeah, I was balance it out.
Oh my gosh. Okay, y'all. I hope no one is watching for the first time because we are a wild bunch. Okay. Let's see what he said. Read my story. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it so much. Did I miss one? Please tell me if I did. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me make sure. Church, you read that. Yep, I read that. Yep. I'm not gonna say that out loud. But are you talking about this one? But I put it on the screen. He said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cause all the fish on your show. Bring it on, bring it on." Oh, I didn't see this one. My bad. Hold on. You said you said more than me. I'm calling the police. All right, let me take a look. I think that was old for me for it. Let's see. Oh, yep, I think I got it. Okay, so let me make sure. Yes. Okay, yeah. Okay. All right, so we're gonna go to number 3.
I killed him.
No, I did the church people one. Oh, hold on one second. Yes, come in. I don't miss anything. Yeah, you're on camera. Oh, thank you so much. Hold on one second. I gotta grab this for my daughter. All right, so let's see. No, I read that one. Or at least I put it up on the screen. Y'all saw that one when I put it up on the screen. I just can't read it because of my face, but I put it up on the screen. Okay. All right, so I think we are caught up. It is loud.
Hey, wait, 660 is 11 hours.
Wait, oh, I haven't even been tallying on here. Okay, so we got to midnight. I'm about to figure this out. So we got to midnight, and then you did the 200. See, this is where I get confused. So you did the 200. So it's two. You did 702 because it was 200, then 201, and then 301.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. There
That's
you
the overtime. Yeah. See, this is why I write it down so I don't forget. So we're gonna have to figure out maybe I do a special show or something like that. Oh my goodness. Okay. Woo. So someone has a lot of feedback. Okay, so number 3, men would want to get married if marriage didn't rely on how happy a woman was. So I am curious to know. He said just leave the just leave the channel up till Sunday. Okay, wait. Willie, he said, "Will you read it for me?" She admitted she can't.
Oh yeah. He said. He said,
I
"Don't
put
thank
it up
God."
on the screen though. Okay, hold on. Thank you for the super chat, but I'm going to put each one up, and then Willie, if you could read it, okay? Because
Go ahead.
Okay, I can't read it. Okay, so let me go back. All right, so here's the first. Wait, let me go back to his first one. Go in order. Okay, so we'll start with the first one. And I just got some dinner delivered, y'all, so don't mind me.
This one says, "I'm sorry, Yonci. I didn't mean to cause all this nigga ish on your show."
Okay.
Don't thank God. Thank Martin Willie. Church people crazy. LOL. Martin Willie, turn the party up. Thank Jehovah. I read my super chat. That was funny. You ain't read the church people one. I don't miss anything.
That's you. I'm gonna read all of him. You read all of his. Willie, can you see it?
Willie, you read it for her. She just admitted she can't read it. She gaslighting me.
See, Kevin.
Last one.
See, Kevin was right.
Boo! Boo! I was not gaslighting. I said I put it on the screen. Okay. Thank you so much. Woo! Okay, Willie, it is all your fault. They gave me the wrong. I clicked the wrong thing. I literally tried to get noodles, and I clicked the wrong thing, and I got a different side dish. I literally got ordered noodles. We were making those noodles look so good, and they sent me the wrong thing. I clicked the wrong thing. Okay. So who wants to share their thoughts on this quote? This is what a guy said in the comments, and then I wanted to hear what the guys, what you guys had to say about it. So who wants to go first and break this down, and then do you even agree with it?
I think that more men would want to get married if everything that a woman was supposed to do in a marriage could be enforced by law the way that ours can. That's why.
Okay.
Yes. I'll go to this one. I agree with it. I definitely agree with what Willie said. The accountability thing, and happy is it means excitation to me, but like really we should be shooting for something that's more sustainable, more principle based. So yeah, I don't think marriage is about happiness. So that's all.
Okay. Y'all are so quiet now.
I can't really say because I got married because I didn't want to live in sin. So I mean, if guys don't believe in God or take being a Christian seriously, then, but other than that, I don't think I'd be married if it wasn't for that. So
That's honest. Any thoughts, Mikhail?
I can't formulate a thought on this right now.
Okay.
So I have a question.
I kind of agree with everyone was saying, but I can't formulate an original thought on that right now.
The mechanics aren't functioning, right?
You're funny.
I have a question though about this happy concept. Where does that come from, Yonci, with women?
Explain more. What do you mean?
I always hear, I just want to be happy. So to me, when someone says they're happy, it's just, to me, like, I can be happy and then you can tell me a piece of bad news, and then it's like that happy is more of a very emotional thing as opposed to, let's say, joy, which is like a baseline of peace that runs through your life. So it always seems like happy excitement is always the goal as opposed to something more sustainable or more. So I always hear that women always say, I just want to be happy, or I'm not happy. It's always like, you're not going to be perpetually excited. Like, I think I'm lit, but I'm not always happy. I always have joy, but I'm not always happy.
I'm trying to think what the difference would be, because men say, I want peace.
But that's sustainable.
I don't necessarily think so, because you're going to go through life and you're going to have, like, if a man goes through life and he does things that upset his woman, like he cheats on her or he, hits her or whatever, he can say he wants peace all he wants, but he's not going to have peace if he's acting that way. And so, which is a bit of a detour from the point, but I think that what people's actions are, like whatever we do results in this or that. So for me, I would say I wouldn't say I want to be happy. I would say my ultimate goal is to feel loved. By the way, whoever has feedback, are you guys able to mute yourself? Because it's really distracting. It almost sounds like we're in a kitchen somewhere and there's like, yeah. Come in.
Sounds like somebody's listening to Star Wars or something.
Yeah. Something going on. I would say I want to feel loved. I want to feel loved, and I don't want there to be a break in that. You won't be on camera at all. You're like all over here. I would say that's more realistic. I don't know about you, Keisha, but like, is that your ultimate priority in a relationship, to make sure you always feel loved? Or would you say there's a higher priority? You can take what happened.
And I always feel love.
Or do you have a deeper need that rises beyond that? I would maybe even say safe. I want to
I
feel
was going to
safe.
say,
That's probably the
yes, I
highest.
think for me it would be
Mhm.
safety, and that's all around.
Yep.
That's not just physical safety, just
Financial safety.
yeah, as a
Mhm.
whole.
Does my heart feel
Emotionally
safe?
safe.
Yep.
When I hear financial safety, that means I don't gotta pay. That's what
Because I
that's
don't have to pay.
yeah. When women say, "Oh, yeah, I want financial security," that means I just don't want to pay for it.
See, and I disagree
That's
because
your, no,
I
that's
have
your.
no problem paying. I have no problem paying bills. I don't want to be the primary breadwinner. So let's say, for example, if we were together and I said, "Hey, I'm comfortable contributing $5,000 a month towards our bills," and but our bills are 10,000, and you keep consistently not making your 5, I won't feel secure because our bills are 10.
That was the amount you said. He might not have necessarily said the same thing.
Right.
But I don't think financially. That don't mean that's the women you've ever dealt with, because I don't. I'm just saying.
It don't got nothing to do with the women I deal with. That's
saying
what I
your
hear when women say financial security is
I just think that
I
women
don't want
are
to pay for
just
my life.
generalizing it all the realms, putting it all together. I don't think so. It is some women, I agree, that's probably like that. But I don't think when a woman says it all, then I think that could not be the argument. But if that's the first thing, I feel like if a woman led that, then I think then you may have a point. But I just think that women, when we say emotionally, I think you muted.
I just don't hear a man saying like, "Oh yeah, I need a woman that's gonna help me feel financially secure." Like that's something only women say. You know what I'm saying? And to me, that only means I don't want to pay for shit.
Yeah.
So how do you justify that with somebody who is?
I mean,
I
a relationship. I don't think about relationships like that.
Transactional.
Like yeah, like I think about relationships like if we work together and whatever you know what I mean, we put together is what we get. Not necessarily looking for a financial. Like I'm not friends with somebody because he has money. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing something I'm not being around somebody just because they can help me benefit in some way. I can't help myself benefit. I'm not looking to take advantage of nobody.
Then I think the comparison would be women to money as men to sex. If a woman were to say, "I totally want to be in a relationship with you, I'll cook and clean or whatever, but I don't, the cookie is off the table," you guys wouldn't want that. And then a woman could say, "I wouldn't want to be with someone that, requires that."
But you see how that's to me that's
not.
not.
How is it different? How is it different?
Money and sex is
like that.
And number one,
No,
you're benefiting from my sex.
No, and I knew that would be I knew you would go there. There's a reason why so many women cut men off from sex. Men don't cut women off from sex when they're not feeling away because men enjoy it too much.
You crazy as hell.
But just think about this logically.
Logically,
if there was equal enjoyment between a man and a woman, that would not start to become a bar. No man has ever said, "I'm not going to give you the D because you may." No man's going to do that because he enjoys it. No,
I'm raising my hand. I think he's raising his hand for the same reason that we have said that.
Yeah. So you are willing to go months with because this is let's compare apples and apples.
No,
there are women who can go months and years and be fine. I am one of those women who, if I am not in a relationship and I'm single for 8 years, it's nothing. I'm 8 years with no sex. Most men are not like that. They're either masturbating, they're hooking up with someone, they have a drive to be, active that way.
Yeah. But
so I don't think that you could say, "Oh, women enjoy just as much." Not all women.
I think it's for a different reason. I think it's because I think the leverage sometimes, I think that's what it is. Like, I think they also
women use that as leverage. I agree.
Yeah,
Some women do, but others are not.
And I
interested
don't
in
think most women
tired.
can do what you do. If we're talking if we're talking anecdotal experience, I mean,
don't.
I have my own stories to tell. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So you can say, "Oh, I can go months XYZ," but I know plenty of women that can be like, "Well, I can't go. Mama got needs XYZ." Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, those
You know what
people
I'm saying?
but we never hear
I know
stories.
women who are pregnant by one guy and will go have sex with another guy.
That's
That ain't theirs. Like,
but
you know
you
what I'm
gotta
saying?
go back to where we started. Respectfully, you have to go back to where we
Yeah.
started. Where we started was you making the point, which a lot of guys do, which says, well, sex is benefiting both people, so you can't say it like it's a benefit for me. It's not the case. The guys go crazy every single week to say men have to work so hard to get it. Women can get it. Therefore, there's not a value on sex for women the way that the men value. That's one.
I
The
agree.
value.
Yeah.
As far as enjoyment goes, men get off. It's rare for a man to not get off. Rare. It's not the norm. Men usually have to work hard to not get off. For a woman, she's 70% of women don't even climax at all. 70%.
I read that.
And then the ones that do have had to like really focus and learn, and you switch your routine, you move the wrong way. There it goes. Now I gotta work to get it back. Like our bodies are not designed to climax. Our bodies are designed to just recede. So every single time you're getting pleasure, there are tons of women, if they had to tell the truth and shame the devil, say sex sucks with their partner. The men are just pounding it. They don't care about the woman's pleasure. They're not trying to warm her up. They're not trying to worry about foreplay. It is not as great as you guys think. I'm saying you
It
and
ain't that great.
It ain't that great to men either, I think. I just think they just got an end goal and they meet the goal. That's it. They're not like us. We got to get warmed up, man. I don't think so.
But they get
Like,
they certainly are pressed.
you know how many men rather just like, cause some men will sit there and be like, you know what, the amount of effort it's going to take me to have sex with her,
Right.
or I could turn to this lotion. You know what? I'm just gonna turn to this lotion
You
for the
can't
six.
argue both ways. You're arguing both ways. Either it's a special thing for men because they have to work.
It's
so
not a
hard
special
for it,
thing for
and
men.
They value it differently and they need it more. It can't be both. You guys
I didn't say they
argue
value
both
it differently. You say they do. I say they don't.
So I think this is interesting because bringing it back to the question is that, like, when you answer the question about the happiness, how you said security, and also Miss Cole, like how she did that as well too. Happiness is not what came out of your mouth because you guys are mature, and so you guys actually value the more principle-based things. So I think in like manner when we were talking about sex, like, because to be honest, at this point, like for me, sex. Well, I mean, I'm a little bit different, but as far as like sex for a man who's experienced and had that kind of stuff, it's like, yes, it's enjoyable, and yes, I have to have it if I'm in this relationship, but I think we become a lot more alike as we get older and more mature in our age, and we start understanding and appreciating that stuff more. I think at a younger age, like you said, it is a kind of disparity. Like the guy really wants sex, the woman really wants to be happy and excited. But like literally, I hear from a lot of immature women like the happy thing, and that's why I asked you, is that I hear a lot of happy thing. But then when a woman gets more mature, she's more about security, sustainability. She's more about like more sustainable, or even like with men with peace. Peace just means that, hey, people are going to die. Different things are going to happen. I just want to know that I can like I know there's a baseline that we're not going to go past. I know I can count on my wife. I know I can make sure that things are settled and okay for the most part. There's a baseline. And so I guess that's why I was wondering about that.
Blondie said it's been over 4 years for her. So they in the chat talking about how long it's been. So I laughed a little. Sorry. But when Sunrise said, she said, yeah, because they're waiting on the right one. Y'all remember the conversation we had about I think Willie was talking about it, saying they're waiting on the right one and they won't have it, but they've had sex before. But now, until the right one come along, I'm not having it no more. So y'all remember that? I just had to laugh. And well, Willie was talking about that last time.
That's a tough one a lot of times because I actually sometimes think it in my head. I don't say it out loud, but like I think about that with women where it's like a sexual experience with me is probably more rare than a sexual experience with that woman. Sex is not even special anymore at my age now with a lot of women, because like you've been slapped in the face with 50, 60, 100 shafts, and now you want to give this to me for, hey, here you go, Cam. I need a lot more than that.
Not shafts. I haven't heard
I have so many comments.
Yeah. So that's why I said I think the sex thing at our age and our maturity, I don't think it's huge. I think it's a lot closer than people give it credit.
But yet you hear the men complaining about being cut off sexually. That's where this all started from.
No, I agree with you. But the thing is, to me, it's more of a respect thing because it's like I was in a situation at one point where, mind you, I'd never had a sexual partner prior to that. And then I had that, and then it was like you were leveraging it. Though I know you enjoyed it, and I know you're probably playing with stuff and doing that kind of stuff, but for whatever reason, you weren't doing those things with me. And then it was an internal issue, and so I still had to help you work through an internal issue that honestly had nothing to do with me to get back to that point. Of course, I love you, and I'm going to do that. Down. Yeah, it's like, of course, I'm going to love you and help you there, but I know a lot of guys who don't have the acumen to kind of be able to navigate that because they're like, I don't understand what's going on. You say that you need this, but you're not giving me a code like a video game, like up, triangle, square, X.
You're saying that the person didn't want to be intimate, but said they had no issue with you.
Yes, but it was an internal issue with them, and I had to work through. Like I said, it was their own personal issue, and I had to work with them through that
to get
there. And I was like, that it kind of seemed unfair to me, but at the same time, it was like, hey, you just got to do what you got to do. Oh, what's good, sir?
There you go.
What up, y'all?
The gang is back. All we're missing is Lynette at this point and Jacob.
Hey.
I said to the ladies, I definitely applaud your efforts because they're in the comments that they're not having sex again until they are married. So they're abstaining from sex until they're married. I said, well, I applaud your efforts because
just
what are we talking about?
All kinds of stuff.
Who's abstaining from what?
Someone was saying in the comments
the women in the comments said they're abstaining from sex until they get married. So one said it's been 4 years. We was talking about sex. She said it's been 4 years for her. So I said, are you a virgin?
She got divorced, and so since her divorce, she's not been touched, and she wants to wait for the right person to do it. She doesn't want to just have random beat.
And this is what kills me about so we'll just say older people trying to shut down shop. You do realize that you're handicapping yourself from attracting a man.
But you said, Willie, that if the person was a virgin,
yeah, that's cool.
Was a virgin.
I said, are you a virgin?
Right. If they were a virgin, cool. Or if they were married and only had the one, we broke this down.
Right.
You said
there's still only a small percent of men that are going to tolerate that.
She gotta be bad as shit for that.
And then like when you take your sex out of the picture, you put it on your physical attractiveness. And I'm not saying that she's not. There's nothing specific. The majority of the time, when women say they're not having sex, it's because they've been through miles of dick already and haven't got the outcome they want, or they're just old and trying to find something different. The problem is
option C, that's their faith, and they are answering to something higher than them.
And that sounds great, right? Faith, that's a great reason. But the thing is, though, your faith will keep you single, which might not be a bad idea.
And I was gonna say though, I had a guy go so crazy on me that I ended up crying because I was angry. I cry when I'm angry. He was so disrespectful because he was trying to convince me that not hooking up with guys that I date would lower the numbers of people I date. And I said to him, where do you see me saying it's not? I'm not confused of what time period we're living in. I know I live in a time period where people think, hey, we grab coffee, I should be entitled to guts. And so I said, I don't understand why you feel the need to disparage me because I'm not in denial. I'm not trying to get anyone else to do anything. I'm saying if this is what I'm supposed to do, and this is going to cut down the number of people who want to deal with me, I'm saying I'm okay with doing that because it's an allegiance to my faith. And him needing to really kill me is for what? Like,
I would be so mad if I saved myself. This is probably unbiased women probably won't agree with this, but I would be so mad if I saved myself for 10 years from now. I'm gonna say 5 minimally. And I get with this person, and now I'm ready to have sex because I done waited, and he is the one, just for him to not be the one.
Why is it like the idea of the one? Like, where does this
I'm
one?
just saying
That's not even a mathematical thing.
Women say until they, a lot of women now. I'm 45, so I'm gonna say my age and up, are saying that until marriage. So obviously he's going to be the one. They're not having sex, but I would be, like I said, I would be pissed to the highest level of passivity if I waited 5 years and it was this whole facade of what I thought he was, and then he wasn't.
Can you be specific for us, please?
Huh?
Could you be specific for us, please?
No, that's because you're putting in your head what you remember from like your youth, and the vagina doesn't stay youthful.
Right.
So when you have this, like you said, facade of what it was then, 5 years from now, and you meet someone and he's not the one, you're going back to what it was.
No. If you're with him, let's say you get with somebody. Let's say I'm 40. I get with somebody now, and we together for 2 years, and then I'll say 2 years, maybe.
You need to be specific with what you mean.
I'm talking about the comments. I'm just trying to go with all the comments.
You said you would be very upset if you was with some man for 5 years and then it turns out that sexually he's not the one. What do you mean?
I didn't say sexually. Like, let's say I waited. So the women in the comments were saying they're gonna wait until they meet the one, until they get married. So I was just saying, for 5 years from now, let's say I wait. Same thing as some of the ladies in the comments are doing. And I wait, and then I finally get to the one. We have
get
sex.
married, right? Get married and everything.
And then he break up with me or something happened. Now you done waited 5 years because you thought he was.
You said break up. Did you mean divorce or something?
Yes, sir. They get divorced. Whatever happens where you done waited 5 years to have sex and then now he's the one. So you thought. Now he done broke off your 5 year of celibacy.
But y'all got married though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've been with somebody for 5 years. Been with somebody for 5 years. You get married, and y'all have sex.
Y'all have sex. He's not it.
What do you mean you find out he's not it? What is? How do you?
Let's say he cheats. Let's say he cheats. I don't know.
Man, listen, y'all act like y'all are immortal. You wait 5 years to find out that bro got a toddler penis. You're gonna be sick.
So that's what I'm agreeing with. That's what I'm saying, Willie. So I was saying the women in the comments, they're saying, like, let's say they're gonna abstain until they get married. So I said,
what if that's the man God wants for you? He's tired of you having big sausage hot dogs shaped dudes, and he wants you to have a toddler penis guy now.
But okay, let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. So let's say the woman waits 5 years. Get with him. I'm just saying minimally 5 years and get with that man. You get married and you find out he has a toddler penis. Okay, whatever. Or you find out he's not as good of a man as you thought he was. Now you done waited 5 years and now you back to square one again. So now you got to start over your 5 year commitment to yourself.
I think the next 5 years you're gonna die.
That's the point of taking 5 years, is you're getting to know somebody for 5 years, and then you realize, okay, this is the person.
But you know, people done been with people. I'm just saying, not me. People have been with people where they thought they knew them, and they didn't. People gave their representative for 5 years.
It's possible, but you being around somebody for 5 years just drastically limits the possibility of you not knowing them. That's a nice period of time. I wouldn't be mad. I'm not upset at women who get turned 45, 50 and feel like they want to abstain from sex. Like, if that's what you want to do, then do what feels comfortable. But at the same time, it's gonna be a lot of guys who not on that time.
How many men that are willing to date someone that's 50 are going to be okay also dating someone that's 50 and not fucking?
You gotta be I'm gonna tell you my criteria. You gotta be badass shit. And
Lisa Ray couldn't get that out of me.
But look, you gotta be physically bad, right? But listen, you had to already be abstaining for a long period of time. You gotta be real bad, and you have to already be abstaining for a long period of time, and you gotta have real nice hair and all that. And I'd be like, you know what?
You gotta be perfect.
You know what? This is the type of wife that I want for the rest of my life. I want one of them women that age beautifully. It's like, all right, I'll wait for that.
Bro,
But
Lisa
also, we
Ray
getting
couldn't
married
get
soon.
that out of the
We
average
getting
guy.
married pretty fast, though.
I mean, I think a 50-year-old woman could pull off abstinence. You know what I'm saying? And she's rocking with somebody that's like 72. I think she could pull it off. You know what I'm saying?
Said if he's 72.
Yeah.
Yeah, his stuff might not work. All the time,
That's
bro.
her age. That's her new dating market. When you turn 50, your dating market's 70.
Y'all wouldn't do abstinence for Felicia Rashad?
No,
No.
Nah, not how long? How long could you? How
I'm
long?
not doing abstinence for
Felicia, bro, is she not special? She just
not?
mean all I know is that means she got the values that I want from a woman. But I don't
I
think
thought she
Felicia
was
Rashad is
special.
gonna be wanting to wait 5 years to give up them yams
But
either.
you know that I don't know. I thought she was special.
No, she just she's an old school woman who think like, she would be a good wife for somebody one day. I don't know if she married or not.
Oh.
But I'm not giving no 5-year pat. I'm
Oh,
not
fi-
spending
I'm not
5
saying
years of my
no.
life. Oh.
I'm not saying that I'm waiting 5 years. I'm saying if you've been abstinent, I'm gonna marry you, but it's gonna be within 1 year.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
at the
you
same
hurry up
time,
and
though,
marry you just so we can hurry up.
Yeah, if I'm 50, I'm not playing. Like I'm not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't
like
taking on.
you
You
gotta
said
realize
a
when you
year,
50, your life is halfway
3
over.
months.
Like the next milestone in your life is death. Like,
Yeah.
what are you waiting for? I've never understood. I mean, I've heard it. I've seen it a lot of times. It's cool. Podcast conversation fodder. But at the end of the day, like, what are you waiting for? Like bridge and pinochle clubs. I mean,
they married to Jesus for real. You know what I'm saying? So that's their excuse to never have to change or be a better woman. You know what I'm saying? To say I was just married to Jesus because they're terrible women, probably.
Hey, listen, that ties into when I say people wait till they get older and get ran through to turn to Jesus. Like Jesus gets the
You think
leftovers
women
of
hide
people.
behind a religion for that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think
Hell yeah.
I think women have bad problem solving skills. So typically, instead of like real, and I think them not having sex is better than nothing. But like they don't know they can't manage their vaginas properly. Like they give it up too fast to the wrong niggas. So like their next step is going like cold turkey, like because they don't know how to like find that balance in the middle, which is not hard. Of like finding a nigga who actually like you for you, but they just be like, yo, I keep messing up, so I'm gonna just turn it off. I'm gonna cut off the line.
Think about it though. Like, how could you like a woman for her? Really, like they're not funny generally. You know what I'm saying? They're terrible at conversation for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, you still gotta teach them what to do and tell them how to be. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I think you can like a woman for her, but like honest, typically it's who you envision she is, right? Because they all start out at 100. So you're like, oh, I think she's smart. She look like she's accomplished. She look like, she real soft around me. You might just start. Oh, I just like her for those reasons. And if she don't mess that up, then awesome.
You know what'll mess that up? Her talk about she's gonna be celibate until she's married. That'll definitely throw a wrench in the plans.
No, like I said, if we 50 and she's bad at shit, we're getting married in less than 6 months. Like,
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying though.
Yeah.
3 weeks. Talk about we gonna wait 5 years. No,
it ain't no 5 years. We getting married. We get married.
We get married in 3 weeks.
Getting married tomorrow.
this is.
I think I heard you say it once.
I'd be terrified to get married that late in life. Like, because I feel like, I'm trying to think of how to word this.
But at least she can't guilt trip you at that age for no prenup though. At that age, you don't even care no more about guilt tripping.
Who don't care?
Yes, you do. That's when you got the most money,
bro.
I'm saying you don't care about guilt tripping.
When she had a prenup and he got divorced in his sick. What are you talking about?
Y'all heard me wrong.
That's when you need it the most.
Y'all heard me wrong. I said at that age you don't care about guilt. You don't care if she guilt trip you about having a prenup. I
didn't care about being guilt tripped at 16.
No, but most men, if they 30 or they 35 and they girl is 23 and she's sexy or whatever, she'll kind of like a little cry thing and she'll make them make them feel a certain type of way and they'll feel bad about it. But once you 50, you like, I don't give a fuck about none of that. You're signing a prenup and you 52, so I ain't about to even go through that with you. Sign a dang prenup.
Yeah, once a woman tries to guilt trip me about anything financial or me protecting myself, like even putting a condom on, it's over.
True that.
Yeah, I don't care about none of that. Like there's not a she could cry more tears and exist, water drops in the ocean, and I wouldn't give a damn about none of that.
But it's a lot of guys who aren't experienced, and them guys be 33, 35, 40 that just got their first bit of money, and they get their first taste of like, oh, I can get a woman who's out of my league, and they're not experienced to be able to just deal with a woman trying to like guilt trip them on a prenup and all that type of stuff. Versus if you've been around the block already, you're not gonna let nobody spin you. So a lot of guys don't even really be getting no box until they get their money when they get a little older.
Y'all, listen, 5 years. I'm 50 years old, and
So you plan to get married before you're 50? Before you're 45? Well, you 40.
yeah. What?
I was thinking you was closer to 45, 40.
I'm 40. I turned 42 this year. But that's the thing. I'm a dude. I'm not a man. So like I don't have that same time crunch that women have. Mine starts a little later.
You're not a man. What'd you just say?
We know what he meant, though. We know what he meant.
No, I asked. So
I know you asked, but this is that gaslighting thing that you know what I'm saying.
If I don't understand, it ain't had nothing to do with gaslighting.
Okay, don't worry about it. I'll explain it.
Because I didn't really hear him. Actually,
y'all hit a wall at some point. Like father time is undefeated. The two things y'all compete against are father time and gravity. Men, father time was a little more gracious with us because we got a later start than y'all did. So he gives us an extra 10, 15, 20 years than y'all get for, you know what I'm saying, as far as your sexual market value. But me at 50, unwed, no girlfriend, I don't see very much point in getting married because I know the primary benefit that I have is not having to die alone. It's not for love. It's not to enjoy life or build a life with someone. It's so I can have someone to wipe my ass one day, like when I get sick. And at that point, I think at that age range, everybody is just settling because they don't want to be alone.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. That's why you get into a relationship with someone who shares your faith. Then you don't have to explain when you're already aligned.
I'm a Christian and I'm not waiting until sex to have marriage. What are we talking about?
Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I believe in Jesus and his daddy. I don't believe in the black church. So that's a whole separate conversation.
I'll just in the comments.
What about how you feel about the Bible?
I think that the Bible is a great book when you read it as a book. There are several things in there that make any logical person say, I don't know how this happened. So then, but if you want to read the book, just read it like it's a Harry Potter novel, like one of the most popular works of science fiction ever. If you want to get through it. Yeah. But then if you want to learn from it and apply the lessons and shit in there, then you got to be intentional about it. I don't think that most people who read are intentional. They read it from a point of trying to say, hey, like the same thing people do with Donald Trump. They view everything that he does through a lens of how is this evil? People read the Bible through a lens of like, how is this fake? So, I mean, I can make arguments for both, but given the things that I've been through, there are certain things and situations I've been in that, I'm him and I'm very, very skilled at several things that I do, but I shouldn't be alive. And I feel like the only reason why I am is because God had a purpose for me to do something different other than die that day. So I'm not necessarily going to ever say I don't believe in God.
Okay. How do you, as a Christian, is there anything, how do you practice your Christianity?
By tithing and helping others and trying to sin as little as possible.
Okay. Sin as little as possible. And can you say that you try to sin as little as possible?
Yeah, because I could do a whole lot of shit that I know is wrong. I just don't do it because I know it's wrong.
So do you try not to have sex? Or do you think that's not a
that's
part
where
of
you're
it?
getting to.
Yes, I try not to have sex when I'm not supposed to. It's something I'm very good at.
I don't know. I'm trying to learn. So what are the times that you're not supposed to? I don't know.
When it's not with my woman. Like that would be the main one.
Okay. But I don't know. Do you have to be married or no?
I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. Like now, mind you, I'm not gonna say I'm without sin because I fornicate like a month. So, but
not to answer your question, biblically speaking, there's nothing in there about being faithful to your girlfriend. Girlfriends aren't even in the Bible.
I'm saying like as far as him, I'm trying like when he's about to have sex, you like try not to. Are you like, you know what? I shouldn't do this. Like I would just want to see if he like really be trying not to sin.
I do. For example, I'll give you another example.
Okay.
And one of the reasons why, like my woman is lucky is because I'm not faithful just because it's what makes her happy, what's the right thing to do. There's a very selfish reason for it. I protect my investment. Yeah. I'm not going to do anything to jeopardize the amount of time, money, concern, emotion that I've put into my woman. So if me hitting other chicks is going to jeopardize that, I don't do it. If it doesn't jeopardize it, then we can have the conversation. Same way I won't put my hands on her because that would jeopardize my investment. Like I treat everything like that. I'm very math-based when it comes to that. So I'm not going to do anything that's going to put me in a trick bag when it comes to like something I put a significant amount of time in, told secrets to, shared, experiences with. Like I value my time. And because of that, she's lucky. And then also, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Love, all the rest of that stuff comes into play. But like for the whole picture, I'm definitely not ever going to go out there and, that's like you saying you get in a bag and, let's say fuck up your own money. I don't do that.
Yeah. Now, I'm not talking about like cheating on your girlfriend or nothing like that. So Yonci, you a Christian, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so Yonci, if you're not married, are you allowed to have sex? No. So when you try to,
I'll take it another level. Not only are you not supposed to have sex outside of marriage, if you're divorced, you're not supposed to be having sex at all.
Okay. So that's my pushback is like, okay, do you at least, I'm not telling you to be perfect, but before you even have sex with your woman, do you be like, you know what, I shouldn't do this right now? Do you at least try?
Yeah. Like if we get technical, you're not even supposed to wear certain fabrics. You're not supposed to work on Sunday. You're not supposed to do a lot of things, but in the society that we live in, some of those things are usually unavoidable.
He's just having a hard time that the sex thing. Like he's really trying to trap you.
No,
he's really just trying to trap you,
you
bro.
can't trap me here.
Like, this is not a genuine questioning. Like you're answering these questions. He's not being genuine.
I'm here for the discourse, but my point is this: you can't trap me because I've had the same conversation with pastors. Like, how do you consider yourself a Christian? How do you consider me not? Did you cash the check that I put in your church? Then shut up. Like, so I can have the conversation from both sides. Like, understand this, I'm probably one of the furthest things from being perfect. But at the end of the day, I believe in God. I say my prayers and I ask forgiveness for my sins. And I try not to make the same sin over and over again outside of fornication. So,
yeah. That's my thing. Like, nobody's
babies
perfect. I can't. So like, I'm very specific with the words of like, I never asked him like, because he can have sex and I sin, cool, right? I was asking him if he tries not to.
Yeah, that's all. If I didn't try not to, I'd be president. I would be the ruler of the world right now if I didn't try not to sin, because I have a moral compass and code that keeps me from doing certain things. If I was able to, sometimes I wish I could, but if I could remove that from myself, I assure you I would be the most powerful man in the world because there's nothing that I wouldn't do to get there. The fact that I am not means that I am sitting here with y'all. If I was not, I would be doing this podcast from the Oval Office. Like, trust when I tell you, they're just like, I never screw anybody over in business. I don't play with nobody's money. I don't touch other men's women. I don't steal from other people. I don't take things. Like, do you know how easy it is to go out and take stuff from people? Like, just using physical force. If I wanted to go take something from the average person, there is nothing they could do for it. Nothing they could do about it. Bigger than me, smaller than me, just because of the skill sets that I have. I don't do that. Hell, my ex-wife still being alive is directly tied to my faith. Because again, all the hell that woman put me through, if I wasn't terrified of being raped in prison, she'd have been out of here. So I intentionally every day wake up and try not to be a bad person. And we switch kids every week. So every other Monday, I see her and I'm like, man, I could put 2 on her chest, 2 on her forehead and get away with it right now. But I don't. I just take the kids, take them in the house and go back to being super dad. But I promise you, my faith is the reason why I don't do a lot of stuff. Like a lot of shit.
Okay. I'm good. That's all I wanted to ask.
What's the next question?
Damn, we still on 3. We got damn.
Y'all extended the show until tomorrow at noon. So what's the next question?
Tomorrow at noon is crazy but accurate.
I
Okay.
gotta jump soon. My cheesecake is almost ready, so I gotta jump.
Shout out to the baker. Shout out to the baker.
Shout out to the bakery.
Okay.
I'm so glad there's no yeast used when you bake cheesecake.
I'm so done. So I can officially say this now because I wasn't supposed to know this before. 2 of my girls are booed up in my class. They've gone through the program. We're not even all the way through the program. I tell you, I teach women how to inspire men to commit. Because men only do what they want to do. And like you guys said, like Mikkel said, like Willie said at the beginning, when everything adds up, it just makes sense. Like
Are they celibate?
Huh?
Are they celibate?
Let me not answer that live. I almost answered it live. I'm not gonna answer that for them and put the business out there. But I'm very excited that they are yes. And I will say this. I will not put anyone's business out there, but there are women in my course who have gotten that commitment without giving up the cooking.
But listen though, this is the thing, right? And I always have to ask: are they getting this commitment from men they genuinely like, or men they're willing to tolerate?
No, they trust me. They like them because they're working hard to.
But also these could be people in the same, the same league,
Same league is a nice way to
share
put that.
the same faith, and they are doing it for God.
Oh yeah, that's an easy one.
Right. So yes. So I just want to say, ladies, this stuff works. Join my class. Join the next show. Okay. Yes. Don't shade. That's right. That's right, Sunrise. All right. So number 4, great topic, considering we're talking about the women who just got an engagement or got in a relationship. Why? And one of the couples, it's from a singles database. It's from a singles feature. Okay. So y'all, I'm telling you, the other one was a friend of a friend. And ironically, it's the friend who was one of the first girls to go through my course. So you see, it's all tied together. Okay. The guy is on Yonci Nation. It's a whole thing. So join the program. Okay. What was I trying to say? Oh, why do men ask for more pictures when you connect on a dating app?
Because y'all lie.
Roll your eyes, you guys, because I know men roll their eyes when this question is asked because it seems so obvious to you. But the women want to know this. And so this girl specifically in my group asked this question. And I said, I'll ask the men.
Because y'all take angles and filters.
And y'all send pictures from 4 waistlines ago. That's why.
So it's trying to prove that you look the way you really look, or really trying to ascertain how they look.
I would say
the majority of
I would say it's because I want to feel special and I need something exclusive that only I see.
I think
that's the answer that I gave.
I think most of the guys are answering this from a perspective of men who like not thirsty, but like I would take it back to like when old school, when you used to get somebody's number and the guy would be like, send me some pics, and you'd be like, what are you talking about? Send me some pics, right? You'd be like, just go on my Instagram, go on my Facebook or something like that. I think they just want to see more pictures of you, and they also trying to see like if you like them, because if you do like them, you'll send them more pics. If you really don't like them like that, you probably
won't send the pics. Yeah.
So
it might be a test.
No, but sometimes let me tell you this. Hold on, let me tell you this. Sometimes you'll look at, like, if you go on dating apps, right? Like you'll look at a photo, like the main photo, the woman could be like Puerto Rican light skin, but as you go through the photos, they can be like Mumbai African.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
We're not talking about.
The filters, the makeup, and everything. They can be, and then when you look through the photos, it's like transformation. Like, who is this person? Is that your sister, your cousin?
Let me tell y'all, somebody that's on a dating app, men are doing the same thing.
But we're not talking about men right now.
We're not talking about men right now.
And it just says, why do you ask for more photos once you connect on a dating app? So I didn't see where
But she said specifically women, though.
Oh, okay. Well, I I just read the question. When I read the question as I read it, how I answered it.
But men do it too.
Call
See,
me crazy, but I've had many guys ask that when I was dating, and it never crossed my mind that it was a negative thing. I actually learned that as a dating coach that women had offense to it. Same thing with the female woman thing. It never occurred to me to be offended by that. So when a guy would ask me that, I actually was flattered. Like he was saying, I'm not satisfied with these three. Because I felt the same way. I'm like, you like someone and you see them on a dating app. Until you see them, it's like a craving. It's like it's almost.
I want more. I want to see you every day.
So I think that, and I'm sorry, ladies.
I've never seen a woman that was attractive, generally viewed as attractive, and in shape, be upset that a man asked for more pictures.
That's what I was going to say. I didn't want to.
They get upset.
I don't want to offend any women, but you'll do it, Yonci, because of how you feel like you look. Like me, I don't have a problem with sitting on another picture, but I think that from a different type of woman, depending on how they feel about themselves, they might be reluctant and think that that's all the man want, or why are you trying to look at me like that? But a lot of women pictures are like halfway and up. So
it's a lot of attractive women who don't like when you ask them that. But it makes sense because, like, especially if you're like giving your number out a nice amount of times, it's like, yo, go on my social media. I'm not about to be, it's like you got a business and everybody keep asking you questions and you're like, yo, go to the website.
Like lately, people be like, tell me more about yourself. I wrote a whole bio.
It's like that. It's like, yeah, they feel like that.
Now, did you not read it? So now I'm annoyed. So
I want to hear from the horse's mouth. I want to hear from you. It's just like telling, like, so you hate interviewing them, right? Because when you give them your resume and they're asking you the same questions that you already answered on your resume. Do you give them an attitude or do you answer the questions?
I don't know. I ain't worked in a long time.
It's the same thing they do with news. They send news from 3 niggas ago. Like, it's not, they're never fresh or new. It's like they got that one time where it looked good, so they keep them and keep recycling the new dudes. So you can't get mad at a guy for asking, knowing one that y'all only use y'all's best pictures. And again, with those pictures, it's a lot of cap in there. It's filters, like bro said. You go from being saying Keisha Cole light skin to being Shabba Ranks black. No,
I don't know. I don't mind.
And Yonci also teaches a course about how to like set up your dating profile that more women should take, because again, a lot of y'all are taking pictures hiding 200-300 pounds, and that's also unfair. I feel like that should be theft by deception.
And that's the main thing. I think that's the main time. That's probably like the most often when I know I ask for additional pics. I mean, I'm subtle about it, but it's not like I'm saying, hey, send me more pics. I don't trust what you look like or your size or whatever. But it's those situations where you're only seeing headshots or you're only seeing like just a bust shot and you're not seeing anything else, and that's all you get. You could be 150 pictures on the Instagram, and that's all you see. So it's like, all right, I just want to know what I'm getting into. So when I meet you in public, I'm not thrown off by anything, and then you're going to see me as the bad dude.
Can you imagine if you Can you imagine FaceTiming a woman? Can you imagine FaceTiming a woman and you're seeing her, right? And telling her, can you do a turn? Can you imagine a world in which you would say that?
No.
What I mean, all the time.
My wife used to send me
a picture from
every angle.
Huh?
My wife used to send me a picture from every angle.
How fast though?
I said it to you. I could not believe this man. I'm standing in front of him like full body, and he had the audacity to say turn. I felt like a slave on one of those like auction stands.
Yeah.
I was like, I mean, at least try to be subtle. At least like find a creative way to try to see the backside. But like he literally wanted me to do like that full spin they do at like award shows, and I was like,
if I tell you to spin, I do not respect you at all. I want to hit, and I know it's going to be easy. And I felt like you wasn't going to be offended when I asked you that, because I think you that type of girl.
And you probably didn't care if she was offended.
Yeah, I mean, your woman likes to be talked to like you're, like a slut anyway. So
yeah, but like that, not that fast though. It depends.
There's levels to it.
Yeah.
I was so offended. I never talked to him again. I just looked at him and I was like, block in real life. That's
You know, they
crazy.
want you
We're
to
not.
smack
Hey,
their ass on a
Yonci,
regular
we're not gonna
basis.
do
You
that.
know what I'm saying? They
Gonna do that.
We are not gonna
want to
do
be
that.
treated like a little slut.
I
I think
If
it's
a
one of those
woman has a
situations,
problem
though. I
sending
think
you
it's one of
pictures,
those
she don't like you
situations,
no
though,
way.
where you
That's what I'm trying to convey. If
I
she's
think
not, if
that's
she got a
pedophilia.
problem with it, then she don't like you.
Yeah, see, I concur with the picture thing. And this is, y'all know, obviously, I argue back if I don't agree with something or whatever. So I have no problem with that. There are some things as women that my gender does that's just dumb. I will say this, dumb. Like the things that we eliminate men for, like the lady who talked about the dude's shoes. She said, she didn't like his shoes, or he made a joke. He said he was going to be really comfy. Basically, they were trying to figure out what to wear. So she goes, oh, okay, I'll wear sweats. And then they were going back and forth, bantering about sweats. And he said, oh, I'll get you some cute sweats, which you would think a girl would just be like, oh, cool, I get some free sweats. She took offense to that because I'm assuming because she considers herself a fashionista. So she proceeded to send multiple pictures of herself wearing various sweats. Which she thought where she was just killing it, right? What's so funny is I actually agree with what he said. He made a joke that basically said in those pictures, and it was funny because her hair was like pulled back and everything in these pictures. She looked like a girl who wasn't into guys. And she did, the way the outfit was put together, whatever. But it was actually funny where he said it. Instead of laughing and being like, oh, you tried it, da 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 da, whatever. Let's find out if I like men. Something playful. She was so offended and took the time to like educate him on why that's not funny because of the LGBT community. Why would that be a diss? Like she just took it to another level. And I was just like, I think sometimes we get in our own way as women. Like it really shouldn't be this
So what did he say to her?
complicated.
He
So
told her she looked like she was a stud.
yeah,
She did.
she's trying to defend herself by like, I'll prove to you that my sweats look fly. Like I have cute
But
sweats.
what was his comment to her though?
That she looked like a stud. He said
Oh,
it
so
in a playful way. Like you look like a girl who likes girls.
Oh, okay. So you look like a stud. Okay.
But the way that she dressed it wasn't girly. It was like, and it was weird because her hair is down and curly normally. And because I went through her Instagram, but in the pictures they were like slicked back. I actually thought I would second guess her sexuality with the vibe that she.
Was she cute outside of that though?
Yeah, like really pretty. But the crazy thing was the way she. Huh?
Do you mean that really pretty?
Yeah, I mean she
Like a
wasn't
9.
like, she wasn't exceptionally pretty. Like I would stop and be like some people just take away breath and be like, whoa, like that is a work of art.
Yeah.
But she's really pretty.
You
I
said,
would give
you
her
said
like an
I'm
8
gonna
or
repeat
9.
what you said. You said like really pretty, so that's like a 9, right? What do
She
y'all think
like
that is?
Like I said, like an 8 or 9. Yeah.
She like a strong. She like a strong.
A 9, bro. Those don't supposed to be walking around like that. Like a 9.
She said an 8, 9. She said really
That's
pretty. So
She had clear skin, pretty hair, like naturally curly. But it was hard to not judge her off her attitude. Like for me, when people have really bad attitudes, it takes away from their looks. So I was really trying to be objective and just be like, but I thought she was a pretty girl. Maybe I would say an 8.5. Like I think she was pretty. But yeah, but she just, I feel like she took, oh, thank you so much, Jacob. You said dope shirt. She took offense to so much. And so she was telling all these, I realized that that's her shtick. She goes through and tells these dating stories, and the girls in her comments are like, oh yeah, girl, like throw him back or whatever. She got mad at a guy or turned off by him because she suggested they get coffee or tea. And he said, what kind of tea? Which I didn't even know there were different kinds of tea, really. So like black tea, green tea, whatever. But for some reason, that gave her the ick.
She wasn't feeling it, dude.
She didn't like. Yeah, I was gonna say she didn't like him.
She wasn't feeling. She was finding something.
Women
always find women. Let me tell you, women find one thing to not like a dude, while men we find that one thing that gets us married to a woman. But women, you can have everything. They'll find that one thing to not like him.
I've been telling the girls this in my courses because they'll say something and they're like venting about something, and I was like, "You don't really like him, do you?" They're like, "No, no, you don't." I was like, "No, you don't," because this would not be an issue.
a girl can kind of like you, but she can be so weird that she like, like if y'all politically don't align, like it ain't gonna work. Like certain things it's just not gonna work.
Would you, speaking of that, so this was on a page, shout out to right, she said boba tea or hot tea. That's a valid question. So there's this page called A Little Nudge, and this girl was like raging in her profile. Well, I guess I gave away my bias, but she was like, don't like my page or don't swipe with me if you don't see why, basically, like, and she just said this like extreme political belief. And so the debate was, is that a turnoff? Like, and she said, even if you agreed with like, let's just say, for example, someone was like, Donald Trump sucks, and if you think he's great, don't match with me. Would that be a turnoff to you?
That's not a turnoff at all.
Politically.
That's not a turnoff at all. I'm gonna swipe with her and I'm gonna tell her whatever she want to hear, and I'm gonna do what need to be done, and I'm out.
Okay, let me change it. Would you take her seriously?
Nope.
Oh, no.
No, it's not about taking them serious. It's about getting in and getting out of there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm feeding her to the mattress just because she was being a bitch in her profile.
Not
feeding her to the mattress.
I'm gonna be like, dang, can you believe all those guys didn't vote for Kamala? What's wrong? She's a woman. She's black. What else do you need? I'm be like, what else did you want to hear?
I used to love like going after the girls that I know say they don't like short guys.
Not close the doors.
Like
ushers, close the doors.
But any girl that had a type, and I'm not their type, I'm going after you.
Wow. Yeah, too negative is right. You're just negative in your profile. You're just angry. Just angry. You just seem like an angry little thing. Okay. If you guys are okay with it, we're gonna move on to question number 5. We'll see if an hour is enough to answer this question. Number 5, who is wrong? The man or his wife? Cue the video.
On my side, she was having a work get together, predominantly white. As we're getting dressed, she goes, "Would you mind wearing a long sleeve shirt so that way your tattoos are not showing when we go to this?"
I know that pissed you off.
And she was worried about how I would look to them so that she wouldn't be embarrassed by me. So I was like, I'm wearing whatever the hell I want to wear to this event.
Yeah.
I'm not going to let their perception of me govern how I'm going to walk out the house.
Right.
Big facts. She may care about those people. I don't know them from nowhere. I don't care about them at all. What I'm going to present when I come into this room is myself. I'm not coming in thinking or feeling like I need to be something different in order to operate in this room.
Okay.
And that is the argument that I'm trying to make. A lot of people are changing who they are, their behaviors, and their complete lifestyle to be and operate in a room.
Right.
You thought that wearing a sleeve shirt was a change of your whole lifestyle. No, you are still there. Your presence is there under those sleeves. And for a moment, you're making a modification. You're not changing your whole lifestyle to be in that room. You're just making a modification.
But the modification that's being made is not it impacts me in a way that's attempting to make someone else feel comfortable. And we don't even know if they're uncomfortable. You're trying to anticipate someone else's comfort and want me to fall into alignment with what you want to do. That is totally different.
Okay, yeah. Okay, you're not here for the people that are in the room, right?
No matter what room I come in, I'm not coming in this room with the thought of I'm trying to make you feel comfortable.
Do you come in the room to make your wife feel comfortable though? Does that matter to you?
What?
You're coming in the room not for these people, but you are coming in the room for this woman who is on your side.
But is she on his side if she asks him to switch up?
To switch up to meet the needs of that group. You're supposed to be on my side. You, my wife. If there's an event and those people probably wouldn't like how I present and they would be uncomfortable at how I look, then you shouldn't want to go over there with them.
Take a vote. Is the guy right? Is the wife right? We're going to take a vote. So who says the guy is right by a show of hands? Who says the wife is right by a show of hands? Dang, y'all voted for neither. Okay, Willie's going to go with the wife.
No, I think the wife.
This wife?
It's there's obviously something going on in that relationship where he feels less than or something, or like she makes him feel like he's not enough, or you know what I'm saying? Because if me and my wife are going somewhere, um, and we both have the same goal in mind, we're doing whatever is needed for the goal in mind. It don't, you know what I'm saying? So like, if she wants him to dress a certain way, like I'm trying to walk in these rooms with these people to get this more money or whatever. Well, that helps both of y'all. Yeah, I wear a long sleeve shirt. Boom. I'll go in there, put my charm on. You know what I'm saying? Move how you need me, who I need to talk to, who I need to, kind of sweet talk. I'll do all of it. You know what I'm saying? Because when we leave, we got them niggas. You know what I'm saying? So
That sounds like some teamwork.
right. It's a teamwork kind of a situation, but that's not what's going on here. You know what I'm saying? Like they're obviously not on some teamwork shit. So he's
What
feeling
makes
some
you
type
say
of
that?
way about it.
What
Huh?
makes you say that she must be doing something versus him just having an internal situation going on?
No, he is having an internal situation. You know what I'm
But
saying?
you started out by saying she must be making him feel away. That's what you started out with.
I don't mean it like that. I
Oh,
mean
okay.
it as they're having a dynamic in their relationship where they feel unequal. You know what I'm saying? He feels some type of way where the team is not meshed at this point. You know what I'm saying? Because he's definitely having an issue with sacrificing a long sleeve T-shirt and turning on his charm for whoever he needs to help his woman, get to the next level. Or he's not looking at it as a team situation. But
Right.
I don't know. I don't know. So I don't know. On the flip side, always say, "I wish you did this," or he feels like she's trying to change him. You understand what I'm saying? So she might be doing little manipulative stuff to be like, "You should do this," or like getting on purple shirt. He don't like. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
He was wrong for the simple fact that he has his hair pulled down to his fucking nose. like, what are we?
He has his what?
His
The
hat.
way he has his hat pulled down to his nose is why he
Oh,
offended me. Like, what are we talking about?
he seems a little immature, right? Like he seems a little bit immature.
Not you replaying the screenshot of his hat too.
Like she knew what type of man she married, and his identity is. If his identity is so tied to what we're saying, what he wears, then it's also on him because he has his wife in a position where she has to work for somebody else. So like you can't have it both ways. Like you want to look cool, you want to look like you a boss, but then when your wife say, "Hey, can you cover up around these white folks?" He should understand how that goes, and if he's not willing to, that's why he is still where he is, wearing his fucking hat like that. I don't feel bad for his wife. I don't feel bad for him at all.
Period.
What's so funny to me is people who act like there isn't decorum. Like Mikkel's in the medical field. He can't roll up with a jersey, and he could be the man all he wants. There is a standard protocol. You're going to look a certain way. If I go to the dentist, I don't want to see her in a midriff. But if I'm friends with the dentist and we go to a bar after, like, I don't care. But if I'm coming to the office as she's a dentist, I want to see her in the lab coat. I expect people to look a certain way. The lady at the school, when I check in my daughter, I expect her to look a certain way. I don't think about people forsaking in their identity. It's just called dressing the part.
Yeah, I'm torn because it all depends on how much money you got. Like it depends on how much money you got at what stage in life you at. Like if I know that I got way more money than anybody inside of this room, it might like bother me to like have to put my sleeves down when I know that like, yo, you don't need this job. I'm going here like you want me to cover up for these guys who like they all dweebs. Like I can understand that sentiment. I don't know if that's his situation. I'm assuming that he's more of like one of them situations where he's just being rebellious. Like if you're just average people, I totally understand. Like going and just change your outfit. Like y'all trying to get this money. Like your wife probably needs her job. Like like just put on the long sleeves. But it's like that thing of like you a billionaire in this restaurant about to tell you to put some pants on. It's like yo, I don't know. But it depends on how much money you got. I think that makes a lot of sense.
That was very interesting. Okay. Well, let's see how the men of Yonci Nation voted. This is what they said who was wrong. Overwhelmingly, they said the hubby was wrong for not caring about her comfort. 13% said the wife was wrong for wanting him to switch it up in the first place. So there you have it. Why does that clinging sound like when you're playing Connect 4 and you hit the little slider and all the coins, the little things fall, the chips fall? That's what it sounds like. Okay, so
don't know them.
Okay, the guy.
Care about them at all.
Okay. All right, so we're taking him off. He just kept popping up against my will. He said he's gonna be divorced soon. Man, with that attitude, that's crazy to me.
I think I would say that he's wrong, the way that he responded to it. And
he gonna be divorced. She gonna be married to one of them white folks she wanted him to impress.
I replied to that in that segment.
Oh, you did?
That he was just making it about him, and it wasn't even about him. He needed to make it about, it was about her. Regardless of the situation, he was making it about him. She was just asking him to do something to make her look good, just as he would ask her to do something to make him look good. I mean, I'm sure he, like me, if I'm going to a surgeon's conference or something like that, I wouldn't want my woman coming up, with ass out and cleavage down to here. I wouldn't want that. Because not only is that a representation of me, but it's like all these eyes are going to be looking at her in ways that I won't like, and then the hood's going to come out of me, the Philly's going to come out of me at that point.
And it's not about her at that event. She's just there accompanying you, but you're there trying to do whatever mission. And even if you weren't a jealous or territorial person, now it's distracting from the event because everyone's now looking at how she's dressed versus the presentation or mingling and networking and stuff like that. Yeah, I love that you put it. He is making it about him, and you have to know when you're the supporting character and when you're the main character. And sometimes your partner is going to be the main character, and I think he has a personal insecurity because it's not that deep. And if I go to an event with Monte, I'm asking him what kind of vibe is it? Is this casual? Should I do sport? I want to make sure I'm presentable and making him look the best.
Hey, I do think it's a little different though.
I want to know if that man. This is always where I go with this, but I want to know what that man's relationship with his father is like, because he responded like a woman would. Like what she said, what she asked him to do triggered the fact that I know how I look is ridiculous, and now you've asked me to tone down how I look in front of these people who you think are above me, because he knows that they're above him. So that's why he was mad about it. That's why he said he's supposed to be on my side, because there shouldn't even been a side to pick. Your wife asked you to put a shirt on, bro. But you're saying you want to dress like you're 16, but you're 45 years old. I mean, what you get?
Right.
There shouldn't even be sides. That's a fact.
But I will say, I do think it's a little bit different in terms of women having tattoos and women dressing and showing cleavage and stuff like that, because I do think men with tattoos have become a lot more prominent in corporate spaces. I've met a lot of doctors who tat it up. I've seen a lot of people who can make it look good in corporate spaces. I haven't seen
where it's visible a lot.
Yeah, I'll tell you this before you continue. I'll tell you this. I'm sleep, both arms sleep, completely sleep. Not a single person in the hospital that I work with know that I got sleeves. Not a single person.
Because you probably wear it to here, right?
I've seen some guys.
Right.
I've seen some guys' hands and all of that, who've been tatted and they still clean up nice with the suit on and they clean up nice. But it all depends on who you are and what you have going on though. That can make you look interesting. You have to know your look, but it can make somebody want to talk to you because it's like, yo, what is his deal? He's clean cut, everything.
Oh my God, who shot you from back there?
And he tatted up. What's his deal? What does he do?
I don't disagree with you on that one. I don't disagree.
Everybody can't pull it off.
But if you don't go into a situation where, just say your woman is in a field where she's receiving an award, right? And then you come in there with short sleeves, all tatted up, whatever. That's just not appropriate. It's
short
not
sleeves is different.
Her. That's
short
what he was saying.
Different.
He was saying, why can't I go in with short sleeves, tatted up? That's what he was saying.
And I was gonna say, unless it's like a polo shirt, what kind, are we talking? T-shirt?
What I'm saying is I'm talking about a look with a collared shirt on, long sleeve.
And you're saying a rolled up stuff.
You might have it rolled up, and they can see your tattoos a little bit. As long you got to know your look and how you and what you can pull off.
Right. I agree with you. I agree with that.
And is it like gang tattoos or is it like a cool tattoo?
Oh yeah.
You got
I mean,
killers.
when I go to
outside,
my tats, I got like on the bottom of my wrist, my fraternity, Phi Nu Pi on it. So I'll roll up if I know I'm going to a situation where I can, where I know that other fraternities, sororities, whatever is going to be there. Yeah, I'll get a little exposure to what that is about, so it can strike up
that's a
conversation.
little bonding moment, yeah.
But still, it's all about appropriation of the situation.
Yeah.
So I don't disagree.
Yeah, I could not be with a hothead like that or someone who just got to be different. To me, it's a big deal if you know how to read the room and you can go with the flow. Like, I always thought that was so dope. What do I call him? A corporate, I jokingly used to call it a corporate thug. Like, I like a man who can put on a suit, go into a boardroom, command the room, and can be taken seriously in the hood. Like, I like that diversity. Like, you don't want a guy who's so hood that he looks so out of place.
Yonci, I don't want to burst your bubble, but that's what every woman wants.
Mm-hmm.
That's what y'all want.
We like diversity, but it's the same thing. You said freak in the sheets and a lady in the streets. Like, that people want a person who is versatile and knows when it's
What does
time.
that mean to you? What does that mean to y'all? Freak in the sheets, lady in the streets.
A freak in the sheets is somebody who can get down and nasty and act like a whore and act like a Sunday school teacher when she's out in public. Like, this is my definition, is a woman who you only know is nasty. Like, the biggest compliment somebody can give me, somebody said that they thought that I would be a prude and I'd probably be really vanilla in bed. Somebody said that I was like trying to clown me when I was in my Facebook group years ago. And I said, thank you. Thank you.
Nasty.
Be quiet.
I'm trying to think. Do I like a nasty woman?
Yes.
Because I'm the nasty one. I'm nasty.
You want her to be like, stop.
Because freaky and nasty are different to me. Nasty is like, I'm nasty because, like, I don't want you to take a shower. I'm nasty.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, we're not talking like
that's nasty.
I mean,
That's
nasty
gross.
meaning like, well, I don't want to say too much on.
Give me 3 days.
Nasty
3 days,
life.
3 days no shower. That's what I like.
He about that marination life. I mean freaky. I mean, like, whatever you're asking, she says I'm down. You want her swinging from the chandelier, she's down. You want a cheesecake certain places, she's down. Like,
okay, I get it. Okay.
Your personal.
Mama said what you won't do, another woman will. So I'm gonna do it.
Are you really having sex with women that ain't took showers in 3 days?
Oh my god. No, not
he
women.
He has to beg because they don't want to do that.
Not women, my woman. Like,
you're a woman like 3 days, bro.
Well, he gets upset that she won't let it marinate for 3 days.
I'll be like, yo, did you take a shower? She'd be like, yeah. I'll be like, why? And she be
really?
He wants that marination.
You know what I like?
We want Michelle Obama in the streets, Tiana Trump in the streets. Like,
I ain't Tiana Trump. That's
Tiana Taylor.
That's homeless action right there. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's,
you don't know who Tiana Trump is?
I live out of my van and take a shower and Planet Fitness every 3 days. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of woman that used to live, that be telling stories about living in the storage units. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Dirty
like,
nails.
I never seen Tiana Trump in action and nothing like, you know.
Right.
Like
I said that's homeless action. That homeless smell is another level smell. If y'all ever smell homeless smell,
it's a difference between, like, to me, like, stinky and like smelling like a woman. It's a difference. It's a difference to me.
You're like, don't strip away all those natural body odors.
Yeah, like if you got BV, like, yeah, that's disgusting.
No, but they don't took a dump all, multiple times through them 3 days. Like, come on, man. Like, you wild, man.
That's why it's called nasty. That's why I don't say I'm freaky.
That's not nasty, dog.
It's nasty.
That's 2 girls in a cup work, boy. Like,
you going to
whatever works for you, sir.
You went real far with that one.
We listen and we don't judge. I can't help you there, man.
Yeah, try it. Just try it with your wife. Just be like, baby.
I'm curious to know how many of you guys want to do a bonus episode since we got a lot of hours to burn through.
We fucked that up.
Man.
Oh, we fucked that. My bad.
We can do like a Tuesday show, and we can do some special topics. Let me know.
I mean, we got like 14 hours on the books.
Okay, somebody do the math. What is 502 minutes?
Did we get through all the questions?
Yeah, finally. It's never taken us 16 hours to get to 5 questions. Okay, what's it? 5. I forgot. I got ChatGPT. How many hours is 502 minutes?
6 hours and 22 minutes.
8 hours and 22 minutes.
Oh yeah, 8 hours. Fuck, I had it backwards. There you go.
At GPT. Yeah. So 8 hours.
Yeah, I told you I put like 11 hours on by myself.
Yeah. So that's a couple bonus shows. We got some. Maybe we do like a singles, Zoom. I don't know, something. Oh, bye. Sorry. Bye, Kevin. Good to have you.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take off too. I gotta eat.
Oh man, yeah, I had to order.
I gotta
food.
go eat too.
I had to order food. Y'all got me on here.
Well, no, not really.
Hey, first of all, you mind your business, okay? Whether or not
Oh, my bad, wrong
don't be
eating.
clocking my dietary, like my eat schedule, but trust me, I'm about to go have a very, very, very hydrating and 0-calorie meal.
I got you.
I didn't even get on tonight because the kids is on break, so I don't got the kids. And I'm like, all right, Deja gonna want to like, kind of cuddle and like have more time together. Yeah. She was asleep when I went upstairs, but I took too long. I took too long playing with y'all and playing with Willie. I took too long.
Oh, that's kind of weird playing with Willie.
I'm sorry.
Pause.
Ultra pause.
Go wake her up.
That's my first one.
To hate us.
Go wake her up.
Oh yeah, I ain't waking up.
Oh, that's not good. Okay.
Well, it's been fun. I'm going to go up.
32 more minutes, Mont. Okay.
Oh, 32 more minutes?
Yeah.
So what are we going to do with the other 11 hours?
That's why I just said I could do some bonus shows.
Oh, okay.
Yo, funny.
Well, I got a dentist appointment, so I can't eat like real food for 8 hours prior to my appointment. So I just got to go eat what I can. I wonder what the
just
dentist
make
knows.
sure she don't shower first, Willie. Just try it.
No. I've been in the military, bro, having sex in the middle of the desert. Trust me, I don't need to try it. I know what salty vagina tastes like. Absolutely.
How was your day, Mikkel?
Right. I was going to say, like, so.
It was busy.
Salt or sugar on your room? I don't know.
Yes. Do you like salt or sugar on your vagina?
I'm just
we know what Mont likes.
I cannot. He likes both.
Mont likes that little like 15 minutes of treadmill. Like scared match.
I kind of have to be
speed.
there with mine. If my girl's out there working out and she comes home and I'm seeing it, you don't have to get in the shower. We gonna take care of it.
Okay.
I'm the odd man out.
I'm not saying that she's been out there, like you say, homeless for like 4 days, and
she's not playing beach volleyball in the sand
down there in those shorts. Nah, I'm just saying, like, she come from the gym and she looking right, in that Lululemon or whatever. Yeah. And hey, come here for a minute. That's all.
It's different.
But again, like Mom said,
extra workout.
It's gotta be my girl though. That's not just with anybody.
Would you do that?
I gotta be in love with you.
Yonci, would you do that? Yonci, would you do that?
I was asked one time, and I personally couldn't relax. I'm like Mont's girl. I couldn't relax because just as a woman, you want to feel like you're fresh.
No. I'm talking about if he just got home from work, and that's just what you felt like.
I'll just say this
because
I say I don't want to talk about. I'll say when I'm married, we don't need to stop and do it any extra. Come here right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the best way to be with your husband, because I truly believe men deserve to feel like a piece of meat. So there are times where I think he shouldn't have a say. You just get over here, and this is what we're gonna do. And so
that right there is adding the oil to the cogs on the clock, like we were talking about earlier.
That's how you keep our mechanics in line.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't add that oil, somebody else will.
That's what my mama
Especially
always
if
told
you
me.
tell them to not stop what they're doing. Free bonus.
That's
And
why
I dare you to stop and see what happens.
That's why I have a standing desk.
Keep playing that game, keep being in that meeting, keep making that food.
What?
Look,
I know that's right, Willie.
my guy has the same desk. I'm just saying,
Willie.
when we get married.
What's up?
Hold on. It's a competition now. Hold on.
Hey, wait. Hey, you can see my whole setup. I think I probably got the coldest computer on the internet right now. I don't know. I gotta feel like my shit's kind of nice. And then the one that I got coming next weekend.
Look at that. Am I going faster than Willie's?
Yeah, because you got yours a Blue Chew.
Yeah, funny.
That looks so funny from being on the screen. That is hilarious. It makes it look like only your chair is moving, Mont. That's what it looks like.
Oh, you know,
It looks like Willie's chair is moving.
Willie's going up now too.
No.
That is hilarious.
Look at
I
this.
almost put one in my room, but my desk is 6 feet long, and I was like, I can't go back to it because they only make them in 4 feet. I believe.
Willie.
Huh?
This is what we about to do right now.
I need to get those for the back, but since I got another
I'm
workstation
so
back here.
jealous.
I got another workstation back here.
Really?
Like, my new
$50
computer.
$50 for a 4-pack.
What is that?
These are panels that go up on the wall. They look real nice on.
Gotcha.
You put them on the wall.
Mont, can you do them on the ceiling and have the same effect, or does it have to be the wall?
You can put them. You can put them on the ceiling, the wall.
Because it will mess with my vibe. My vibe is like all gold and white.
Find some gold and white ones.
Yeah, you can.
Or paint them.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's very like I have metal. It's metal and it's very like minimalistically decorated. So I just feel like I would need to put it somewhere where it's like out of sight type of thing.
What is it though, y'all? I'm just asking.
Well,
it absorbs sound.
It's an acoustic panel. It's acoustic paneling, but also like when it comes to your aesthetic, it can really upgrade your aesthetic. I'll show you an example. Hold on. So,
you do it like consistently. Oh, that's nice.
Or like the bedroom, like that.
Damn, I want to get them for my bedroom.
I know. I need to upgrade my room.
But see, look how like clean my office is. Like I don't think it would
go well.
Yeah, it would just be.
Hey, never mind. I might have finished the movie. I don't even want y'all to see. Never mind. I'm gonna let y'all make it. Just know my computer like next weekend. I'm building a computer is inside of a desk already. So like the desk is the computer shelf, bro. Nasty work. And it's probably going to be the fastest PC out because
It's a gaming computer. You game?
Yeah, of course. I've been gaming for the last hour.
Oh damn!
I heard you fussing at. I thought that's what you was doing, fussing at your computer, talking to your people.
No, it was my teammates, man. They ain't want to shoot shit. Like, what you got a gun for? You ain't gonna shoot it.
That's how you know Willie got money.
Right.
I can't wait. I can't wait till I'm at the point where I feel like I got time to game again.
Well, most of my life is on autopilot, bro. I did that because I'm lazy.
Like, I can't wait to that point where I'm just like, yo,
Listen, I guarantee you, you give me 4 hours, I can give you a chat bot, an AI chat agent that makes your life so much easier. Like it's any person with a business, any like professional, you give me 4 hours of your time so I can interview you and figure out what you do on a regular basis and how like what your day-to-day tasks are. I can build you a chat agent or a chat bot or a virtual assistant that'll free up 8 hours of your day every day.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
I may have to see you on that.
I need that.
I
didn't pay somebody. Listen, man, I didn't pay somebody to connect the mini chat to the Zapier and
I do all that.
Like,
but see, that's the thing. I did it for fun. I did it because I'm lazy. And one of the things that I've, as a businessman, for every employee I have, every task, one thing that I die by, if I have a complicated task that has to get done, I give it to my laziest person because they're going to figure out a way to make it easy. Like it's never failed me. It's always because I was that person when I was in the military. You wanted some amazing shit done, give it to me, and I'm gonna wait till the last minute, but I'm gonna get it done. It's gonna be crazy good. But with this AI stuff, like answering emails, all of that stuff, you can train your AI to think like you. You give it a sample, say for example, like give it a year's worth of emails, right? And then say, hey, find the professional emails. Use that tone going forward to answer these questions. And then what it'll do is when you have an email, it'll say, hey, it'll ask you a question. What do you want to do? You give it a quick response. It'll craft the whole email back for you. And then as it learns you, it does that stuff automatically for you.
Yeah,
so
I
like,
need that.
It'll know like, hey, you don't really fool with Keisha. So when Keisha invites you to go somewhere, go ahead and just politely decline. But when Yonci asks you to go somewhere, say when and where. Like you can train that to be like a little miniature version of you, and bro, it's great. It's almost like having like autonomous children that do your work for you.
Sunrise wants to know how much RAM are you talking about on the computer you're building?
I think 512 gigs
of RAM.
Gigs?
Bro, I'm building. I'm building a monster. Like because I told you, I'm doing machine learning AI stuff now, so I have to have a computer to do that. So I got two 5090s. Like it's a lot, bro. Like I'm finna send you the case and I'm building it in. Then you'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, I get it.
No, but I need that because my AI chatbot, I need help. Yeah, I need some assistance with that. I gotta holler at you.
Yeah, the AI chatbot shit, man. Like that's how. Remember I was telling you about my Section 8 stuff and how I do it. My AI runs that now. It finds the prices. It finds the places. All I got to do, I get a notification, and I click yes or no. I click send, don't send, and then when I do click send, it generates all the contracts, sends it to my DSCR funding people, sends it to them. So like now I can go from finding a property to having a loan secured in 24 hours instead of a week.
Yeah, I get what you.
Yeah, it's nasty, bro. Super nasty work.
Not as nasty as 3-day-old cookies.
Oh, that's not nasty. That's amazing.
I said nasty, like nasty.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
I'm not even gonna hold you. That's still kind of wild to me.
But it got to be a woman that you love. Because listen, I'm one of them people that like, I don't even know how like people. I don't get the like going to the club and taking a girl home after because I'm like, where the shower come in, right? I never even understood it, so I don't get it because I never did it. But I'm just thinking like, don't she shower like and stuff like that? So like normal girls, it's not my girlfriend. It's like disgusting to me. But you gotta be my woman.
Yeah, because that means you. That's the thing. You know your woman's vaginal upkeep practices. That girl from the club, she probably don't take a bath before she go to the club.
Question for you: do y'all drink behind your people?
Yeah, it depends on what has she done anything today?
Oh, okay. If she hasn't,
that's gay.
Yeah, if she hadn't done anything, yeah, I'll drink after my woman. But if she did not, like, if she turned me into a straw, no, I'm not drinking after her.
He said, "Turn you into a straw."
I never understood people who would like French kiss their person, but be like, I can't drink behind them. Like,
I've never understood guys who will go down on a girl and then put a condom on. You already ate the AIDS.
Not the AIDS. Shut up. Not that. You done already ate the AIDS.
Am I lying?
Like
that's the most disrespectful shit ever. You let a dude go down on you and then talk about put a condom on. Girl, fuck you. Excuse me. No. I'm not. You put a condom on. Your face. I'm not putting. You already fed me. You already done fed me whatever bacteria. Girl, no. Mom, look at the case I just sent you.
That was funny.
No, I'm just saying, think about it. Because, like, as a guy, right? I'll be honest. Y'all can laugh at me, probably make fun of me for a while. I don't care. I used to be so terrified of STDs, I wouldn't even get head without a condom, and I was married. So, that being said, you know how long it took me to stop doing that?
Wait, using a condom with your wife?
Yes. We was in the military. You know what military women are like.
Oh, it makes sense.
Like, mind you, we grew up together, but once you went to the military, something about military pushing a woman towards being a hoe is just like.
Wait a minute. Why did this guy say that his superior told him, bro? He told all the men, don't ever go home unannounced.
That's true. I can.
Actual thing. They said if you don't want to do. Just don't go in. I was like, that's.
I went home early, and you know my story. Like, so you know what happened with me.
Oh man,
but In my years as a senior enlisted guy, right? When I tell you that if I had to guess, I'd say between 700 and 800 people, like of my sailors, have come home and been like, my woman's pregnant, my woman cheated on me, you sent me home early, and I went home and there was a man in the house. Like I'm talking, listen, 700 to 800.
I agree.
85% of first-term sailors are first-term in the Navy. I'm not giving for nobody else, but in the Navy, 85% of first-term sailors that are married end up getting divorced.
I agree.
Of those who don't, right? 25% of those sailors find out their spouses have cheated on them while they were going on deployment. Do you know how many people go on deployment at a time? Tens of thousands. 25% of those people come back to their wife or spouse getting back blown out, usually by somebody who works in the same command, like the brothers, like the sister ship, or even saying the people who stay behind. Like I'm telling you, like
one guy said he came home. What is it? He came home and then he was hanging out with the neighbor or something like that. I forget how it was, but basically he was saying that's a different car. Like, oh, I see that car here all the time. Like he was trying to say it without fluently saying it. Like this car is always at your house when you're not here.
Hey, SD posted my story from what we were talking about in the chat.
I was wondering if that was you because he was telling me about that, and he was like, "Yeah, buddy was telling a story when I screenshot or something like that." I was like, "That sounds so similar to
yeah, that was mine." So like, what I tell you that I'm sorry, Keisha, but 90% of military women ain't worth shit. Like that's putting it mildly.
Why do you think that is though?
Because y'all are surrounded by men and you just can't help yourself. And then two, a lot of y'all do it because it's the only way you're going to progress in rank, especially in certain branches. And then two, you guys, I'm not trying to be funny, but you got sausages being thrown at your face all day. You're going to bite one eventually. Like you can't help it. And then two, the fastest way to get close to somebody outside of being in a relationship with them is working with them. So y'all build those bonds, and you're like, I can give him a little piece of coochie while my husband's out there risking his life for my freedom. But he'll never find out until you get pregnant. And now he comes back home trying to explain. You got to explain why you 4 months pregnant, and he been gone for 9 months.
So why do anybody get married in the military? It sounds crazy.
For money. You get paid to. You get a like living in DC. You get an extra $3,100 a month for getting married.
That's one of the highest BH rates.
Like in Hawaii, it's $4,800.
Why not? But why not just get married to a friend? Like that's a girl.
Some of them do that.
Yeah, that happens.
I ain't about to marry no.
I married my high school sweetheart because we joined the Navy together, but I knew she was a freak from when we were together. I just didn't think that it was going to escalate the way it did when I went on deployment. Like I just didn't see that coming. But who the fuck? If you knew the story, you would be like, "Oh, wow!" But yeah, nobody saw that coming. So I mean, I'm not really. I don't blame her. I knew she had needs. She wouldn't. I'm gone for that long. I don't expect. You can't expect an addict to stop doing anything cold turkey, smoking, drugs, drinking, whatever. So
especially when you're that young.
Yeah, and we 21, 22 years old, so just it happens. But when my son was telling me that he was dating a girl that was in ROTC, I was like, you got to go ahead and dead that now. And he was like, why? I said, look at me and your mama. He's like, I get it.
Oh, your son know the story?
Huh?
Your son know the story?
Yeah, my son knows the story, but he didn't find out. Huh?
How old was he when you told him?
17.
Okay.
Because she had lied about it. She was like, he's like, well, my mom she told me why y'all got divorced. I'm like, no, she didn't. I know for a fact she didn't. And she said, yeah, because y'all were both in the military, you were gone, and she was gone. Oh, it has nothing to do with it. Nothing. Absolutely not. So I mean, you got the story.
Yeah, you can't make me lie to my kids.
Listen, I lied for her. Like I let my family think I was a bad guy. But when my son came and was like, Dad, you're the bad guy, I was like, actually, let me tell you this story about these 3 dudes and your mom. Like it was a long, complicated.
How do you even process something like that as a child? Like I can't.
Yeah.
Well, I know this. He went back home and said something because she called me and was pissed. And I was like, well, you shouldn't have put me in a position to lie to my child. Like, well, he didn't need to know my business.
As a boy, you see your mom a certain way. Like as a girl, you see your dad. Like I can't imagine.
If you do it right, you do. I've never seen my mother with another man aside from my father.
But it's like the people we talk about that all these young girls are doing OnlyFans and stuff, which is funny. Mikhail looks like he's in witness protection every now and then when the light goes out. Just see a silhouette.
Hey, he looks like those
Great.
girls' pictures he was telling you about. They go from Keisha Cole light skin to Shopper Ranks black.
Wow.
But all these kids who are growing up right now in this culture where the moms are acting like it's okay, like Kim Kardashian's kids, you know, they're like figuring out what her mom's known for. It's like these kids are going to need a whole different level of therapy as they're coming of age. With
Kim Kardashian, her situation was like, I feel like if you're like a whore and you got to deal with that, your kids got to know you're a whore. They got to know you're a whore. Like for me, like if I cheated on my kid's mom, I wouldn't care if they found out at one point. Like, yeah, I cheated.
Really?
If I cheated, I cheated. It is what it is, and I'm a man, so I don't like. There's a slight bit of shame to it, but like it's not like I did nothing gay, right? I can't do nothing gay because I'm a man.
Yeah, if he did something gay, you never want your kids to hear.
But you wouldn't feel away with your kids knowing you were a cheater.
No,
it is. It's a part of my story. It's a part of my story. It is what you want me to do. If that was a part of my story, I'm not. Yeah,
it's just the benefit of being a man. I'm not trying to be funny, but hey, it's a different standard for us. But
you
now,
can be gay a little bit if you want to.
If he did something gay,
If I found out that my father cheated on my mother, I would never look at this. I would have no respect for him.
That's because he told you too late. If you found out your father cheated on your mother with a man, would it be worse?
Absolutely.
Exactly.
But that doesn't mean it takes away from it being terrible.
Oh no, you're just saying that there's the lesser of two evils.
You only feel that way because
I didn't say lesser of two evils. He's like, I don't feel shame.
But you only feel that way because the way you viewed your father growing up. Now, if you viewed your father as a little bit more, like if he was just a little bit more honest about his, you know, but he probably didn't cheat, so it's nothing to be honest about.
My grandpa was a Rolling Stone, and I knew this from a young age, and so I always saw him in that light. It didn't make it, but I wouldn't call him honorable.
That one thing doesn't make him not honorable.
Yeah.
He made him.
How do you feel about your grandfather?
The only thing I really know about him is that he was a Rolling Stone, and he had I can't say the other thing on.
Did it disappoint you?
I wouldn't say disappointed because that's what I was introduced as.
There we go.
But no, let me explain what I mean by this. Disappointment means you were here and then I brought you down here. Mm-hmm. I just started down here. It didn't disappoint because I never was appointed to disappoint. I made it up, but I always just saw him as down here. Like,
so how would you view your father if he said that he cheated on your mom?
I would lose all respect for him.
What if you have no respect for your grandfather?
I don't know what would earn him. So compared to my other grandpa, I have a different grandpa.
He's
military.
Hold on. Don't go too far. Don't go too far. No. Don't go too far, Yonci.
I honor.
So we're just gonna talk about this one grandfather right now. You have no respect for him.
I would give him respect as a human being.
Do you have no respect for him?
I won't say no. He's a human. He deserves.
It's a yes or no question.
So Yonci, if you found out your dad cheated, is one thing, right? If you found out your dad had sucked a dick before, which one would make you lose more respect for him?
We already said that we, as society, value that word.
The difference is for him.
That doesn't mean that you earn respect. So you have to do something to have earned my respect.
Well, not for your father. Your father is born with your respect. Like that's different. I don't know about you. My dad didn't have to do shit to earn my respect. He's my dad. But I will say this though, for the same example Mont used, if you kissed a girl before and you didn't like it, and your daughter found out you kissed a girl one time, she's not going to view you any differently. But if Mont's daughter found out he sucked a dick before, I guarantee you she's not going to tell. She's probably not going to view him in the same light before because
she ain't going to tell nobody that.
Yeah, like I take that to a grave. If my pops had a penis in his mouth and I knew about it, I would never tell. My therapist would know that.
But I don't think that you guys can understand a woman's perspective. Your father is the first person that you look up to and you look to as your guide for how men should treat women. So if if the men in your life that you grow up, it f's up a woman's world to know that the man I came from couldn't be there and provide love and safety to my mom. Like that.
I don't think that's true. Because
you're not a woman, so how
no,
can you say
wait.
that?
I'll give you. Let me give you my evidence first. Let me give you my evidence first. Because there are a lot of women, right, who think that they know a man's nature and they don't expect a man to be faithful. And I'm pretty sure that's from their past experiences, maybe people they grew up with, maybe their brothers, their dad, their uncle, but they respect men, but they're like, yo, men aren't faithful, and I understand that. That is a woman with a different perspective than you.
Yeah, that's a sad world if that's how, in my opinion, that's a sad world to not give men any more autonomy over themselves and their urges than animals. I will, that's a hill I'll die on. Like, I would not be proud to celebrate that I am no different than a rodent or a cat or a monkey. Like, I
Now-
love the fact that I'm on an elevated level from an animal. And I
Now,
can
Yonci, but right, it's kind of like similar to comparing women to children, because I'm one of those people who will make the argument that women are very close to children. You know,
those are humans, though. I'd rather be compared to a child than an animal. It's a different species.
well, comparing a man to an animal is what you choose to do when you can just compare him to a man. You can just
No, you guys always say it's our animal nature. You know, we're dogs.
No, I mean, animals gotta eat, don't they? Don't animals gotta eat? You gotta eat. Animals eat.
I say you guys voluntarily compare yourselves to dogs. I will never do that because I
Who
feel
compare
like that is
themselves to dogs?
men all the time.
Dogs just hump
it's our
the air
animal
sometimes.
nature. It's our animal nature.
Dogs hump the air. Dogs hump other boy dogs. They hump everything. You ever seen a dog hump another boy dog?
Actually, I have seen.
They just hump. They just hump.
Dogs. Just kidding.
I don't think men are like that.
I'm not the one who's doing the comparing, sir. Ask your brethren. I hear so many men compare themselves to animals, and I'm the one saying, lift yourself up, sir.
I'll compare myself to a lion. I respect lions. I respect tigers.
And bears, oh my.
Oh my.
I respect tigers. I admire tigers and lions, so I compare myself to that. And lions got a lot of women too.
Did you get all your cakes prepared, Miss Keisha?
Yep, I just have to ice them tomorrow. I have a Super Mario Brothers cake, a Sonic the Hedgehog cake.
Do you use fondant or regular icing?
I use fondant for the tricks on the side, and I make buttercream from scratch.
See, I feel like that's gone away where people don't do the homemade icing.
I do everything
love a homemade icing. My mom make the best, no shade. My mom made the best homemade icing I've ever tasted.
I actually do. My mom did too.
And best, she would make homemade ice cream, homemade bread.
I'm gonna show you what I made.
Man, making me want that slow churn vanilla ice cream from scratch. If y'all ever had vanilla ice cream from scratch, oh my gosh.
I'm just sharing. I know this ain't got to do nothing with nothing, but
no, you earned it. You stayed on here for 75 hours.
So this is just the pieces of fondant that's going on. This is Mario, my Mario Brothers.
Oh, with the little stars.
Oh, that's decent.
Stars,
That's
and then
cool.
you got, I'm gonna make like how it looks on the game, and then this is fondant too, like the little, that thing that be going in and out of. What's these things called? These pipes. The pipes, yeah.
That is cool.
So I just like to get this ready. So I'll just decorate tomorrow, and I'm ready.
You gotta paint it all by hand.
Yeah. I gotta do it all by hand. So,
see, I don't have the patience for crafting type stuff.
It's very therapeutic. It's very therapeutic for me. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, some people they're real good with their hands and they can sit there and like bedazzle stuff or whatever. Like, I get so frustrated. Like, I want like instant gratification.
Yeah, this takes some time, so it costs.
Well, that's impressive. You can do that while being on the show.
I was trying to multitask, but I don't have to. So I volunteer. So I do.
Oh, just gonna dress you, sir.
I do substitute teaching sometimes. And so I'm not going to do any classes. So I substitute teach high school. And I think that's just my little way. Like I do different mentorship programs like at the YMCA, stuff like that. Just my way of giving back. And I think it kind of fills a void for me because I don't have kids.
Yeah.
So I think like
it still make an impact.
Do you want kids? Do you want kids?
No, not at this rate.
You past that point?
I think I'm past that point. And I know I'm not. I know Janet Jackson had kids at 50. Great for her.
She's a billionaire.
Right. That's what I was going to say, Willie. I'm not her. So
Yeah.
I just think, the older you get, the harder it is. And 25 at this point, we can just travel together. I can be a great bonus mom to no more than 2 kids above 18 and up. I'll say 12 and up. I'll give you 12.
My question is, was there a point where you really wanted kids?
No.
Never?
I think that because I moved around in the military so much that I just never stopped to say, I want to have kids. You know what I mean? That's every woman's dream. Like, when they growing up, I want a white picket fence. I want the house with 2 kids, dogs. I don't remember a time when I was able to stop and I deployed 5 times in 20 years, so I just was bing, bing, bing. So no.
Okay. Why does someone sound like they're on a respirator right now? Oh, of course, now it stops.
It sounds like a computer to me. But yeah, I'm okay. But I can be a great bonus mom. I'll be a great bonus mom.
What is bonus? Is that like a new thing you guys are doing?
It sounds nicer than step. I do.
Yeah, some people don't like stepmom, so I say bonus mom.
Well, why?
I heard somebody say bonus son one time. I looked at her like she had 7 heads. Like, what the hell's a bonus mom?
I don't know who I can offend. So I always used to say stepmom, but I noticed that one time I offended people. So now I had kind of changed my lingo and said bonus mom. So
I like bonus because I don't know why step in my mind has a negative connotation. Like it sounds like almost like in place of or something. And so, or like stepped out of the way, but bonus sounds like, I'm getting something extra.
That's why. Yeah,
I have my kids that came from me, and I get these bonus ones. It sounds like a positive thing. So like, that's just my step.
I think it's interesting how like women and like fads and trends are like work with women, and like it's always something new. It's always something like it's a bonus mom gonna be played out eventually, and they're gonna have a new name. It's like always a fad diet. It's some, it's always
there's
this
a
new
sentiment
thing
behind this, though. It's for the child's benefit. So I don't look at that as a fad, but more so people are trying to be more sensitive in these days.
Yeah, that's what it is. Some people be like, I'm not his stepmom, I'm his mom. Especially people that took care of a kid for so long, but I would never try to replace. You know what I'm saying? I don't want
bonus mom to me just sounds not real. It just feels like.
I mean, that shit sound like some polygamy stuff. Like a dude got 3 wives and now he got 2 bonus moms.
Like play cousin? Is it like play cousin?
No, I don't do that play cousin shit. Because if a girl tell me it's her play brother or cousin, they having sex.
I don't mind being an added bonus to co-parent with.
I don't mind being a stepdaddy, but you don't call me no bonus daddy.
I want to say, Mikkel, it really sorry to cut you off. Because we did say we're gonna end at 12, since everybody has to go. But Mikkel, I do really enjoy when you were on the show. Let me put my camera back down. So I appreciate you joining us, despite your busy schedule. You always have an interesting take to bring on, and
you over here saving lives and shit. No, we just on YouTube and Instagram, talking shit to each other. So
I want to say. Thank you so much. I don't take the gifts for granted. It's really cool. I don't take for granted the fact that I'm doing what I'm doing for a living. Like I'm doing what I love. And it's so funny because back when I was still working a 9 to 5, I made the mistake of telling my boss, who was my friend before my boss, about my passion. And it was just something like how you're doing cakes. Well, maybe that's not the you sell those. But like if somebody, you know, put puzzles together, like that's the extent of it. It was like, oh, I'm doing puzzles on the side for fun. And he freaked out and was like, oh my God, you're going to blow up and then quit and leave us. And I was just like, it sounded like somebody saying, I'm going to leave you to go do puzzles full time. That's how crazy it sounded to me. So sometimes I laugh, like he spoke it into existence. Like I did eventually leave to go do my own thing, but I wasn't thinking that at all. And he actually put a lot of it in my head.
Sometimes people don't understand that you can do multiple things and still do, you know what I mean? Because even I got big in network marketing, and when I started telling them about baking, they're like, even now, you know, doing that baking, your little baking thing.
Not the little baking.
Yeah, you still working your little job.
Your little baking thing. I'm like,
what is that thing called? Your what's the little girls had it? Play ovens. What was that called?
Easy bake oven.
Your little easy bake.
That's how you know you got a bad boss.
You know what I'm saying? And they wasn't even my boss. Like we business owner friends supposedly. But now they be like,
they just haters.
Right. I make residual income. I got a team that works.
You should have said, oh, you still work your little job where you got to ask permission to take off, you bum.
And my thing though is if you're doing something that you're passionate about, that is a gift. Like to be paid to do what you're passionate about is crazy. So I don't take that for granted. I was joking with Monte because I was like, I love doing coaching so much. I said it's couples coaching. I was like, I love it so much. I do it for free. He looked at me so quick like, but we're not doing that. I was like, no, I'm not going to. But I said, I love it that much. You know, it's just I will.
I think I heard it said one time. You know, when it comes to this, like, do something. Well, how did it go? It went.
Do something you love. You never work a day in life.
Find something that you would do for free, and then figure out how to get paid for it. That's when you found your spot.
Yeah. And you'll never work a day in your life.
Right.
I used to bake cakes for fun, like for holidays. And then people were like, well, how much would you charge to? And I'm like, I never thought about charge.
Well, I can't be an assassin, so I just picked cybersecurity.
I cannot.
It's an assassin in a way.
I was gonna say that. Yeah. No, but there are those.
I think that I may have caused the loss of life via keyboard in my career, but not the way that I want to be like on some Jason Bourne. Get in there and
Jason Bourne, that's the man.
Yeah. Now John Wick is the man. Jason Bourne is like number 5. But I used to want to be a black John Wick when I was younger, and ended up having a baby and gave all of that up.
I remember I had met a guy when I first started baking, and y'all know I be having stories. So he was like, "Well, so what do you do?" Right? I was like, "Nothing. I bake." And he was like, "That's it." And he was like, oh, you need to do, he started going on a rant about what I need to do. And I didn't even feel like I needed to tell him, Ninja, I retired 20 years and I built a network marketing business on the side. But I just was let him go, and I just was like,
My thing used to say when I was married, we'd be like, oh, what do you do? I'm like, I make people. And then they're like, wait. I'm like, no, I make people. My quota so far, I'm at 2. And they're like, and then it finally gets, it was like, yeah, I made a man and I made a woman so far. I'm like, oh.
I just, people so, you know, I know they say women so judgmental, but when that dude was like, you just bake. I mean, what else do you do? Oh, you want to do something?
I bake while piloting
no,
planes. You should say something stupid after that. I bake while flying fighter jets. Like I bake while doing open heart surgery. Like that's awful. I mean, I do it while doing, you know, underwater biology, but yeah.
I think that's crazy to like criticize a woman for something like that. No, one of the things that bothers me is like when people give you a fake job. Like if somebody says like, oh, like I'm in real estate, and you're like, what are you talking about? That's different. If they're like, oh, yeah, like I'm a business owner. Those things are different. I don't like those ambiguous terms, which typically people.
Ambiguous. Okay.
Yeah, those ambiguous terms that aren't real terms.
They give you an industry and not a job title.
Yeah, like like I'm in the real estate. That's not a thing. Like, oh, I'm a real estate investor. You know, yeah, I'm an agent.
Yeah, I can imagine someone doing that if their job was very complicated to where the normal person. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm wondering if it's such a confusing job that they just were just like, I'm in real estate. Like, or let's say they're in a job they're embarrassed about and they kind of want to like generalize and be like, oh, I'm in, insurance. Well, it's like porn industry, like something.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the setting. It depends on the setting for you to say like I'm in real estate. So, if it's a setting where it's vague for you to, it's okay to be vague like that. But most cases, people are like learning about real estate and they tell you something like when I'll be watching the Pop the Balloon shows and somebody be like,
oh, that'd be fun. Oh,
I'm a business owner, and I'm this, I'm a.
Did you see the girl who says she's an entrepreneur? And the lady said, oh, what business do you have? And she goes, oh, I don't have one right now.
Yeah, she's like, that's what they say.
Serious. Oh, it's like, well,
that was like a highlighted one or something. Because was...
she should have said,
That's the new code word for OnlyFans.
It is. At least an OnlyFans has an industry. Like, they're doing something. She said she didn't even come up with the business. So I think what she should say is, I aspire to be an entrepreneur, or I come up with business ideas, but I haven't launched any. But she said, I am an entrepreneur. I think she doesn't understand what that means. They roasted her.
I don't think there's nothing wrong with me with a woman who doesn't like do anything or doesn't like have her stuff together yet. In terms of like that, like to me, there's nothing wrong with that. I'd rather you say that like, oh, I'm trying to figure that out right now. I'd rather you say that than.
What would you do if she said, what if you found, like, she didn't say it straight up, but like after probing, if she says, oh, I'm a lady of leisure, and you're like, well, where do you get money from?
Oh, sound like she sell herself.
No, lady of leisure means you're taking. Oh, okay, I guess lady of leisure is a term for somebody who has like a wealthy husband. But I was gonna say, what if you found that her dad gave her a credit card? Okay, so I'm giving you this because when I was single, my dad wanted to build a wing off my house, his house, parents' house, and give me, have me stay on his credit card and just basically be the man in my life until a suitable man came along. What would you think? Would you be turned off by that?
No, that's what your dad's supposed to do. Your father's supposed to take care of you until he gives you away to somebody else.
Right.
You wouldn't say this person is high maintenance, get her away from me?
In the Muslim community, for most, Middle Eastern Muslim faith, Islamic faith, that's how it is anyway.
So I would think an American man though would see that and be like, "Oh no, that's high maintenance."
A man who's doesn't date your type of woman would see that as high maintenance. I like a woman who is protected by who's raised that way, where because that's how I'm gonna raise my daughters, is like until I give you away to somebody who can do everything that I've been doing for you, I don't want you to feel desperate to just make a decision or to I don't want you to feel that way. So yeah,
you know what I think is the biggest downfall from the changes that have been made in our society that took a woman away from her dad's house is that one, it makes her start to put down roots that are hard for her to uproot. So like if she's living at her dad's house, even if she's making money, that money is liquid. Like she can just go and do whatever and their house is going to stay there. But if she buys a property and falls in love with the man who lives 6 states away, now she has this dilemma like, what do I do? Do I rent it? All that stuff. Or she's working, well, she's committed to her career because she's putting roots down. So I think that's the drawback with, where we are as a society. I feel like we've made certain advances, but then in other ways, it's really difficult for women because she's trying to live in two worlds. She's trying to learn how to be able to sustain herself on her own, but then she needs to also immediately be able to flip and not be that. And so it's a really tough situation for women. And then she becomes really successful, then she's eliminated the majority of the men.
I think, a woman can be successful and still find a good man. I think the problem is that they want a man who make more than them. That's their problem.
But you even said most men don't want a woman who makes more. They prefer a woman who makes less.
I would prefer a woman who makes less, but never say never.
But I think it becomes hard. That's why I said I think your pool shrinks. There are quite a few men who say I would not be comfortable with that. I would not like that dynamic.
No, so this is the thing. If you met a man and you made much more money than him, right? But you've never showed him that, right? And you're just like, I'm not even going to be that. I'm going to be the woman who I want to be for him. And you never tell him how much money you make, and you never even until he one day just finds out, like, oh, you make a lot of money. He wouldn't care at that point because of who you are. But typically, these things ooze from women's pores when they make good money.
You're saying that if you found out that Deja had crazy money, she was like a what do they call it? A trust fund baby.
Yeah.
And she had 60 million just sitting there.
Yeah.
You wouldn't feel any way?
As long as that money don't change her, no. As long as that money don't change her. Me as a man, money can't change me. It can't. Like I've been like it's been moments when I was with Deja and I was like, I guess I would consider myself poor. I would consider myself that. It's no difference in the man I am today. She would never know what was in my bank account ever.
So you're saying that for you prefer women have less money because in your experience, it's always changed how the woman behaved.
Yeah, they feel different. They got a different sense of pride with their money. I'm a man, so like I have a sense of pride with what I've done and what I've accomplished. But I don't necessarily want that for my woman. I don't want her to, find the same sense of pride in that same thing that I find that sense of pride in. Because it's just typically it's more masculine. Like it's one of the like if I'm a man and I make money, then I'm genuinely more attractive to women. Like it just is what it is. I'm more attractive to those women.
Somebody said this that with a man, the more money he gets, he's very generous with it. With women, the more money we get, we don't have that same desire to like shower it on other people. That we tend to like look at it like our money is our money, and then the man's.
I mean, a woman will trick on a man. Like they do that.
Some, but I'm saying a natural. Yeah. Most women, I think, have the mentality.
Oh yeah, you like, yo, this is my money. Yeah, you like, this is my money versus me, who was like, yo, I want my money to be your money. I want this to be our money.
I think when I was married, I made more money than my ex-husband. But I think that I feel like, and I'm not sure, but how he carried on, like I never said, this is what I make. He knows I was retired. He knows, I had multiple businesses going on. That's kind of what he knew. What I knew was he was flipping properties. So I assumed that he made more money than me. But as time went on, how I spent my money and how he spent his kind of started to show, I guess. So it was just like, okay, maybe you don't have it. And I wasn't judging, but I wound up spending more when it came to the household to take care of stuff than he was, which made me start questioning, like, wait a minute, do you really have what you say you have? And then I started resenting him, to be honest. Not because he made less, but I felt like he wasn't, because he knew I made more, he wasn't trying to give or to put in.
He overly relied on you, it sounds like.
He overly, like he didn't put in to even give me something to work with. So
that's the difference between women and men too. Like I don't want my girl to give me nothing. Like I don't want nothing that she got. I don't want it. Like keep that for you. We can invest it, whatever. But I don't want like if I had a $60 million bank account, a trust fund, whatever, right? Like I want that to be ours. Versus like if a woman just made $60 million, like typically, does she want that to be? Do she want that to be both of yours, or do she want it to be hers? Like, are women thinking about themselves? Are they always thinking about self-preservation? Like, how can I survive? Versus, me, who I'm like, yo, it would be my honor to take care of you. That's kind of like my position with it.
Ain't nobody never told me that. I wish.
Aww.
Like I would definitely it would make me want to give more if I ever would have had that opportunity in life. I would have been more like, yes, baby, have it all. That might have made me more. It's just saying that, and let me see in it. Oh, sorry, that was a bit much. But I'm just saying, like, ooh, you say what again? Nah.
That's how men. I think that's how like a lot of men feel. You know,
Yeah.
like we want to hold your door open. We want to do these things that we don't have to do. I just want to do it.
Oh yeah, hold the door open. Yeah.
But
like
I think that's just
brag
that's a
about
small
like,
example.
yeah. But you know how a lot of women brag about getting their bills paid, you know, getting this taken care of, getting this taken care of, this, and they rely on that. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I ever had an opportunity to rely on it. And maybe because I've always had a career. I don't know. But I don't know. It might be what I'm picking. That's what Willie said. But
probably,
I'm telling you, the dynamics are different. There is a different level of expectation from a man who's paying all the bills, and it takes a very rare guy to not lord it over you, because who makes the goal makes the rules. There's a reason that's a saying, and there's a certain level of entitlement. Call it good, call it bad, I'm not going to judge it. There is a level of entitlement that comes with money. If you notice, every single time we ask a question, the question is like, what are her looks and what kind of money is he making? Like, everything is for the guys, like money. If I'm paying this much, then I better get like Mom was saying, if I'm making this much money, I shouldn't have to cover up, or I shouldn't have to do this and this and this. Money for some men gives them a lot of passes, to the point where we've had lengthy discussions about this. Some men feel like women should be grateful just to have a piece of them, meaning they should be willing to share with other women, because the women should just be so grateful to have financial access to this guy. So I say this, you might not be missing, and I'm lead into this. I have had all my bills paid and not touched a dime, not worked at all. I have seen personally other people go through that, and I'll just say the dynamic is very different.
Do you think if Monty had millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars and he didn't want you to pay anything, do you think that he would be that type of guy? You think it would change him or bring something out of him?
I don't think that Monte has that in him, because I've seen him with, you know, because he's in sales, so he'll have some really good months, and then, you know, other months, and then like whatever. His first instinct is to be crazy generous. Like, he loves to give it away. Like, he's never been I've never seen that on any level, shape, or form. He's never used money like as a flex. If it was a flex, it'd be a flex that benefited everybody. It'd be like, I'm getting this whole room for my friends, or I'm, you know, but yeah, he just doesn't have that. I call it chauvinistic. He doesn't have a chauvinistic bone in his body.
So you think that the type of man that Monty is, no matter the amount of money, you think that he would be a good steward of that money? You know, he wouldn't take advantage of you. He would give you everything, and y'all would just be happy, and he would take care of you and whatever.
I feel like that, but the reason why I pause is because it's really hard for me to imagine him in that role, meaning where it's just 100% him, because a big part of what he likes about me is my entrepreneurial nature.
That doesn't mean that he likes your money. It means that he just likes that you're a go-getter and that you have a passion.
Right. But I've had this conversation, and I said, what if I was an entrepreneur because I just came up with cool stuff, but like I didn't sell it. I didn't sell anything. He was like, that would be different. But he was trying to explain how it's not the money, because like I could work at a job and get money, the same amount of money. He's like, but there's something about the fact, he goes, you could just sit there, an idea comes to your head and it turns into money. He's like, there's something cool about that. And he likes that. I guess it's like how some women have passions and hobbies or whatever, and it makes them interesting. That makes me interesting. So that's what I'm saying. I can't really picture Monte still being Monte and me being he's perfect. We've actually had this conversation. So we talked about how that's how it was in my other life, where I was just a homemaker and and he was like, we would never be together, because there's something about that dynamic that he doesn't like. And what's cool is that it works for me. I think I'm scarred from that. I think that I don't think I've seen somebody use it and not make the woman feel subservient. I don't think I've seen that. So for me, I bristle at that now. Like, I don't like that. And for me, what I'm comfortable with is, like, I call it, the man can keep the lights on, and then I can help with a lot of cool other stuff.
Yeah.
I don't want to feel like if I don't have a good month, we're going to lose the house. Like, I don't want to
But
feel that.
in reality, though, if he did have $100 million net worth, right?
Mhm.
Of course, you can continue to do what you do. It's your passion. You make money off of it.
Mhm.
But of course, he wouldn't be expecting you to pay 20% of the bills or 30% of the bills. It'd just be like, whatever with your money, like, right?
Yeah, he wouldn't be counting it.
And you don't think that, I mean, I don't think that he doesn't seem like the type of guy to me who would, change to that degree because of money. I do think that a lot of men you can pride yourself on the money that you can make, and I think money is important. I don't think that is as important that a lot of people make it seem, but I do think that it's not unimportant. I think money is a thing, and I think that it's valuable, being able to make money. But I know for me, with money, without money, I'm the same person. My standards are the same. Everything that I want from my woman is the same short list. It's like 5 things or less. I'm not one of those people who's like, yo, if you don't, it's I'll money this, money that, and I'm not like that. But whether I got money or don't got money, those 5 things are the same. Like, those 5 things are the same. I do not want to be in a relationship with somebody who can't give me the 5 things.
Are the 5 things that she would be able to do working a full-time job?
Maybe not.
So
it's not that I want a lot, but like,
No,
for
but
example, I need a soft woman.
Mhm.
Like, I need a soft woman. I need that. And if you working is causing you stress, especially like my girl, she absorbs everything.
That's where I was going. I was saying, like, the money ends up being in a factor, because you're saying it's not going to change if you have money or not. But if you don't have money, she's going to be forced to have to make up for that. And therefore, she's not going to be able to probably do all of the things or do it to the degree that you like. So I do think money plays a factor that way. I don't think it's necessarily changing like the character of you, but I think that you would have to adjust if you didn't have the finances that you had.
Possibly we might not even.
What will be the 5? Let's start there. What will be the 5 if you're comfortable sharing?
All right, because I don't know if it's exactly 5, but I need respect, right? That's obviously one thing. I'm the leader of my relationship. I need that, right? I'm the leader of the household, head of household. I need that. I do want a woman who is the manager of the house, which means that ultimately, when it comes to the household duties, she manages that. That doesn't mean that she got to clean everything every day. It doesn't mean all of that type of stuff, but it means that I don't want that to be my task. I want that to be my woman's task.
And if she was making more than you and working more hours, do you think that that would be a weird dynamic?
I think that there's no way in hell that I would be managing the house to that degree.
I see you didn't answer that. You see, if I was making more than my guy and I was working longer hours than him, I would be resentful if I then had to come home and do that on top of that.
Yeah, so we might not be a match in that case if she was doing that. But I just know that I will never in any relationship be the manager of the house and the manager of cleaning and the manager of cooking.
So you better keep working.
Well, when I was
married,
my ex used to, y'all know I be having stories, but he always used to come home from flipping the properties. But even though I'm at 6 figures from home, right? He used to expect me to cook, clean, do all that, because he said you're at home. Because I'm at home. So he's like, why you know what I'm saying? Why dinner ain't ready? Why this ain't that? What do y'all think? Should I have had dinner ready? Now I did it, but I didn't do it all the time. but he still expected me to do it all the time. And I'm just like, brother, like, sometimes I can't do it, but he expected it because he said that was my role because I'm at home. I said, I'm not the typical home, what is it? Housewife.
Homemaker.
Yeah, homemade housewife. You know what I mean? Like they don't make my kind of money from home, like what you expected. So that was another thing that kind of.
If he put an oven in his job, then that means he should be able to cook too. That's the equivalent. Like you have at your office, there's a kitchen, then you should go in that work office and whip up stuff.
My girl is far from perfect. She's learning and she's growing when it comes to like the house stuff. Like she doesn't have no kids. Like she's always been a basketball player. So like she's learning how all of this stuff works. Like my house is not clean all the time. It's not clean every day. Everything is not managed every day. I don't have any issue with that. I just care about the effort. I just care that, like, do you want to be that for me? Because I want to be everything for her. Like I don't know how to build a house. I would learn how to build a house if she wanted me to. I want to learn how to build. Like I built her garden beds. I never built nothing. My dad never told me how to do that. But I want to learn how to be better for her. That's all I want. I just want effort. I just want you
and
to
I think
want to do that.
What's really cool is that we have diversity on the panel. And I think it's cool that we're not preaching that this one way is the way, because everyone's dynamic works. Like mine and Monte's works for us, and neither one of us feels like we're compromising. You and your girl, it's working for you. Willie's dynamic is working for him, and I think that's really, really cool. For me, I didn't grow up seeing a man clean. I think I saw my dad touch a dish the first time in my 30s. I believe I might have been actually 40s. Like I never saw that. It was very like gender roles do not cross. And so for me, Monte is very hands-on and very involved with the kids. He is not above laundry. He is not above washing dishes. He's not above cooking. Like I love that. And then for me, like if I see the car is dirty, it doesn't occur to me to ask him. I take it to the car wash, and I have physical limitation. I can't physically lift certain things, but I would if I could. And I just love that our dynamic is if there's a need, jump to it. And so like our flow, even with work, like we have our this hallway, and then his office is down the hall, mine's down the hall, and I'll say, have a great day at work. We shut the door. But like there will be times where we'll get hungry, and if one of us kind of naturally has a breaking point, we'll just cook. And I like that it's not, oh, you're the girl, so you have to go. Yeah, you got to go cook. Because sometimes I'm really in a creative space, and I'm like, if you stop, you're gonna lose whatever you're doing, or I'm filming, or I'm whatever. And then other times he'll be slammed back-to-back meetings, and I'll do that. And so if he happens to come in my office because we always eat at our desk, breakfast. If he comes to my office and talks to me and he sees my plate, he'll just naturally take it out. If I go in his office, talk to him, and I see a plate, I just naturally take it out. No one is like, oh, don't touch the plate. That's it. I love that. I might come back from a YouTube show and he's cleaned the whole kitchen, or he might come down from the office and I've cleaned the whole kitchen. I just really enjoy that. And if we have company, we'll both kind of roll up our sleeves and make sure the bathroom looks good and and then we both hire a cleaning lady because we're not trying to be scrubbing toilets. That's where we draw the line. But it works for us. And I just want people to see that you're not wrong if you want a wife who does all the domestic duties and you want a man who does all the bills, and you're not wrong if you want to share the duties. Like too many people on social media try to say what's wrong. It's just it might be wrong for you. It might not be a good fit for you. But I love it if it works for other people. And I've had both. So
people have such a simplistic mindset to like the 50-50 conversation and stuff like that. It all depends on what you want to do and what you're comfortable with. Like, I'm not going to tell no other man to pay all his bills. Depends on what type of woman he wants. Then I might tell you to pay all your bills if you want a certain type of woman. But it just all depends on what you want. It ain't it's no one size fits all when it comes to that. I can't tell nobody to be, traditional. I can't tell nobody to be religious. I can't tell nobody to be this, that,
But don't give Mont's credit to God. That's what we learned tonight.
Oh, I was just playing with you. But I was just playing with
I'm like, God, it's between you and Ma. I ain't got nothing to do with this.
you. I was just playing
No,
with
but real
you.
talk. It's
God
like,
brought me to this live today. Cause I wasn't gonna come on today because I was gonna go, the kid
and
go
you
with
blessed the mess
Deja.
out of me.
Yeah.
Goodness. Made me cry my whole show. But yeah, but like for me,
Same here. I was like, I wasn't sure if I was going to make it either. I mean, I'm not.
And look how impactful it was.
But I wasn't sure if I was going to make it, but I was like, you know what? Let me get on the show and just show my presence.
I love that. Well, it is appreciated. There's something really cool. I think especially for me and just some of the personal things that I've gone through that I haven't really shared, but it's really cool knowing that I can contribute. Like that means a lot to me. And like, especially in my younger years, I was very self-centered. So there's something very satisfying knowing that I can monetarily contribute. And if I want to get a gift, it's because of me working hard for it. Like there's something very satisfying about that. And I like that. And also knowing like, God forbid something happens that I can at least somewhat try to fend for myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna tell you, I think I really believe in what you're doing for the women out there. I mean, my situation, my story. I connected with someone last year on your because of your channel, and great person. Didn't work out for whatever reasons, but great person. I still think very highly of her to this day, and I think that what you're doing, or at least trying to do for these women out here, not many women are doing that. Not many people are doing that, and that's the main reason why I support you. And, I didn't give to extend time. I just gave because I just believe in what you're doing.
Thank you. And that means so much. And I feel like it's a legacy that I can leave and feel proud of, and my kids feel proud of. And when you just see, like, I look at it, it's like, okay, I might be able to affect this one lady, but if she has a healthy relationship with her man, that can affect her kids' generation and their generation. Like, that's a really cool thing. And it was interesting because somebody asked me a question in class, and I could tell they were like hanging on to every word. And I had this awareness that like, this is a very important role. It's almost like, I'm not trying to be funny, but it's almost like a pastor. The Bible has you have special curses as a pastor if you lead people astray, because you're messing with their spirit, the rest of their life, like existence and all the time. But I was thinking, wow, I have a great responsibility to make sure that I'm speaking the truth and that I'm not steering women astray, even accidentally, because they are holding on to what I say as Bible, and making decisions accordingly. And it was cute because yesterday the girl said, oh my gosh, this stuff really works. I did this and now we're in a committed relationship, and it's like, okay, cool. But at the same time too, I have to be really careful. So I say all that to say, I can't be confident about what I'm doing without the guys behind me, because that's the thing I feel like differentiates me between me and any other female dating coach, is that it's not opinion. I'm just relaying back what the men said, and the men said it's not emotional cheating.
Right. We circled all the way back to that. Overall, this whole 5 hour, 6-minute
What were they talking about with the emotional cheating? What were you saying?
I feel like Mikkel's me scarred. So we said, there such a thing?
I'm patiently listening because I know you're going to screw it up. Read the question as it was.
Oh, you a little pig.
What you think? No,
the
read
question
the question
is there such a thing as emotional cheating? And the men said, for men, there is not. Like, a man cannot do it. A woman can do it, but a man cannot. That is what the men.
No. See, I knew that was going to happen. We didn't say a man can't. We said ask the women, because they are the ones who mainly do the emotional cheating. We didn't say we can't. No, I kept saying it right before my statements. It's not saying that we don't feel. It's not saying we don't have a heart. And I'm sorry for all the viewers who've been on here since the last 5.5 hours. But, we just basically said that women mostly do the emotional cheating because men are built on mechanics. That's what the gist of what Willie and I were saying.
Interesting. I guess I can agree with that, but I do want to say that I think that men get emotionally involved more than they'd like to admit. I think men like dating, like women like dating. I think men like getting to know new people. I think men become attached to people more than they like to admit. And I think that I do get it. Like, oh yeah, sometimes when a man just has sex, sometimes we just having sex. We don't care. We don't notice. We don't pay attention to how the girl feel and nothing like that. We just like, oh, we just had sex. But there are a lot of occasions where men are liking women and they're having feelings for women and they genuinely care about their livelihood. And it's like, oh, I paid this girl rent not because she asked me to, but because I care about her. So I do want to say that too. I probably agree with the general sentiment though. That it's mainly women.
That's what I said. I said women feel like, I think women feel like men emotionally cheat, but men don't feel like that.
A lot of these niggas be liking these women.
That's why I said, especially the ones that sit there and they're, complaining about their situation and sharing all these things, and she makes me feel good. Like a lot of the women say, I don't understand why he cheated on me with her because I'm clearly better looking, and people would say, yeah, you are prettier. And as the reason is how the woman makes him feel, because she doesn't have a magical hoo-ha. It's that she makes him feel respected, admired, important, whatever,
My girl don't like me giving other women advice because she know that men we like that type of stuff. We like to feel needed and to feel like we are given value and stuff like that.
This is why you were one of my favorites.
Yeah.
But that's not emotional cheating, though. That's not emotional, though.
That's an emotion to say it feels good. It feels, I feel like
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example.
You're oiling the mechanics of a man when you do that. You're oiling the mechanics of a man. That's not an emotional thing.
When he tells
can I ask you something?
He's just
Can I ask you something? Let me. So let's say it's this girl I work with, right? Mm-hmm. And she gave me a compliment today, and I'm like, oh, that felt good. And sometimes we talk, and I haven't cheated, but I enjoy talking to this girl, and I'm attracted to her. And one day she didn't come to work, and I was like, damn, I kind of miss her. Like I wanted to talk to her. Like I'm like, damn, she didn't come to work today. I wore this nice outfit and she didn't come to work today. I just wanted to talk, about
paint the picture.
Topic. Is that emotional cheating? If I like this girl because we've been talking for so much and we've been working together for so long and we've kind of developed this type of connection.
I would say you have developed an attachment. I wouldn't necessarily say it's going so far as at what you describe. I wouldn't say. Yeah, I wouldn't say, but I would say it's a slippery slope. And I would say this: the best way to censor yourself, whoever ends up listening to this, if you would not want your partner to hear the thoughts that you are having and seeing you behave that way, you are now in a gray zone. If you know your girl would have a problem with knowing that you were disappointed that your female coworker didn't come and that you wasted your great outfit, she didn't even see it, and you look for it, as I said, people know when they're doing too much, and they know if they would feel a way if their person did that. If Deja was wearing something extra special and she's purposely staying behind and having conversations with her boss, and we know when we're doing too much. I just hate people try to justify it and act like it ain't what it ain't. Like, you think I'm a special kind of slow, like short bus slow, bedazzled helmet with a chin strap slow. If you think I don't know what's going on,
listen, I know what y'all are talking about, but if the woman is making you smile, then it's like, ain't no girl I ever didn't care about made me smile.
I wish you had been on here earlier, Mom, because I had to fight.
No, see, okay. Hold on. Let me just say this one thing. I'm not disagreeing with what Ma is saying right now. Yes, it would have been great to have him on here, but I would argue the same point. If you go back to the question, the question was, is there such thing as emotional cheating? I never said that there wasn't. I said that women do it more. I never said that men.
Oh yeah, I would agree.
That women
I'm
do
gonna
it
go
more.
back and review the tapes.
Yes, please do. I never said that men don't. I never said that men are not emotional. I never said that men don't have
I
feelings.
kept hearing it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It doesn't.
Willie
exist.
said that it didn't exist.
Okay, so somebody on the panel kept saying it didn't exist.
Yeah.
They
I was
said
just
they
saying.
only.
I was basing my
They said
argument
he
was
only
basically.
talks to women. Men only talk to women and kiki for the end result of sex.
That was
Yeah,
Willie saying
that
that.
there's
Well,
no
my
enjoyment
argument-
of the kiki. It's only we are investing in a potential lay. And I said that's BS because why would men be crying and stuff like that? No.
Men be crying.
And my argument was that when men cheat, it's mostly physical.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree
I
with that.
didn't say that it did not exist within us. I just said that mostly women do the emotional cheating, men do the physical cheating.
Did I give you those mental points back that I might have taken away from your comment?
Right. Yeah.
Because I was like, man, he be so wise all the time. And I'm like, I don't know about this one.
It's like, I'm not what's going on.
You know how the main reason I would never cheat is because like I want an emotional connection.
Yeah.
Like so, like the idea of me just like having sex, like she ain't got to never worry about me cheating because like I want to own you. Like if you ain't let me get a second wife, then you ain't got to worry about me cheating.
It's too much work.
Yeah, like I ain't all this.
Way too much work.
I'm not.
Yeah, there's a term now called demisexual. I think one of the girls.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, that's a term where you don't want to be sexual outside of an emotional attachment.
Mhm.
And I've been like that my whole life. Like, and I don't know if it's because of how I was raised, with the sacredness of sex or whatever, but I could never understand. I'm not wired this way, not judging, but like hooking up with someone who you just met where they're like, I don't even know what their name is. Like, to me, it's so intimate. And so the idea of just like a stranger, having you, but like I had times where I was turned on because someone was attractive, but it was almost like just sexy in my mind. I wouldn't actually want to go and do the act. And then like the next day you're like, ugh. But for me, it's more meaningful. Like when it's your person, that person is there. That to me heightens all of that. You can feel uninhibited because you're like, one, this isn't going to be the only time. You can keep improving. You can, if anything, whatever, like it just feels so safe. And it's a beautiful thing. And I love the idea of something being special for me. Like, I love that. I love knowing that it's mine, and it makes it special. It makes it special that not everybody gets it. And so that's why I tend to be more territorial, than maybe the next person, but it loses its value if everybody gets it. The same thing, like if you compliment every single chick who walks by, it means less to me because everyone knows they can get it. You're rushing help every single neighbor bring her groceries. And I'm like, whoa, like, what are you doing? Like within a reason.
That was my thing with my ex. I was telling y'all with the social media thing with all them followers. Like you go in there and telling women every day how great what they are and how they're this and how they're that. And I'm like, and then you come home and don't say nothing.
Can't take her home.
And I told him, I said, I think you like the attention that you get from all these followers, from all these women, because it's just women mainly.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, no, it's just entertainment and And I was like, I don't like it. But he told me if I did it, if it was reverse, he wouldn't be dating me. He wouldn't have been dating me.
I can't deal with someone who's delusional themselves. And some people are delusional. Like they really do like attention. And those will be the people who will argue you to death. Oh no, it just happens to be that all my clients are female. And it just happens to be like, they'll give you every excuse in the sun. Good and doggone well, because I don't have time to police you. If you don't know how to handle yourself when you're with the opposite sex, like that's too much work. I want somebody who's like, I know what it is. I'm not going to sit here and play games.
Well, he used to be like, well, I'm with you every day. Who cares what I write on social media? Who cares what them women say and what they comment or what they, I'm with you every day. I show you every day. I'm here every day. Like what else do you
my
need?
favorite when they be like, I pay the bills or that, like that kind of like when you ask for something specific and the person goes, well, I don't cheat on you. That's this girl's answer. I don't cheat on you and I'll buy you flowers. Okay, but that doesn't mean you're showing up in the other ways. Like that is the not the flowers, but the not cheating is bare minimum. That should just be the basic package that comes with you not being an a-hole.
I'm just so glad I just was like, let me go, because I said I don't think I'm for you. He's like, you just want too much validation. I'm like, well, find somebody less. That's what you should do. If I want
I hate that when someone says that you want too much instead of just saying we're not aligned. I hate that because I had someone tell me I was too affectionate. How dare you? How dare you? To someone else, I'm perfect. Other people crawl in my skin. Like, don't say
what woman, there's no woman you meet after me that's not going to want to feel desired by their person. So you can try hard. Like, women want to feel beautiful. They want to feel wanted. Like,
I call it cherished and adored. We want to feel cherished. Men want to feel honored and admired, or respected and admired. That's my.
I'm just saying.
I say it like this: men want a woman who looks at them like this, and women want a man who looks at her like, they're like my hero, and he's like, oh man.
That's fun.
I think women need that though. I think that if you don't admire your man, it's just going to be an issue at some point in the relationship.
Oh, you're gonna be so disgusted.
Yeah.
And I'll tell my person, I will literally say, babe, you don't want to start doing that, or you better keep doing this, because I don't want to stop respecting you. Because then all the other parts won't start working. Like, it all ties to respect.
That's what I had to tell him. I'm like, you wonder why, our physical interactions not as often as it used to be. I don't feel the same no more. And he's like, it shouldn't be the same because I should still. No, it all goes together.
Effect, baby. Cause and effect.
It all goes together. So I told him, I hope you find someone who meets your substandards.
Substandards. Wow.
So I told him, find somebody less. That's it.
That's like a I'm gonna say a buzzword. It's like a little popular phrase right now.
What?
The women are using, find somebody that's less if I'm too much.
I have heard that.
Very popular.
Yeah, I didn't realize how popular it was. I had to say it.
When you said that, it's very popular.
I'm like, what else? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to dumb myself down a little to, I don't know. Like, I don't know. So I just
it depends. What did he mean when he said you was too much?
He said, so I asked him from time to time, and this is, y'all probably gonna get me. So before I'm giving y'all this disclaimer.
Okay.
All right, y'all. Disclaimer. All right. So I used to say to him, like, I would love for you to tell me if I'm looking nice, if we're going out, if I look nice from time to time. Not all the time. From time to time.
My ex-husband said, I married you. You should know you're beautiful. That's what he said. Obviously, I think.
Or I would, and this is a bit much, but I would walk around, a certain way just to see his interactions when I'm walking by out the shower or whatever. And it was like so dry. Like, it was,
he see me, Negro.
He used to be like, I don't objectify women, and I don't, and I'm like,
women.
Like, right. I'm like, I like that. You can look at me. Like, I was like, maybe he's gay. But I was like,
the way they both.
You saw that? I'm like, something gotta be,
the way they both at the same time, they said they both at the same.
I'm thinking, like, what's wrong? And as women, we start blaming ourselves, right? What's wrong with me? What am I?
Must not be enough.
Must not be enough. And it started tearing me apart. So I started sharing with him what was tearing me apart. He was like, I don't get it. Like, like he would kiss me like right here, y'all gotta look. Right.
Not the granny spot.
So I said, this way you kiss your kids. I said, do my breasts stink? What is it? He's like, I just like to kiss you here. I said, well, I don't want you to kiss me here. I want you to kiss me here. You know what I mean? Like, it was weird.
So let me tell you something. This was a.
He's gay. I get it. You're right.
Of course I took, no, I'm not saying he's gay. Of course I took a long time. All right.
He now lives with his loving partner in Laguna Beach.
I'm not excusing his behavior or any man's behavior that behaves that way. This is just something that I learned a while ago about expectations. And if your expectations is X, right? And you're expecting your partner to reciprocate those expectations without him knowing those expectations, you're setting yourself up for failure. Like, for example, the example that I was given, it's your birthday, and you are excited about your birthday, and you're expecting to come home to a cake and ice cream, but you come home and there's not that. And you get upset with your partner because your expectation was not met, even though your partner didn't know that expectation, or maybe your partner had something else planned, and now your birthday is ruined because you didn't get the cake that you expected. But you also didn't look at, maybe he had dinner planned where the waiter was going to bring out a cake, or the server will bring out a cake and surprise you. So when I look at situations like in a relationship and something inside of me is not fulfilled, or I'm disappointed or something like that, I have to actually take a step back and say, was this expectation in my head that I did not communicate with my partner, that she didn't know? Or is it me or is it her? That's basically what it came down to. And that was a hard lesson for me, because I learned, and a lot of times in my earlier relationships, I had put these expectations on people that they had no idea that those expectations were there, and they were not even able to meet those expectations. So I found myself continuously disappointed.
That's what was my next question was going to be. If the very first year she was really disappointed there wasn't cake and ice cream waiting when she got home from work, and so she patiently said, "Hey, I understand. I never told you this. This really means a lot to me." And then the next year she doesn't get the cake and ice cream. Is that what you're saying? That person just can't do it?
Right. That person because there's a situation. I don't celebrate a birthday. Like, I have a birthday and all that stuff. I don't celebrate a birthday. Therefore, like, if someone calls me throughout the day and say happy birthday, I ignore. And the people that know me know this, right? I ignore it, because they know they don't get offended by it, because they know that it's like, don't even, there's a long story behind that, but I'm not going to share it right now. But there's a long story behind that. So people will take other days. Like, for example, I know I mentioned my fraternity before, but they will look at my fraternity founding date and have that as my birthday, or something like that, because they know when that day comes, that is,
a day to special celebrate.
Right. So they would do something else another day. It's like, I know you don't celebrate this. So I say that to say, I'm terrible at I'm horrible at remembering birthdays. And when I meet someone, I tell them I don't remember birthdays because of the fact that I don't celebrate, and I give them a story. So if they don't expect me to remember their birthday, they would give me some subtle hint, hey, this weekend's a big weekend, or what are you doing the weekend of May 2nd, or something like that. Then that triggers me. Oh, what's going on May 2nd? It might be a birthday. You know what I'm saying? So that expectation so there's that communication that, okay, he's not going to remember my birthday unless I remind him some kind of way.
Can I throw in a curveball before you
on the day of and say, oh, you missed my birthday again today, type of thing? Go ahead.
Will you not lose your thought, though, if I ask you a question?
Oh, I was done.
Okay. Do you have business meetings that you go to?
I do.
Have you ever not made it to a business meeting because you forgot?
Sometimes.
Okay. That's all I was going to ask.
Yeah, sometimes.
So for me, when I hear things, because I have a horrible memory.
Set a calendar date.
I have such a horrible memory that I have to use systems like, like I have my notes, I have whatever. And the way my brain translates this is, okay, this isn't your default setting, but that means that other effort should be made to do that. So I have sticky notes. I get printed calendars and have it, on the fridge, and I highlight it with blue, and I set something in my phone. Like I'm very intentional so that I can make up for it. And an example that I gave somebody else, they said they're just not really affectionate. I said, well, what if you put, like, the other person wouldn't know, but you just put a reminder in your phone that silently popped up that said, give affection, and you switch it up and you different things, or give a word of affirmation. I believe, devil's advocate, that even if something's not your default setting, you can do something to subsidize that and help you with kind of your handicap of not being your thing. What are your thoughts on that?
No, of course, I totally agree with that. And for those individuals, that I have been in relationships with, and other people like family that are in my life that I want to remember their birthdays or things like that, I do like an association.
Okay.
Like, for example, I have a good friend whose birthday is around Christmas. And I know that because it's like, all right, Christmas is coming up, whatever, and I know this person's birthday is around Christmas, so I have to make sure in my mind, even though I do put it on calendars, I still forget, but I put in my mind, okay, so-and-so's birthday is around Christmas. Let me at least buy something now that I'm thinking about it, put it aside, or something like that, So I do try to make up for it for those people who matter.
Okay, that's
for those people who matter. That was
we both got that same.
Yeah, for those people who matter. If it's just some random person, in the hospital, it's like an ICU nurse that I know that I've known for like 6 months, and her birthday is April 22nd. Just throwing it out there. If I don't remember that, then I'm not going to be bothered by it.
And that's why we perked up though with the who matter, because we would take it as we must not matter to our significant other if they can't make something happen.
Yeah, because I used to, so I like, this ain't nothing I'd like spurred up, like when you say expectations. I watched the behaviors, because something starts becoming behavior. So I'm like, is it me? Or, like, is it something, happening? So I would say, hey, babe, listen, I would like this, I noticed this and this and this. And I would remind them from time to time, or make a little funny joke, or, something to be like, I walked by you. Did you see me? Oh, I'll walk back again, just to see if you see me, you see me. So I used to do all that kind of stuff. Like, and
I'm sure at that point they're like, man, she's doing too much right now.
Right now I'm doing too much.
Yeah, it's like if you feel the moment.
Like if I gotta do all that, I don't want them.
I do think that some people though are self-centered, and I say, there's two things that are a cancer to any relationship that I don't think any coaching or any marital counseling will help. It's pride and self-centeredness. And so if a person is self-centered, they're just focused on what they want, and they're just going to try to talk you out of your needs. Versus a person who is other person centered, they're going to go out of their comfort zone to make that person happy, as long as it's not to the point where they feel like they're not being authentic to themselves. Like there's a line, like you'd be like, okay, but then that's where you're just not compatible with the person. But I think some people are just stuck on, if it doesn't make me comfortable or happy, I'm just not going to do it. And you should just deal with it. So it's easier to make that person feel like you have an issue for wanting something than I have an issue for this. Like, and I'll flip it for the girl. There was a woman whose guy was literally saying, you're getting busier and busier because your career is taking off. I just want to make sure we prioritize the relationship. And she got mad at him. And I was like, scratching my head, like, how are you mad? And she's like, I think he's hating on me and he doesn't want me to be successful. And I was like, how did you hear all that? He literally was just saying, I don't want to get lost in the shuffle. And so I think sometimes people just have a hard time, instead of her saying, hey, okay, no matter how many tours I'm on, we're going to make it a point where we meet at every second city, or like, some people just are focused on themselves. And I don't think they should be in a relationship.
When I chose myself, it was a hard thing to do. When I decided to get out of this 3-year relationship, I said, I can't. And when I voiced my opinion about it, his first thing was that I was selfish, that I was abandoning him, that, he was like, I possibly can't love him if I was willing to leave like that. And, even till, last month, he hadn't said, you know what, all those things you said, let me take some accountability for all those different things that you shared with me. He has never once.
He's backstage. Let me bring him up. No, I'm just playing. Her face.
That would have been bad for him, not me. Because I'd have been like, you be on this social media. If he ever watched this, that ain't nothing he heard before.
But it would be so funny if I put a picture of him that looked like somebody was like live, and I like
Like,
like, what do you have to say? He's like, that'd be a good April Fool's
but
joke.
that was his thing. And I talked to my therapist about it. And my therapist was like, something along the lines that he felt like, because he was married 16 years, right? And he was something along the lines of him being demasculated to the point where something along those lines where his ex-wife just tore him down to where he has no emotional nothing anymore. It would come off as he doesn't have that emotional nothing, like, you know, to give me. And that's where I kind of was like, I can't. I mean, I just didn't want to be there no more. Like, I felt I was slowly drifting away. Where something started off, he was like, "We go on trips. We done tripped a lot in the past 3 years, but that don't mean our relationship is good." And he didn't understand. Just because you open doors for me, I don't think that say that our relationship is great.
Yeah, there's something a special kind of pain being on a trip and not being in a good place with your person. I feel like it's almost worse than being at home. Because you're like, this.
No, we had great times on the trips. But I used to tell him, like, we're not going to always be able to trip. So we have to have something in the rear to come back to. That just like that fun we have on the trips. He didn't never want to play cards or Uno or different things when we at home in the house to keep us creative, if that makes sense. Except for if we're tripping or we're going out somewhere. And he didn't understand. I'm like, so now what? So he used to get mad because he used to say all these things. You add it to social media. What I used to say to him, he used to put it on social media like it was his words to women. Like, you got to make sure you be intentional. That's what I used to say to him. But he would write it on his social media. Like, he still do to this day. You got to be intentional with women. Women like this, women like this, women like that.
Do you think when did he change?
He went to Kuwait for a year. When he got back,
you think he changed?
Yeah.
In what way do you think he
started to as he was coming back? Like, I felt like he was more open to hearing me express those while he was gone, like different concerns about feeling this type of way. And then when he got back, I thought that it would turn us on because you've been gone for a year. You know what I mean? So I was just like excited.
And how long were you together before he left for that trip?
A year and a half before that.
Okay.
So I was just like, we about to be turned. He's like, when I get back, I'm getting off social media and we doing this. And I know I've been to war before, but he wasn't in war. He just was in Kuwait. So he was just living a life, getting paid extra money. But when he got back, in the year that he was gone, his followers grew from 100 to 20, 30,000. You know what I'm saying? Like, he just was on social media all day while he was deployed. And he said, I'm only doing this because to kill time till I get back home to you, because it's just something to do.
He got a taste.
So when he got back, now he went from where I live at to 2 hours away in San Antonio. So now we're in a long distance relationship, kind of, sort of. So now we're driving. I'm mainly driving because I got more free time. I'm mainly driving to San Antonio every week. They're trying to keep this thing alive, but it grows old. So I don't know, man. Like,
did he ever post you on his social media?
3 times I can count.
What did he like on his page or in his story? So
in the story one time, right? So I mentioned that. I said, this is going to be gone in 24 hours. You might as well not even posted it. He said I was ungrateful because he was like, he didn't pay attention. He said, I just posted it, Keisha. I didn't know where it was. Yes, you did.
You're in social media and you don't know that that's
you always post all that crap as reels. So don't play me to my face like you posted that story, right? That was
not as a content creator. Monte could get away with that because he really does. He don't know what he's posting. He don't know where he putting it. He didn't even know he had a private page. Monte could get away with that. But
Oh,
someone was
but
like,
that was one time.
that's
He
embarrassing.
never posted me until I brought it up. Let me say that. So I told, and I brought it up. I said, well, you running around here looking real single-ish on your IG.
I'm singlish.
So he like, what do you mean? I said, because all your videos are of you walking by, and it's been videos that I've taken. Most of his videos, I've taken the videos, but it's mainly of him walking by saying, women, you deserve blah, 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 blah. And him walking by smiling, like giving them looks. You know what I'm saying? And he's looking back, you know, that kind of stuff. So he posted me one time when we for Christmas, he said, you know, women, I hope you get your Christmas gifts. I already have mine, or something. And that was, yeah. And I said, that's all you said? You put on dissertations when you posted any other time. You got a 4-page letter like Aaliyah when you posted, but now you gonna say this is my Christmas gift. But he kept saying I was ungrateful. He's like, just because I don't post the way you wanted me to post, I did post you. That was his thing.
Yeah, it sounds like he just pretty much like he got some followers and he's got some new women, you know. Like believe it or not, like the most access to women you ever gonna get is giving women advice. You know, being one of those guys, like all of my entire pages are all women, you know, all women who like, and if I was a bad guy, like I could probably like the girls are probably bad too, and they're, you know, probably pieces of shit, you know, but everybody know I'm not like that. So but you get so much.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Imagine if I just didn't post my woman, but I said all the stuff that I say, and
right, that's what I'm saying. And he
it
never
would be open season. Like
yeah.
I can only imagine like a guy being like talking up like those guys is the worst.
I see the comments. I mean, they used to be like, you're so great. Thank you so much for your advice. Where's your woman at? Like, and I watched so much for him to say, my woman is here. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is her. I need y'all to know.
There was a guy in this show. I've been watching this show, and there's usually like the kind of this regular cast because it's a reality show, but there's a new guy who got invited in because they can invite different people on essentially if they're friends with them. So this guy gets invited on. He has this like, what do they call it? What do they call the romance where they're showmans? You know, like this during the season, they hit it off great. Like they're a really cute couple and everything's vibing. And then what ends up happening, we find out in the reunion show, is that once the show wrapped, people started to watch the show. You know, this episode started coming out. His audience starts growing. I mean, his followers start growing. Of course, the network, they're trying to pub the show. So they do different things where they have you go to different events or whatever. And so he started to feel himself. And it's crazy because most people aren't this blunt, but he essentially was like, I need to be single while I'm having all this shine. And what's crazy, she's an actual model and has an amazing personality. She's like the girl that doesn't realize she's drop dead gorgeous.
What show are you talking about?
It's called Summer House.
Okay.
And so it's crazy. And so he basically, but I was like, I mean, at least he was blunt about it because people could have lied or whatever. But I was like, that would be intense if you're a guy and he's in his 20s. You're a guy in your 20s, raging hormones. You're like, this chick is really bad, but I could have thousands of women who are thirsty because people who are women, especially in LA, if they even think you're anywhere famous, even if it's a C-list celebrity like a reality show star, they will give you attention just because they feel like, I don't know, it's gross. So I can just imagine. So I just was thinking about him when you were telling the story, and you know, on social media, it's like it's basically like putting your phone number on a billboard. Anybody can reach out to you. Anybody can message you, and then you have the power to be able to say like, oh, you could be my date for an event or something. Oh my God, these girls are probably just eating out of the palm of his hand.
I asked him. I said, "You introduce me to that man, the man that you talk about on your social media. Can you introduce me to him?"
Oh snap!
Oh, you was being real. You was being real shady.
When we broke up, yeah, I said,
Wow, that was
I said,
adult petty right there.
can you introduce me to him? And I'm gonna show y'all. Look, you see, look at this, y'all. I'm just showing y'all so you get an example.
That's him. Let me see.
Oh, not the glasses take off.
All of it is about relationships over and over, and how great they are, and how you should, and they eat it up all the time.
He figured out. He figured out his lane and how to get his women.
No, that's what it
That's
is.
what it is. Yeah, he figured what? Listen, man, being what is it called? A panderer is a top career choice.
He used that word so much about ace metaphor and that is one of his. I'm glad
He
it's funny.
learned from them.
You know, he say that is.
Right, his feet. It took notes.
I used to send him them videos, right? He used to be like, he's just a simp. He is this, he is this, he is this. He just over and over. I pray if he ever watched this, he gonna be like, dang, Keish was talking about me.
He learned from them, man.
You won't ever put this together.
Listen, if you to be on social media and to have a girl, but you say all these things and you really just trying to get more women, that's weird. You're a weirdo. Like it is what it is. Like you're a weirdo.
He kept saying, I'm gonna delete my social media because I don't want it to affect my relationship with you. But when he
never
said
did.
He never did. So I said, why you never deleted it? He basically said because he started feeling like I was gonna leave him anyway, so he didn't feel like
you don't gotta delete nothing. Post me. Like
right.
Put me on the page. Like that's all you gotta do.
That's crazy. No, Monte didn't play that. He was like, he came in like this. He's not why we'll be on that. Because I didn't do it. I didn't put men on my page because we were just dating. I was like, I don't put men I date on there. Like I've never put anyone on my Instagram. He was like, and then I was okay. And I said, you better not make me look stupid.
You gotta post it. If you don't make him post you, it's just, you're going to do what you want to do.
He had a valid argument. Like I could, and I said, it's not really fair because this is my business. I was like, you coming into my place of business and being like, put posters up of me. Like, so I was like, it's not the same. Your social media with your personal people and your friends and family is different. I said, because I have a personal page too. So at first I said, I'll post you on my personal page and you post in your personal page. And then he got hip to it. He was like, no, I want to be on this one. But I was like, I can't be mad at that because I don't think I would really respect a dude who wasn't pushing for that. So low key, I was just like,
so that's what I was doing. I was real pushy about that.
I was like, don't
I don't understand. He was like, a lot of content creators, you don't see them with their women on there, and I don't think it'd be an issue.
The ones who are trying to get laid, yeah. Ace Metaphor was living with his girlfriend. He had a living girlfriend.
I heard through.
We were all like, oh, we married.
I heard Keita tell the stories.
I was there at the dinners with them. Yeah.
I guess
nobody had any idea he was in a relationship.
No, I do understand the idea of not hiding your partner, but not posting your partner in the case of I'll lose my following. Like I'll lose, like women will unfollow me or whatever.
He would have that the 3 times he posted me, he would have like 10 likes. But when he wasn't thousands upon thousands upon thousands when it wasn't.
But you gotta stay at what cost? If you lose 1,000 people, let's just say you lose 1,000 people by saying you're in a relationship, or you lose whatever, is it worth it to lose your relationship over? That's what I would say. If it's getting to the point where
is it just losing 1,000 people, or is it also losing all of your engagement? Like,
but is that his livelihood? I don't think that was his livelihood.
I think he's probably trying to build
it. He's trying to build it. He said he wanted to monetize it, and he just recently started getting monetized. However, whatever happens, however you go about it, posting whatever, I don't know.
Listen, if he could have did it and not fucked with other women, I get it. But like that, it just seems like that was his motivation. Is to like kind of like had other women. Because I'm not even gonna BS you. I'm gonna tell you that. I'm gonna tell you like, hey, like I feel like if I post you, I'm gonna lose my following. I think they kind of like me. I'm gonna just keep it a buck with you. I'm gonna just keep it. Yeah, I'm gonna just be honest. I think they like me. I don't care about these women, but you know, I just don't want them to unfollow me because it's kind of like growing.
And maybe if you do that, you got to be even more transparent. Like maybe she has your logins too, and she can see. Maybe like whatever you need to do to make her feel comfortable. If you're going to take such an extreme stance, then maybe you do whatever you need to do, you know, to make her
or
feel
just do what you're telling people on social media to do for your woman.
Right.
Like,
That's it. Just do it. That's all I want. That's all I ever
That would
ask.
piss me off.
Just do it for me.
Imagine Monte and I'm like, be respectful, and I'm over here like cussing him out, and make sure you cook for him, and he's always fending for himself. Like that would be crazy.
I just said, bring that energy when you come home, or I'm driving down to San Antonio, or to see you, whatever. Just that same energy. Keep it. I like it, but bring it over here. Just give me some of that energy. That's it. That's all I'm asking. That's too much. It's validation. He told his mom, I want too much. Oh, well, I guess you just find less then. Or I'll find someone who doesn't have a problem.
Keisha, you funny.
Yo, what I mean? What you mean?
I was saying you're just funny. Your story, I just like listening
I'm glad
to
you like
it.
That'd be really cute if she finds her person through YouTube.
The YouTube?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, y'all got some
No, I'm just saying you just never know who's watching. I had a guy slide in my DM.
Oh, you said through YouTube. I thought you said through YouTube.
Oh,
so,
YouTube.
Who
Yeah,
y'all?
YouTube. Yeah, I had a guy one time who was like, "Who's that girl on your YouTube?" For some girl that was on. I was like, "See, you just never know, like, how you meet your person."
I think y'all like gotta get off dating apps though, and y'all gotta like just use social media to date. Just use social media to date, like, because it's just so
60%
transparent.
of people find their person through dating apps. What are you talking about?
I don't.
Relationship I just got out of.
How many people don't find a person through dating apps?
40%.
40% of people don't find a person
through dating apps. I think you said who don't find them through dating
I
apps.
said, how many people get on dating apps and don't find their person?
40%.
No. How many people get on dating apps and don't have no success?
I'm literally telling you the number. It's 40%.
So you think 40% of people using dating apps don't have success?
60% do.
Because it's 60% of people.
That has to be wrong.
How?
Because
for one,
the vast majority
through dating apps.
Because for one, the vast majority of men are not getting hits on dating apps.
True.
But the ones who are killing it.
So that's not. So that was my question was what percentage
That's
of
probably
people?
why it's not 100%.
But what percentage of people join dating apps and don't have success?
40.
That's wrong. I just know that's wrong.
I would
there's
have to say,
there's
I
a
don't think
woman
60.
who literally works for Hinge, and it's her job to study and get the stats. So they did a video, and you could watch it. It was one I shared the other day. I emailed saying, "Here's the thing to watch for the show." But that is what people are. This is why so many women and men are not living lives that are designed to meet people. When people are walking places, they're usually like this, and they're trying to hurry up and get to their destination. A lot of people order stuff to be delivered. A lot of people are working really long hours. When they're done working, they just want to relax at home. They're not interacting. And then even if a man does want to approach in person, women with this Me Too movement have made a lot of guys terrified of approaching because the women are clowning and all this stuff. So we are unfortunately, and there's a study that says, I don't know, 37% of men under whatever age have never approached a woman in person. We talked about that stat. So that doesn't shock me. When you're on a dating app, you know it's a safe space. We both are on here for the same reason. And if we both swipe to we match, we already know we physically like each other. So half the battle is done. So it doesn't surprise me at all that it's 60%.
I would argue, and I would bet, I would actually bet this. I would bet that over 90% of users who use those apps never find.
That's so arbitrary.
I feel strongly like I feel like
do your research. You're gonna be shocked. Your jaw's gonna hit the ground.
one thing I will bet right now is that the number you said is wrong. I will bet that the number you said is wrong.
I am in the industry, and that is the stat.
I think that you're doing a thing where you're just not being very careful with words, because I'm being very careful with what I'm saying, and I think that you're loosely listening to what I'm saying.
What is the number one way that people are meeting their
That wasn't the question.
That wasn't
partner.
It was
that wasn't the question. So I can believe that. I can believe that most people dating met their partner online or on a dating app. I can believe that because a lot of people are scared to talk in person. They don't have no swag. Why are you showing me that? That wasn't the question.
2025, the most common way people are meeting their partners through online dating platforms. Recent studies indicate that nearly 40% of couples now meet online, making it the leading method for forming romantic relationships. Now that number is different than 60. With the other article, among these platforms, Hinge has emerged as particularly effective. The one I met on, accounting for 35% who met on the dating apps and eventually got married. Tinder and Bumble follow with 25 and 20 respectively.
Yeah. Well, for one, I would.
Is work.
Well, for one, I don't believe their data. For one, right? But for two, and I'll tell you why I don't. I'll tell you why I don't believe.
Okay, because that was my next question.
I'll tell you why I don't believe. Because you said 40% of couples met on dating apps. So how does anybody know that I'm in a couple? So how does that get registered? How does that go into this registry?
Okay, you're asking questions that are above my pay grade for
exactly.
So if they took a study and they asked people who are married, hey, these are people who are married, how did you meet? Then they take a percentage and say, this is how many people.
Yeah, but over what span of years though? Because
I don't know. I haven't done that.
That's the question. Because if you look at people who were married like 10 years ago, then yeah. But nowadays it's a lot different because there's another study that shows that I think it was women will swipe right or whatever on a match, like 1 out of like 80 or 90 men.
I heard that.
So that obviously puts that success rate of matching like at an astronomically no lower number than 40%.
Mm-hmm.
And then even
I had to
then,
swipe like 50 to 100 times to see one guy I thought was attractive.
But also, you just switched. So also, you told me couples, and then you just went to marriages. Those are two completely different things.
Oh, I was calling it.
I was talking about marriages.
A couple. I was using it interchangeably. So my apologies for the confusion.
Yeah, so that was one example of you loosely listening to my question. But I just gotta be honest. You just gotta be honest. Words are extremely important. You know, we gotta do right by words. But what I was saying is that I think that the vast majority of users of those apps do not get into a relationship in general. They don't find that success on the apps. I do think that a lot of people who are in relationships today have met through some sort of online platform. I can totally believe that. But I just think most people using those platforms don't. And I know a lot of people who use those platforms and they just date because a lot of men like to date. I just want to get on there. I want to meet women. I want to kick it with them for a little bit and then it flame out a little bit. But we like to date. I want to meet more women, and I use those dating apps to meet more women. And the men who get women
online dating.
What you say?
Me and him met on online dating.
Yeah, and like men who get women will run through those apps. Like they already know.
It's like a video game for them.
Yeah, like they gonna run through those apps. And the men who don't get women, they just, it's just they gotta get swiped on all day.
I know I be like,
I can imagine.
I be getting mad. I was like, oh, it started becoming a game. I was like, let me see if I can get to 20 and find at least one. And I'd be like, count 1, 2, 3. I'm like, dang. Check the group chat.
So I went, okay. So she be right back. I'm about to be out of here sleep.
I think you. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was about to say. I just think. I think dating apps is just not. It's not like for serious people.
Well, I go out though too. I have started going out a little more, like going to different. Like I love live music, live bands. I love speakeasies. That kind of setting. So I've been going out to those, a little more, trying to find alternative ways. But like you said, I think because it's a lazy way, an easy way, that's why a lot of people resort to dating apps.
It's just a whole lot of hoopla with it. Like the fact that like you can just use. Most people are probably inclined to using old photos, versus on your social media where you just post. I just posted what I was doing the other day, and I got a clear timeline of the last 5 years of my life where you can kind of go on and see. Now, of course, I could be lying at certain points and stuff like that, but at least, most likely these photos are not. I'm just not reposting the same photos for 5 years in most cases. I think it would be perfect if like Instagram had dating. Like Instagram had a separate app where you could Instagram date, where you could take your entire profile and just transfer it over. Where like, instead of like creating a dating profile, you kind of, because if you using Instagram, like you're going to post and go on Instagram every day, you're not going to do that on your dating profile. You're not going to update what you're doing right now.
Has it like that to where you can add your Instagram profile connected.
Okay.
That way people can see that from Facebook dating though.
That's a cool feature. I think that's
and
a
you can
really
share
nice
your
feature.
profile like from
Yeah,
Facebook
that's where
dating, you can share your profile.
that's where another downfall to online dating comes in, because mostly women will post on dating apps just to get people to go to their Instagram so they can get followers.
Oh,
they're serious about dating. Yep.
Yes, I didn't
I'm telling you.
about that. I thought I felt like if I'm interested
that's smart too.
Right.
Smart.
But that don't mean they're gonna follow you though.
Nah, them niggas gonna follow you. They might get mad when you some of them gonna get mad when you don't follow back, but they're gonna follow you.
Like if I'm interested in Mikhail and he's sharing his Instagram profile, like you said, I go to his Instagram, and most of the time, your dating app profile pictures might not be updated, but most people, for the most part, I think keep up with their IG or keep it updated. So now I know that he got updated photos. Like on my profile, I say, hey, listen, full body pics. I mean, I got it down to, you know what I'm saying? I don't want any kids. I got it. Like, if you're this, I'm not there. I guess I got to be more intentional because obviously what I'm doing don't be working. That's why I'm on Yonci's.
No, I think with you, and I don't know you too well. Of course, I just try to read people the best I can. But I think with you seem to be very, very open. Like I probably feel like a guy who may not be what you're looking for. I feel like you'll probably get him a chance. I think that's like probably an issue for you.
I think that is an issue. I would agree with you. I think that even with my ex, I think that I should have never, because he came off as a good guy, a decent guy. He was in the military. I'm retired military. I was just like, okay. But mind you, he's 16 years out of 16 years in a marriage, 2 years out of it. 3 kids that are smaller per se, 12, 11, 12, 9, and 6.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And I'm like, Keisha, that's probably, even though I love kids, but me and smaller kids in my dating experience, it doesn't seem like, especially when it comes to the men, like they don't even, my ex-husband, he had no control of his. And then the guy I just was dating, his ex, like, I don't know, she was just a lot. And I felt like I had to ask myself, like, Keisha, is he worth dealing with the drama of an ex? He non-emotional, his social media, like, you know what I mean? I don't feel desired. So I had to put all those things together and ask myself at the beginning of the year, like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like I had to choose myself. You know what I'm saying? And I'm never that selfish with myself.
Yeah.
I always care about how the other person will feel versus my feelings.
Yeah. I think women, a lot of times y'all give too much. And I think it's like y'all superpower is to be nurturing. But I think when you're doing it while you date and you just giving too much grace, it turns into that. Like when you talk about he didn't have control of his kids, like that should have been something that early on you figured out, and it's just like, yo, this just doesn't work for me.
Yeah.
But you tried to kind of like stick it out, and there's no point in doing that. Like I know me, I got 3 kids. My girl don't got no kids. But through dating, she realized like, okay, he doesn't have any baby mama drama.
Right.
You know, his kids are, his kids listen to him. He's very, extremely active with them. Like she just, from dating, she realized like, oh, I can do this, I can do that, I can do this. So, it turns into that, and that's kind of like
you
what you
said.
say.
I was trying. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like
you was trying when you knew you shouldn't. When you was like, yo, I'm not comfortable with this, or I'm not okay with this, and you gotta have your list of things you're not okay with, and you guys kind of stick with that. It's nothing wrong with getting to know people and having them change. Some people will be the exception. But like if you see somebody, oh, he got baby mama drama, I'm not with that. Or certain things you're just not with it, and you got to kind of stick to that. But it's a part of you that you're nurturing in nature, and you're like, yo, I want to give this person a chance. I want to see the good in this. I want to see the good in them, and
he was
it
like,
always
long as
bites you in the
I'm
butt.
trying.
What you say?
He used to be like, long as I'm trying. I mean, I don't see if we're trying together. It should be okay. We should be, I don't get it. I'm like,
Yeah.
I
You
guess.
gotta have your list of standards, and you gotta have your list, and when you give too many men opportunities, you end up confused. So yeah, but I think you can find success.
Now, mind you, I'm talking about the same person. 2 people in the last 8 years. It's only been 2, but they done took me on a ride of my life. My ex-husband and him, and I'm just like, golly. And I never been the type of woman that has dated multiple people at one time. So I just stuck with my ex-husband. That didn't work. Then I got with him 3 years, and that just didn't work. And now I'm where I'm at.
And from the beginning, you got to let people know that you not want somebody to really play with when it comes to certain things. People got to kind of understand that, like, that it's like you got your tolerance is just very low for certain things. And that's why like a lot of men don't have the problems that women have in relationships. Like
I remember the first show I was on, and Macau was on there, and I think I felt weird because he was like, I don't know if you remember saying it, but he was like, I don't want to go on an interview. When I first remember that was my first time on your show, and we had a
like
conversation.
the dating the singles that join.
No, just being on the
just when she's
you first
asking
meet.
questions. Questions when you first meet somebody. It seems
when is
like
a
it's
good
an
time
interrogation.
to ask questions or to get just clarification about certain stuff. When is it too early to ask certain questions? That's what we were trying to figure out. And Mikkel said, I don't want to go on no interview. I like to just have fun, and and I get that. But I said, at what point?
No, I said interrogation.
Organic.
Yeah, I get interrogation too.
It gotta be organic. It gotta flow. You'll know when the right time is. You're supposed to know when the right time is. If you don't know the right time, that means you just got some social things to work on. But you should know when it's the right time to ask certain questions.
I think I did good with it. Back in the day. I mean, I'm here now, so we don't know. I don't know where I'm at right now. We're about to. It's hard out here, so I'm just chilling. I guess
you the man you want to find you just gotta kind of you need your boundaries and stuff like that. Like men, we pick up on that. We read it. We can read boundaries from far away because we have different things we like to do with women. So like our goal might just be to like take you down. If that's our goal, we can read your boundary meter from far away. And if you just look like your boundary is just too much, I ain't even gonna waste my time with you. But if I'm interested in you, we like that you have boundaries. I like that you didn't give me your number because I don't want you to get nobody else your number. I'm willing to put in that little bit of extra work. Because I want you to do the same thing when somebody trying to ask you for your number tomorrow. Just not give it to them.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm going to bed, y'all. Y'all know I gotta get up and decorate these cakes.
Oh yeah, you need to go to bed.
I know, because I gotta have it by 12 p.m.
I'm supposed to be sleeping too. No, I don't got nothing to do in the morning, but I need better sleep. I need
sleep.
Yeah, I'm just trying trying to feel good. I get my sleep in.
Well, I know it's much later for all of you. It's 11:30 for me, but I really should go this time.
Which one? LA?
The Bay Area, actually.
Got you. Okay. Well, you said you from Philly. What part you from?
I'm from Philly, West Philly.
West Philly? Okay.
Yeah.
Where?
You know Philly?
I'm from Philly.
Oh, 44 Fairmount.
Oh, 40. Okay, Fairmount. All right.
Right by 46th Street, where there used to be projects, but they tore them down and made it all bougie.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Okay.
Well,
I'm from South Philly, but I lived in on Styles Street for a long time, 51st and Styles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right off Gerard.
Yep.
All y'all East Coasters like me. That's what it is.
Nobody got swag like us.
You're right. I agree with that because I like going home. I miss home. These Southern, but I don't know.
DC or Baltimore?
California, they look at me and they're like, "You ain't from
Huh?
Like, nope.
You from DC or Baltimore?
Baltimore.
Okay.
West Side. The West Side.
I'm a Cali girl, born and raised. I'm not gonna lie. Ain't no swag like the East Coast.
It's just different. It's different.
It's different. It's just different.
Oh
And
damn.
the accents. Oh my god.
You know what's funny about California? Like I was in Southern California and I live up here now, but I did my residency in Southern California. But everybody that I try dating that lives in California always say the same thing. Oh, I'm tired of these California men. I want somebody that's from the East Coast. But then when they get me, when they get me though, they can't handle it. They can't handle it.
What are their issues?
Right.
Direct sarcasm. They're just too soft here. I mean, it's just the dudes. They say the dudes are too soft, but then it's like they get somebody like me
They
and
can't handle the alternative.
They can't handle it, right?
Oh man,
that is a trip.
And they end up going back to their Cali dudes.
So you only dated in California?
No, I mean I've done long distance.
So you're a doctor,
yeah,
of some sort. Okay, a
Yes.
clinician. How was it dating as a clinician?
Right.
How is it?
Yeah.
It's not easy. I'll tell you that. First of all, you have to really vet out like who is showing interest, what their intentions are.
Okay.
That's the first thing. The second thing is I don't typically like to
disclose
date where I work.
Okay.
Because that's always a mess, and right now I do locum tenens, which is why I travel a lot. Yonci, I'm like a travel doctor, so I'm just in different time zones, different coasts, whatever. So a lot of people don't really
take too kind.
Not only say take too kind is like they don't adjust to my schedule. So I mean, I make my own schedule. I can make time for whatever I want to make time for, but they always thinking that because I have a certain profession and all that stuff that I can have any woman I want. So when I'm traveling, they always think that there's somebody on another coast or someone somewhere else that I'm, sharing my time with. Like, why do you want to go to Chicago so much? Or why do you go to Houston so much? It's like,
is it true what they say about nurses?
What about nurses?
I heard about them.
They hoes.
You haven't heard what they say about nurses. As he grins and I see his back teeth.
I think it's just hospital people who work in hospitals in general.
Like Willie be swearing that like nurses are one step away from OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Like they just promiscuous. They're not loyal. Like you never ever.
It depends. So it depends on which unit. Peds nurses, I would say, are the best nurses because they have they have foundation. They have like a core. In my experiences, when you get to like ED nurses and sometimes you get like the unit nurses, like critical care, intensive care unit nurses. They're the ones that's a little funny and a little funky. But the surgery nurses, no, nope.
Okay.
Nah, I don't trust them because they know too much about you and they spend the most time with you. Like because if you're in the ED or you're on the floor, they don't see you as often, because you're just making rounds and that's when they see you. They talk to you on the phone. They get their orders filled that way. But when you're in surgery, you're together for a full day. Your cases like 5-6 hours long. So you're with them, so they know your business. They know everything about you, and I'm like, nope. especially if you're a new one coming in, like me. Oh, who is this new doc coming in? Who's this surgeon coming in here? Like, here, do what I got to do, and on to the next.
What's your craziest story of a woman just being really forward?
Really forward? Oh, it was a nurse. I was in the ED. It was a nurse. She was an Australian nurse, and she was a travel nurse. And her very first day, we got teamed together, and she just came right out, and she was just like, some of the nurses come from, I don't know if you ever watched Grey's Anatomy, but some of them called me like McDreamy or Chocolate McDreamy.
Oh, yes,
because he was white, so they sometimes called me Chocolate McDreamy, and she just came up and she was like, "Oh yeah, I heard about you. I need me some chocolate." I mean, that was just straight up first day meeting me. I was like, "No, I'm good. I'm good.
Were you good because she was real forward, or because she wasn't attractive, or what made you good per se?
I don't mess with nurses I work with.
But you only worked with her for a short period. It only was going to be for a short period of time, right?
I'd have had to see her every day or every shift. She was in the same building. She was in the same floor. She was on the same unit. Nope.
No.
Because let me tell you, all it takes is just one, so when you're in the ED, let's say it's a 20-bed ED, right? And you have 4 nurses on the floor, 5 rooms each, right? I'm covering, sometimes you'll have 2 ED docs on the floor, depending on the hospital. Let's just say I'm covering this half, 1 to 10, and another ED doc has 10 to 20 or 11 to 20, right? And so I'm stuck with this nurse, regardless of whether I have 1 to 10 or 11 to 20, because the nursing station is all right there. So if I'm sitting there doing charts and I had, a little situation with her last night, and, or something, I'm messing around with her and it don't go right, I have to see her regardless.
Yeah.
Every time I come into that ED, I have to see her.
I got to ask, what is ED?
Oh, it's the emergency department.
Yeah.
Emergency department.
Oh, okay. I think of ER, but okay, ED. Okay.
Yeah.
Same
thing. And nurses talk. Trust me, they talk. Hospital staff talks. And so if something is going down with me and, Ozzy, everybody gonna know.
Not Ozzy. So
yeah.
But what if she's at a different hospital?
What's that?
But if she's at a different hospital,
and that's a different story. I'll look at the situation and just see what it's about. But
because is it ever a case where, most people relate doctors, nurses to make good money, right? So is it ever a case where the women that are nurses, probably would want, like you said, you had to distinguish the character of these women, right? Is it ever a case, or you ever had a case where it's been a nurse? I don't know how much nurses make. I don't know how much doctors make, where you maybe she just want me for, what I have, even as a
or your status.
Person that's supposed to be up there.
Yeah, there's a lot of them, but I would say this. In many cases, I'm not saying all cases, in many cases when I was dating, if I were to look at hospital dating, I'd probably go for one of the techs more than I would one of the nurses. Like one of the x-ray techs or phlebotomy techs, I would go for one of them more than I would go for one of the nurses. Why? Because I don't see them that often. That's one. 2, I don't care about the money. And they just seem to carry themselves. They were a little bit more humble than, the very forward nurses. And they typically have, I'm not saying every case, but in many cases, they typically had a different outlook on things. And I would say this too, a lot of times I don't like to bring work home. So if I'm coming home and my girl is an ER nurse, then that's all we're talking about. I like to get away from it sometimes.
That's good.
You know what I mean? I don't like to bring my work home. That's why I'm not like a general surgeon or any, major specialty, because I like to just leave it at home, leave it there.
That's just like when I was in the military. Like, I don't want to hear about no sergeants, no company commanders, no captains that did. I just used to be like, oh my gosh, because we live, breathe Army like all day. Like I don't care who you had to write up. Like, come on, let's come home and I don't know, do the nasty like Mark said.
What is it?
What do you call it? Dirty, nasty, be nasty, whatever. I don't want to talk about none of that.
I think I got a question. Would you consider going on a dating show? Like, would you consider going on Pop the Balloon?
Man, everybody asks me that. People try to get me on The Bachelor. People try to get me on a lot of these dating shows. I'm just not.
That's something that would interest you.
Nah, bro. I'm just not. I'm just not in the pub. I'm too private for that.
Yeah.
I'm way too private for that. I don't like my business being out there. And I mean, I'm taking a risk being on Yonci's show.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, but I'm just not the type that likes to be in a public eye like that.
Got you.
I agree with that.
Like you guys are just talking about Keisha's ex and Instagram, all that posting and stuff. Man, my Instagram, you probably would not even think I exist because I don't post much of anything. The most I post on social media is when it's sports, when the Eagles are in the championship or the Phillies are in the championship. That's the most I will ever post.
And that's not that often. So
right. Well, hey, watch it now. Better than Dallas. But yeah, man,
I'm a Ravens fan, so I don't care.
Even worse. That's even worse.
Wait. You said the Eagles not that often?
I'm messing. I'm just picking.
Oh, you're tripping. It's just objectively wrong.
I'm just talking.
Yeah, but I just don't want to be in. I just don't like being in the. I'm just too private for.
I'm a fantasy football player every year. I'm on it, so I'm just talking.
Okay, he said he's a private guy. Okay, I get it.
I thought about the pop to the balloon thing just to see. I even thought about the Love Is Blind.
I love Love Is Blind.
Listen, man. If you went on the Pop the Balloon or anything like that, honestly, I don't think that it would really alter your, maybe the mysterious thing or just the low-key thing you want to do, because you don't have to give them your social media. You don't have to give them your social media. You can check it out, have some fun, still be low-key. Most of those people, even when you do give them social media, nobody really follows most of those people.
Yeah.
So like, you could still be low key if you want to, and I think that you would enjoy it, because even the fact that you're on this platform, it shows that you like these conversations. The space is interesting to you to some degree. I think you would have fun. I think it would be an experience for you.
Yeah.
I can see you on The Bachelor.
People are sleeping on Mikhail.
Nah, I can't be on The Bachelor, and I'm gonna tell you why I can't be on The Bachelor. I can't.
I never seen that show.
I can't see myself.
Women fighting for women.
That's stressful.
Yeah, don't
all that estrogen.
Yeah, that's too much.
Yeah,
I feel like it's so foreign. Like The Bachelorette, that show doesn't make any sense to me, because not for feminine women. I can't see myself fighting for a man. No, is it The Bachelor? No, The Bachelorette is the one that makes sense. The Bachelor doesn't make sense to me, because that's unnatural for these women to be.
Yeah, that's goofy. That's a goofy.
That's the weirdest thing ever, and I'm like, I could not. Like, I'm not gonna try to impress you. You're just gonna like me, or you're not gonna like me, because women don't get men to like them because of performance. Men get women to like them because of performance. He's a great he's the best basketball player, or he's the best surgeon, or he's the best. Like, you guys are very sexy to us because of performance, or he talked the best game. Women, we're just like flowers. You can't explain why she likes lilies over roses. She just does. She's just drawn to them. And so that's why I think it's weird. Like, you can't be performative and get a guy to like you.
I can see him on Love Is Blind. I can see him on that.
I can.
Yeah, I can absolutely.
I said if I was to ever go
tell you why.
I would go on Love Is Blind.
Let me tell you why I can't be on those type of shows, because for me, it's a visual thing. If I see someone that you've been with, it's done. I'm done. I can't do it. If I see like let's just say if you and I are on the same show, like and Keisha is one of the contestants, right? If I see you hooking up with Keisha, I'm already done.
Oh yeah, me too.
Already done. Can't do it.
I understand what you're saying.
Some people
They're like
feel like that
dating
on the
each
show.
other. Like they're all dating each other until they.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Yeah,
But I think
because I'm telling you, all I'm going to see is you. I can't be with a woman if all I'm seeing is you.
No, and then
You know
it's
what I mean?
weird because then they all get together, and then like
We
sometimes
talk about the same men. Like he told me this.
Yeah, and sometimes they'll have chemistry. Let's say like if Mont and Keisha were talking at one point, kind of hit it off, but then Keisha ends up with Mikhail. Once they all end up doing the little activities after, they have that awkward moment where Keisha and Mont finally see each other and they're like, ooh. And then it's the worst when they have more physical chemistry than the person they actually picked. Oh yeah, I'm like, no.
I think the problem is people give up their cards too fast because they're not like they just talk to certain people, and once somebody stands out, pick that person. But I think people kind of give up their cards too fast, and they say, "Oh, I like you, and I like you too." I'm like, you don't gotta do none of that. Just wait till you like somebody, then say you like that person. It's very possible somebody go on that show. And it just doesn't work out, which is cool, but it's an experience.
Meanwhile, I like Deal or No Deal kind of
But she
shows.
did it.
Deal or No Deal, Island. Like I want the physical shows. I'm like the Amazing Race. I want to go on Amazing Race, and that's the kind of shows I want to be on.
I never Amazing Race. What is that, like a Survivor type of thing?
You just run around the world doing these different eating these different foods, just trying to beat these other teams.
Nah, it's a show about couples who have existing relationships. They could be brother and sister, husband and wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. And the thing, it's like it's another social experiment where you're pushed to the limit within your relationship, but at the same time you're doing these challenges where you're going around the world racing against other couples. But each of those challenges definitely pushes. Yeah, that's basically what it's all about.
A lot of them be friends, and they just want to compete basically for the money by going to these different stopping points or stops.
Right, but there's always conflict within those stopping points, like you're moving too slow, or you got to eat this. So yeah, it's definitely about pushing those limits.
So I'm old school. I like the Real World Challenge. It was a spinoff from the Real World. And it was so fascinating because you'd have friends who are in real life because they were cast members for so long or whatever. But then they have the reality of like, this person's more agile, this person's stronger, this person's whatever. And so then you have that like awkwardness of, do I pick my friend who I have a social, situation with, or the person who I know is going to be the best bet to win this? And there was one, it was crazy that they switch it up all the time, but it's like, you either win, traditionally you win with a partner, then it automatically splits 50-50. But they made it 1 year where you could choose basically if you wanted to screw your person or not. So at the very end, when the two of you won as a couple, like not a couple dating, but like a partnership, whoever hit to whatever point first, they choose split it or take it all. And this one friendship got destroyed, like in real life, because the girl decided to just take it all and give the dude nothing, even though they won together. So that
show called Millionaire Secret, The Secret Millionaire. That just came out. I just watched. It's only one season, and it's about trying to figure out who's the millionaire in the group. And
was it any good?
It was real good. Y'all should watch it.
Yeah, I'm
only like 8 episodes, so it's really
good. Platform.
It's on Netflix.
Okay.
It's called The Secret Millionaire. So let's say all of us go to this place. They went to this island, and when you go to your rooms, one person, once they walk in their room, has $1 million in a box. Your goal is to not let nobody know that you're the millionaire. Like,
so that I thought you meant like they're a real life millionaire.
No. So at the end, whoever makes it to the end becomes the millionaire, takes all the money.
Right. Oh, interesting.
No,
that's so good. What's the other one? It's called not Liars. It's called Traitor. I thought it looked so stupid from the previews, but then I actually got into it, and it's crazy. So they'll have let's just say there's 20 people. 2 will get picked to be the traitor, but they have to, there are literally no rules. It's just you picking up on body language. Because at first I'm like, well, what are the rules? You just try to figure out if someone seems like they're lying. And so there's these rounds and you vote and you kick someone off. So you might say, I really, really think Keisha's lying. If I get enough people to rally behind me, we kick her off. And at the last minute, she has to say, I am a traitor or I'm not a traitor. And so
that's kind of like the millionaire one then. Everybody tries to figure out who's the millionaire, and they didn't kick people off like this, and they come to find out that person not the millionaire. Now that person that got kicked off, but you know what I'm saying, and the millionaire is still within the room because they lied to y'all and deceived y'all, having y'all thinking the other person was a millionaire and kicked them off.
They made it to where if you kick out the people, then everybody wins the prize money. And if the liars, the traitors, convince everyone they're not, and they stick around to the end, those will win.
That's not called the trust.
I think it's called traitor.
Oh, okay.
But they have a lot of people from shows that I watch, like Housewives and all kind of stuff, and it's like it's just so fascinating, the dynamics and stuff. When reality shows came out, that was like my dream, because I'm like, I love watching people and seeing human interaction.
All right, y'all. It's 1:56. This has been a great day.
Yay! I shaved off 2 hours down to just 6 hours and 22 minutes.
This don't count because everybody wasn't on here.
I'm so no, she did not. So I'm like, oh, here's my keep husband.
Right, because I'm straight.
I'm so mad. Michaela's only 11. That's what happened before. So when I was at home, I keep saying home, like this isn't home now. When I was in Cali, I'd be like, all the East Coasters are dying, and I'm like, it's only 11. It's only 12.
Oh, I'm going to bed, and I'm gonna get up at 8 and start this cake. I'm going to an R&B. They have this in Austin, which is 40 minutes away from me. They have this R&B thing, like a brunch, R&B brunch, like a day thing. I'm gonna try to go to on Saturday. See, I've been trying to get out, but we'll see. I'm gonna wear them blue boots, Mikhail. I get asked about them boots on my social media all the time. I'm just
no, you good. Wear them, but make sure you got a story to tell with the mic. Just remember what I said.
I'm gonna wear them. I already wore them twice, so they the kind of boots. These are real. You gotta go on my IG one day, Yonci, and just look at. They just so fly. Now they catch a lot of attention, but you can't wear them all the time, or it'll take away from the boot. And it's getting warmer, so I can't wear them. But so many more times here in Texas, it's 90 degrees. I can't put them things back on. So I don't know.
All right, for real. I'm out. I gotta go.
All right, sure. I'll give a show next time.
Bye.
Nice chatting.
Been great, you guys and gals. Hey, he ran, didn't he? He ran up out of here. You muted.
I didn't realize I was. Well, I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm holding on by thread too, and I know you have an early morning, so 7 people hung on to the end. That's impressive.
Hey y'all, good night.
Good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow next week. Not that. All right, I gotta do my traditional closeout here. Where's my logo? Okay, here we go. Bye, y'all.